hanging on that left lead until very late and kind of swapping leads. And she too looks like she'll want a little bit more distance, Lafitte.
They're working through the kinks, working through the lack of experience. Ivory and Ebony, what will she do in her debut? Johnny Velasquez in the West Point Thoroughbred colors. We've reached post time. And everybody on number 3, First Class Lady.
It's two reasons for me. One, like Acacia mentioned, the one Limes Don't Lie, the workout report had noted a couple of times slow from the gate. So that was a concern for me. The 3 First Class Lady didn't seem to have any of those issues and was working with a reliable source who won here first time out.
Yeah, I was close between picking either the 1 or the 3. Ultimately, with Acacia validating the way the 3 looks on the track, that's what made me lean towards that way. I used to ride the mare of the 1, close fall off. She was pretty precocious, so I kind of like her sprinting, but she was a come from behind sprinter, so maybe the 1 will run like her mom.
Acacia reference, the gate. Watch Limes Don't Lie at the gate and how she breaks. That in the combination, her debut, and then having to deal with the rail. Flavien Pratt in the saddle. All set for the Sunday opener. It's post time. 2-year-old fillies. Here's Frank Miramati.
Tip Top will be the last one to load. She's right up to the gate. Goes in. They're in the gate. They're off. It's a fast start for Ivory and Ebony. Here's First Class Lady coming through swiftly, and in between those two, Quiet Side. So it's 3 of them across the track in the early going. Lady Pippa comes away in 4th. Then it's another 3. Limes Don't Lie wasn't quick out of the gate, trying to get into contention now. The 2 trailers are Tip Top and Amoret. They're heading past the half-mile pole, and it's First Class Lady. The opening quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. First Class Lady pressed by Ivory and Ebony. Those two on even terms once again, and Ivory and Ebony is in front midway on the far turn. First Class Lady fights right back, and they're joined by Quiet Side, who's had a good stalking trip, making a 3-wide bid. Limes Don't Lie within 4 lengths of the pace. She's coming on the far outside as the field turns for home. First Class Lady, Limes Don't Lie, cut loose in the center of the racetrack, and in between them, Quiet Side, Ivory and Ebony has dropped back. Quiet Side emerges with the lead and powers away. First Class Lady could not keep up. Limes Don't Lie in the center. They're only battling for second behind Quiet Side. Quiet Side, very impressive. Big strides, huge win. Over 5 lengths. First Class Lady held second. Limes Don't Lie third, Ivory and Ebony fourth.
Nothing quiet about that. Sharp performance. Quiet Side, the John Ed Anthony homebred in the opener. That's Saratoga.
Very professional debut as well, because she broke well, so it looked like she knew what she was supposed to do. Then when she was between horses, her jockey Lewis says just backed her out of a pace duel, sat perfectly outside of the rivals, and just really parred away from her competition.
Yeah, she ran very well in here. And it's interesting, I was wondering about the racetrack after the rain yesterday, if the inside would be good. I don't think it was bad, but the way this race was run suggests a pretty fair racetrack. And the 1, Limes Don't Lie, made that move and didn't really finish that well. I just think the winner here, Quiet Side, ran very, very well and was much the best.
Absolutely, was involved in that pace, was close up. The other 2 pace horses weren't too involved late. I thought she ran extremely well. It looked like Limes Don't Lie was kind of ranging up to make a pretty impressive run, but just got a little tired in the stretch.
I'd like to see Luis Saez get back on track the second half of the meet.
He's too good a rider to have the type of meet he's had to this point.
Yep.
A leading rider during the pandemic here at Saratoga. You see him going to work there on Quiet Side. Saez for John Ortiz, and late Jonathan just pulling away.
Yeah, no, that was impressive. And look, the money came in on this horse too for John Ortiz. Into the teeth of a Steve Asmussen first-time starter and a Chad Brown first-time starter. That was a signal there. This horse was well meant today.
I just want to know, like Luis, he never even picked his crop up. So it seems like there was more in the tank. Usually when a jockey has the crop down and just hand riding, they're not at the gas pedal is not floored to the metal.
Limes Don't Lie, not that it was going to make a difference. You see a big smile there from Luis Saez, getting away from the gate. Not necessarily sharp, not horrible, just kind of.
I also wonder with these McKenzies, I know Chad Brown had the very impressive one last Saturday, Chancey McPatrick, but I think it's been the same in other jurisdictions. They want more distance. So You know, I think a lot of people, to expect them to be precocious enough to win sprints early, especially against horses with the breeding and the training to be good in these races first time out. I would never get down on a horse like a McKinsey on a 6-furlong first race.
Effort was fine for a career debut from Limes Don't Lie here. A 6'3", 1'7" Louis Saez for John Ortiz. Judd Anthony's homebred, quiet side, rolls in the opener. 1 down, 9 left. Results, reaction when we come back. You're watching Saratoga Live.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era. Gunrunner.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Nominate your horse today to join racing's elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
Just getting started on this Sunday afternoon. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Quality filly. Quiet side. Rolls in her debut. Those colors. Andy, what's the first horse that comes to mind, going back to when it was Loblolly stable?
I'm going to go all the way back to Cox's Ridge.
Okay,
because I was around for him a little before Temperance Hill, who was such a cool horse. I mean, there's been so many good horses, but Cox's Ridge, you know, he knocked heads with the Four Goes of the World, with a really good horse when I first got into the game. He was a cool horse, but there have been a lot of them, including
Prairie Bayou, Pine Bluff,
Yep.
so many good horses. As we check in with Acacia, standing by in the winner's circle.
And with winning trainer Johnny Ortiz as quiet side wins her debut, pulling away impressively, and she just really seemed to gobble up the ground there in the stretch.
Yeah, she did. You know, she ran exactly like we thought she would. She's done so well in the mornings. I want to first of all thank Mr. John Ed for giving us an opportunity, and she's such a nice filly. I went to visit her in Ocala when she was getting broke, and she really caught my eye then, and John Ed gave me the opportunity with her. You know, this is the beginning of hopefully a bunch of wonderful things to come.
Running in some silks that we've seen on some very great horses throughout the years. And you mentioned looking at her at the farm in Ocala, and it really is quite a journey bringing 2-year-olds along until they're ready to go into the starting gate. Can you talk a little bit about kind of when she showed herself and in that process?
No, when she showed up at Keeneland the first time, we started watching her gallop, and her stride is incredible. Her body, she's just such a massive filly. She's got a good frame on her. And, she's just from every day forward, she just let us know that she was a good one. So.
We were just talking about the ups and downs, the roller coaster of this game yesterday in the Grade 1 test. We did see a late scratch from Brightwork. Can you give us an update on how she's doing after that scary incident?
Yeah, no, everything's fine. She was just a little excited in the paddock. I actually took her away from the crowd to think she was going to be a little quieter by herself. And, either way, she went up. And what she did, she just lost her footing when she reared up. And she kind of rolled on her side. And, good call by the vets. You always want to make sure that they do the right thing. We have a sound horse to run. And, she just got a few minor scratches, all superficial. And, she'll run another day.
We cannot wait to see her, but congratulations with a very promising 2-year-old filly in Quiet Side.
Thank you.
Johnny Ortiz experiencing all the roller coaster emotions that this game can give, Lafitte.
Happy to see him get a win. And with a good filly in Quiet Side, Rajiv, this game can be so difficult. Get that close, minutes away from a Grade 1 race, all dressed up, and then that happens.
Yeah, tough roller coaster of emotion. Go from being excited about one of the biggest races that you're going to run in to being a late starter. But at the end of the day, this is actually a good thing because the filly is okay. She'll be perfect to run another day. It's all superficial. So I think at the end of the day, they're going to take it as a win. Because when a horse goes up and falls over, anything is liable to happen. So for her not being injured, that is actually as good as winning a race.
As you've said so many times, so many different ways to lose a race, how hard it is to win in thoroughbred racing, and specifically here at Saratoga. As we turn the page in the first of 2 stakes races, the Birdstone Marathon Mile and 3/4, and just like we see on the morning line, 1-9 next. 1-9, the favorite here, out to defend his title. And time now for America's fastest growing segment. Bet the favorite, beat the favorite, Andy Serling.
Well, this is one favorite that I would bet on. Now, I'm obviously not going to bet on him to win. Though, Jonathan, you want to bet your whole bankroll on him and try to increase it by 5%. Listen, I don't want to get in the way of that because I'm rooting for you. So I'm going to make a bankroll bet and bet a $50 double. That's the way I'm going to try to make money with this horse. I like boss making boss moves in race number 3. So I'll make a $50 double, 5-8. So that's how I'm going to try to make money with a favorite that looks tough to beat.
Tough to be creative and come up with some sort of scenario that next doesn't win this Birdstone. That in mind, it is a horse race. What would you say, if anything, is a potential pitfall or the biggest obstacle he would have to overcome this afternoon?
Losing the rider?
Yeah, I don't.
I mean,
flipping in the paddock?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to be. You'd never want to take races for granted because we've seen a lot of very good horses lose. But he's beating the second choice in this race, Masquerade Parade, by 14 3/4 lengths last time. He's a machine.
It's not about the race. It would have to be something completely out of the ordinary, something unorthodox to happen, like you say, it's some incident, stumbling really badly, potentially losing the rider. That would kind of be the only way that this horse really could lose this race.
5 straight wins by close to 60 lengths for next. The leader in the clubhouse by a long way in the marathon division. When we come back, Arthur's ride, yesterday's Whitney. He had never run in a stakes race. Now a Grade 1 Whitney winner will revisit. Our coverage continues on this Sunday on Saratoga Live.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
And fire off
and the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the Backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
The party was on yesterday. Little flip cup. The fans, this place was humming. Whitney Saturday, always a fun scene. The energy, Whitney Day at Saratoga, nothing like the Saratoga fan base. And this was the main event. They were here to see the Whitney. We go back to the start. Andy, looking at National Treasure, number 3, expected speed. Not the case. Arthur's Ride, Junior Alvarado, pedal to the metal.
But look at Flavien Pratt. He's asking National Treasure to go forward. Now, maybe he just didn't have the speed. Maybe he didn't love the going
Flavien
yesterday.
said he wasn't getting a hold of the track.
And we talked about a little before the race, right? That he had not run his best races when there was moisture in the track. And he just didn't run, but Arthur's Ride ran. It should take away nothing for his performance. The National Treasure didn't show up.
I mean, he cleared the field from the outside post. He had to run fast to do it, so the pace was established. Not like he had to walk around the park. He was running solid splits for the distance. And what was pretty impressive about it was when they tried to engage him at the top of the lane, he broke off like a fresh horse that hadn't done any running.
See him on the gallop out? Yeah, he was still a fresh horse.
No, absolutely. I spoke to Bob Baffert this morning on a golf cart, hint, hint, and he had mentioned that National Treasure didn't handle the racetrack, and he's the kind of horse you can tell in the first 100 yards if you're going to get the good National Treasure or not, and he knew right from the start that him not making the lead or being closer than he was going to be in trouble.
I think Flavien felt that way too. You can tell by the way he rode him. When he sent him out of the gate and he wasn't taking him, he went into being like, okay.
He said he wasn't getting hold of the track, and he could tell right away. Arthur's Ride, no such concerns for him. He takes full advantage. Acacia, you were right there in the thick of things in the winner's circle after the Whitney. Great stuff with Belmont. Now, finally, a Grade 1, a Whitney winning trainer. What was your lasting impression from yesterday's Whitney?
Well, what a huge performance from Arthur's Ride, and it's hard to believe that was Bill's first victory in the Whitney, because it seems like he's won just about every elite race that we have here in America, and I thought he put it beautifully. He said some things are worth waiting for, and he had the right horse to do it in there yesterday. He was sharp, he was forward. It was his graded stakes debut and still lightly raced. Obviously, he had shown his connections enough to give him the confidence to put them into a field like the Whitney, and a dominant effort. He showed speed early. I had liked Krupe in the race, hoping that there would be a lot of pace, and he came running second, but there was no catching Arthur's Ride on the front end. He really won the battle and the war in that effort, and Bill's saying that maybe they will take a shot at the Jockey Club Gold Cup as well before going on to the Breeders' Cup Classic, and it could make things very interesting in the older horse division, which, as is often the case after last year's Breeders' Cup, with a lot of the top runners in that division going off to the breeding shed, leaves it pretty wide open, and we need a big star and somebody that can kind of stamp themselves as one of those big players in the Classic division, and Arthur's Ride yesterday, I think, did exactly that. So maybe some big things to come throughout the second half of the year for him, Lafitte.
The acid test, he passes with flying colors, JK. Sometimes we see something like that, and you say to yourself, well, I need to see a little bit more. Is that the case for you in Arthur's Ride, or are you sold?
Well, look, the 1.25 mile allowance race was very good, but I questioned how good it actually was. Well, yesterday he answered that question, how good it actually was. And I think Arthur Ride is a legit contender in this Breeders' Cup Classic, and a horse that I think is going to appreciate the 1.25 mile that he's going to get in that race. He ran well going 1.25 mile here before in that allowance race during Belmont Stakes Festival Week.
It's funny, I told Chad Brown after the race that he's good for Sierra Leone because he's going to put a herding into forwardly placed horses. And I think the one, I'm not saying it's a chink in his armor, because remember something, I don't care if the good National Treasure showed up yesterday. He was never beating that guy yesterday. There were no way he was going to beat him. But what happens if Arthur's Ride gets to a race where he's not able to clear, where he has to deal? Because he's setting fast paces. His performance was great yesterday. But what if he has to get engaged with a horse or two and they get battling a little bit? Will he be his game? That's the only thing to answer. Right now, we know he's good.
I mean, it's different setting a fast pace when you're not challenged than setting a pace when you're being dogged the whole way. He has a lot of natural speed where he can clear his competition, and it's hard to run with him early, especially at the distance. My big takeaway from the Whitney is that we've seen over the course of the past year, the older horse division, National Treasure got to the top of the division. But he's a very good horse, but he's not a spectacular horse. It was ripe for the taking for a horse that is not just an A-tier horse, but maybe a superstar horse. And I think Arthur's right. If he can continue to run the way he run, he can become a superstar of the sport.
Amazing. Cigar. He trained Cigar. He won 16 straight races. That's like 2.5 years and had not won a Whitney. Shocking. Bill Mott, that first win in the Whitney yesterday. Arthur's Ride, onward and upward. We have more stakes racing here at Saratoga with the Birdstone mile and 3/4. Take a look at the updated odds here with all eyes on Next, who is 1, 2, 9, 5 straight, looking for a 6th. Like Arthur's Ride, not very difficult to find or spot for Frank Miramati. Next, 1 to 9. Acacia, how's he look?
He looks like a 1 to 9 shot should, particularly in this race. I've had the pleasure of getting a chance to cover Next in his races a few times here in New York, and he's spicy here in the paddock, but that is normal for him. He's usually very sharp getting the tack on, and he does have natural early speed as well. And one of the amazing things about him is that he's able to be forwardly placed. He's able to sit just off of it like he did last time out as needed, and then he continues to accelerate in the stretch, which you don't often see hardly ever with dirt horses in particular, and going that distance, coming off of 1.5 mile, 1 3/8 type races, 1 3/4 today. We saw in the Birdstone last year, no problem for Next. So sharp as he always is, his weight looks terrific. He's an incredibly athletic individual as well. So at this point, when you have a horse that's kind of this level in his division, you just want them to be showing you what they normally are, that nothing's out of place, and I'm seeing all of the good signs with Next. Now, the number 2, Mask Parade, does seem to be his main competition. He was well beaten in the Brooklyn last time out by Next as well. Krupe did come out of there to finish second yesterday, as mentioned in the Whitney, with a 106 Spire speed figure. Yeah, but this is a horse that I really liked going the 1.25 miles in the Suburban. Now, the 1 3/4, maybe that's just a bit too far for him. That said, he looks absolutely sensational. He is a big, imposing individual. He's dappled out from head to toe. I'll watch how he warms up, because that's usually when he tips his hand to if he's doing well. So looking at him, I would say that he should be able to handle it. Is he going to be able to run down Next? Well, nobody recently has been able to do that, but at least I give his connections credit for taking a shot in here from a horse that's shown that he can handle some more distances. And if anything, he just looks like he's doing very well right now, Lafitte.
Doing well, just don't tell him he has to face this guy again. Masquerade Parade has to be thinking, really? Again? Next? Pretty good claim. Pretty good claim. Next, seeking a 6th straight. The Birdstone Next from the Spa.
Down to the wire, Verstappen. Here's the finish, Ancient Roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Shield Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, showcasing New York's finest yearlings. Recent grads include Grade 1 winner Therapist and Graded Stakes winner Mo Plex. Plus 2023 New York bred champions Kara's Time, Dr. Ardito, Silver Skillet, and the Wine Steward. This year, over $65 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 11th and 12th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Cosette takes it to him. Zeno wants to with the 16th to go. And little Birdstone digs down. The Cosette could not get to him in the darkness at Saratoga.
Mary Lou and the Birdstone crew a cappella in a downpour after that victory in the Travers, as Durkin referenced, in the darkness at Saratoga.
Yeah, I was actually near the winner's circle for that race. I watched the race on TV, but we were some friends in some of the downstairs tables, and it was insane. I mean, I think they ran the race a couple minutes early to try to get ahead of it, and the rain started coming mid-race. But Birdstone's a horse that doesn't really get the credit he deserves because he didn't run that much, and people forget that when he ran his Derby prep, they sealed the track at Turfway, and Nick Zito flipped out, and rightfully so. I don't think the track was really wet. It was weird. And then he got the torrential rainstorm in the Derby, but he beat Smarty Jones fair and square.
So much more than just a Triple Crown spoiler. Birdstone in the race that lives in his honor. Let's meet the field. And you just saw number 1 at 19-1 Slip Mahoney. There's Mass Parade.
Yeah, look, what's different? I mean, he's been beaten 14 and 13 by Next, unfortunately, for him.
Time for trouble. Yeah, second to Next in last year's Birdstone.
It is time for trouble.
it's for everyone not named Next. What a claim, what a story, what a horse.
Right. I'm a little nervous that we're all calling him the winner before the race is run. He has won his last 4 starts by a total of 37, 48.
It's almost 60.
Almost 60 lengths combined. He feels like a likely winner, Raj.
What I think is interesting about this race is the competition. They know that Next is close to being unbeatable. Are you going to try to change something and take it to him, or try a strategy, or are you actually riding to try to finish second and get the most money that you can make? Because then that determines the way are you going to ride this race.
Well, you're a rider. What would you do if you were riding Mask Parade, who I think is the second likeliest winner in here?
I would break him and just let him dictate where he wants to be and completely ignore Next. Because I feel like if I put too much attention on trying to beat Next, which is so tough to do, I'm going to end up taking my horse out of his race. So that would be my approach, and hopefully I can get my optimal placement with Mask Parade.
Don't you just ride for second and hope, if you're riding them, if you're that person, that those connections, that something doesn't happen today for Next and you win. But if you try to beat this guy, you'll end up
But if I'm riding
buried.
number 4, Time for Trouble, I would think differently, because I would think, well, Next probably would let me go on the lead. If I come out running, he's the one that has the speed to potentially go to the lead. If I come out running and go crazy like I want to establish a lead, maybe the jockey on Next won't try to engage me, and then I can try to, slow it down.
If Rajiv rode Time for Trouble, Jeff Hiles would call his agent after the race and say, lose my number.
Luan Machado aboard Next. Campaigned beautifully by Doug Cowan, standing by live with Acacia.
As we have a perfect bird's eye view watching Next out on the track warming up. Doug, what are you seeing from him? He is a horse that really seems to feel good before his races.
He came over here and not turned a hair really, and he feels good. He looks great on the track warming up, so we're just hoping he shows up with his A game as he always does.
He has been so fun for fans to watch in these marathon distances. How did you find out that he wanted to go so much further?
In the mornings he just showed a lot of stamina and things, and it was kind of a gut feeling to try him, and since then it's really worked out.
He has some tactical speed as well. He can set the pace. He doesn't need the lead. How do you see it playing out today?
As always with the horse, we don't have a real plan other than to get him out of the gate, get him in his rhythm, and let him do his thing. We're not really worried where he's positioned, whether he's in the lead or stalking or sitting behind, just as long as the horse gets in his rhythm, and then hopefully he does his thing.
He's been doing his thing for sure. Great to see him here, and thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Acacia, Doug Cowens, and figuring out that this is where Next is at his best. The discrepancy between he and everybody else in this long-distance dirt division. We don't see many races that are run this far on dirt, and the commitment, as you mentioned at the top of the show, to keep Next doing it. What we want to see something else, but this is what he's committed to. For example, the Brooklyn Next, and at the top of the stretch, it's only a question of how far.
And this is a joke. I mean, you just don't see horses on the dirt in these distance races running faster. At the end, when horses are closing, they're usually just, the other horses are slowing down. So they give the appearance to be running faster, but they're not even running faster. They're just running faster, horses are slowing down, and he's a different breed animal. And I'm going to say, I just want to appreciate this horse when he runs. I don't want to tell them where they should run their horse and where we want to see him run. I'm just happy he's running them.
And exiting a live race, Crouppy finishing second in the Brooklyn, second in yesterday's Whitney.
He was
from
closer
far
to winning
back.
the Grade 1 Whitney against Arthur's Ride. He was to being this guy.
Next, 1-9, and then to his inside, Time for Trouble and jockey Flavien Pratt. Terrific meet. It is very tight atop the jockey standings, 1 win apart, and for Pratt yesterday, an 8th stakes victory, Raj, and a 2nd Grade 1 in the test.
You guys remember this call earlier in the production meeting when I asked, what is the record for a jockey winning stake races at Saratoga? Because I think going into this meet that Flavien Pratt is going to win a bunch of stake races based on the connections he's riding for and how he's riding.
You know, there are many things that I like about Rajiv, and we've been friends for a long time, but one of them is that he never fails to remind you when he happened to have said something that turned out to be correct. The good news is I'm here to remind you all the things he said that didn't turn out to be correct. Don't worry, I've got a list.
You heavily tilt that way, and I heavily tilt the way. We need to find a median when we keep an actual true tally of when I'm wrong and when I'm right.
Yeah,
we are.
We're gonna have a very
We're
short
waiting
show.
till the end of the meet.
We're gonna have a very short segment when Rajiv was right.
Everybody here feeling pretty good about next, 1-9 here. But yeah, Pratt, what a meet thus far, and I don't think many expected it to be that close in the rider standings halfway in.
Yeah, I mean, look, Chad's always going to be a big favorite to win the trainer title, and Irad is a favorite to win the riding title because he rides the really good stakes horses, but he also has business at the lower level as well. And I think some people probably wondered if Flavien was going to have that same business at the lower level racing.
100%, and he's starting to get more of it. Irad also rides more horses. I think he's ridden about 15 to 20% more horses. So he's going to probably win more races. Now, Flavien, I think, is winning at a 23%
He has the highest percent
and Irad's at
win
20.
clip. Yeah.
So
Dylan Davis right there as well.
And Dylan, dollar for dollar, odds for Dylan's having the best meet of anybody.
Yep, 100%.
Andy, I made a bet in this race. I bet the 5-2 exacta. I felt like I could probably get even money on that. You think that's a good bet?
I think if you get $4 or more on 5-2, it's a good bet. Yes.
So
Is it? Do we know what it is?
Yes, that's what it.
$4.
The opportunity, Raj, for Luis Machado to ride next, to be here at Saratoga, riding a 1-9 favorite against this colony on this stage.
Such a great opportunity for a guy that's doesn't ride at the biggest circuits and get this opportunity day in and day out. I remember when I got my first chance to ride at Saratoga, it was a long shot that I had no chance, but I loved just being able to ride here.
The marathoning machine next. Odds-on favorite, post time for the Birdstone. Here's Frank Miramati.
Great title for him, Lafitte. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Birdstone. Slip Mahoney along the inside with Time for Trouble, and next is just outside of them. Mask Parade will be at the back through the opening stages. So it's Time for Trouble who will be the target. As next is second by a head, Slip Mahoney down at the rail, and Mask Parade. They're covered by 3 lengths, rounding the far turn at Saratoga Racecourse for the first time. 25 seconds flat. Next will have no part of that slow pace, and he's up to take command. So it is next leading the way. Slip Mahoney as Mask Parade has moved up to take third. Time for Trouble has been pulled up. Very awkward for him out in the center of the race course. They're in the stretch for the first time, Slip Mahoney, and next it's Slip Mahoney in front by a half length. Next is second by 2.5, and then Mask Parade. 1 lap to go. Luis Saez and Slip Mahoney, Luis Machado, and next, right up alongside with Mask Parade, tracking the top pair, a length and a half behind. The half went in 51 seconds flat for Slip Mahoney. Next, galloping along smoothly, he's in second, and Mask Parade. No change in the running order. Slip Mahoney. Next, keeping him in his sights. Next, looking for 6 in a row. His average margin of victory has been 12 lengths. And he sits in second as they move on to the backstretch. 2 more back to Mask Parade. Slip Mahoney a half length. Next is starting to turn up the pressure without being asked to do so. Next, within a head now of Slip Mahoney. 2 lengths back, Mask Parade and Manny Franco. They went a mile in 1:43. It's Slip Mahoney and next, stride for stride. Next, starting to get the upper hand now. There he goes. Next takes over. Slip Mahoney, fully extended. Mask Parade is moving into second. Mask Parade's going to take a shot at Next. Next has the lead, still in hand and in command. Mask Parade will try to make it work. Manny Franco all over Mask Parade, a half length behind Next. Next still under a stranglehold. Leads it and opens up. He's ready to put on a show at Saratoga once again. Next turns for home with a 3-length lead over Mask Parade. They're at the top of the stretch. And this is Next World. He is all alone, just strolling through. Let him hear it from the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. Next, winning the Birdstone. Once again, he will win by more than the 12 he's accustomed to. Next gallops. Mask Parade checked in second.
Upper session. Next. He's automatic, a machine, and a 6th straight blowout win. Doug Cowan's on his way down to the winner's circle. Next, back-to-back in the Birdstone.
He never broke into, he basically in a gallop the entire way around the racetrack. I mean, these horses just can't compete with him.
He makes the hair on my arm stand up when he's coming down the lane. You get that feeling. I mean, this is some kind of horse. And I know there's going to be always talks about, well, who's he beating? Well, this is the best that they could find to try to run with him.
Wait a second.
He's making these horses look bad, but they're not bad horses.
Mask Parade lost the Suburban to Krupe by 3/4 of a length 2 starts ago. And then he met Nest, and now he's finished 30 lengths behind the winner in 2 straight starts. You're right. These are not bad horses. He's making good horses look like bad horses.
I mean, Manny was all in from the half-mile pole, trying as hard as he possibly could. And you'll see at the top of the stretch, Manny looked over to see if the 1 was coming and realized the 1 wasn't, and basically said, I'm just going to stop riding because I'm not going to catch this horse in front of me. There's no reason to keep asking Mask Parade to run. This horse is sensational.
And I like what you said. That's the right thing to do. I feel like, when horses, there's a big separation between horses, it's not worth it to keep riding them hard because it would distress them a little bit more.
Luan Machado next. Furlong after powerful furlong. He's automatic. And at this point, Luan Machado checks the rearview mirror. Nobody coming. Another double-digit blowout. Next, 6 straight. You saw Time for Trouble was eased in the early stages of this 1 3/4 affair. As soon as we have an update on his condition, we will pass that along. A well-deserved pat on the shoulder from Luan Machado. And next, who we're running out of superlatives. He just makes it look all too easy. Yeah, he only beat a couple of horses and Time for Trouble was eased, but it's not the first time he's done this. It's the 6th consecutive time by a combined, 70, 75 lengths.
Yeah, and it really would be a mistake for people to say, oh, he's beating nobody. It's just not true. It's simply not true. You have to look at Mask Parade. I'm not saying Mask Parade's a Grade 1 winner, but he's a legitimate Grade 3 contending type horse. I mean, he's running buyer speed figures around 90, and these are good numbers. It's a good horse. Against him, he looks like one of the worst horses around.
But I will say this. Although I appreciate the notion of being excited to watch him run in these types of races, but the problem is, for me, is that he's done it so well. He really doesn't have any competition, and I like horses to have a chance to be great. And I think that if there's an opportunity, if the connections feel like it's appropriate for him to run against some tougher competition, I would like to see it. But I also defer to them to make that decision.
I think they're being overly conservative. I think this horse needs to get on the Breeders' Cup Classic trail.
Well, if they're going to do something like that, they need to run him the Jockey Club Gold Cup in 1 1/4, which is coming up here 4 weeks from today exactly. We're running it on the last Sunday of the meeting. that's the race to take a shot. If he shows he can compete at a high level in that race, then you can go to the Breeders' Cup Classic.
We'll get a chance to speak with the winning connections in just a moment. Next, another daylight win, an update on Time for Trouble when we come back. Next, back-to-back in the Birdstone. We'll be right back.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Nothing usual about next. Another monster blowout as he glides under the wire, now a 2-time Birdstone winner.
Yeah, and he just does it so easy. It's almost I kind of start giggling, I think, when he's in the stretch a little bit, because no one's even close to him. He's so impressive at these distances.
All I'm thinking about is what's next for next.
Ooh. Next. 210. Masquerade, Slip Mahoney. Next, victorious back-to-back in the Birdstone to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And having deja vu with these post-race interview with owner Michael Foster as next gets another big victory. You can even hear it in Frank Miramatti's call, just inviting the fans to applaud him because he has been a dream for fans.
He's so entertaining. I mean, but where he's really fun to be with is after the racing and getting in the stall with him. I never had a horse that had a personality like this in his life, and everybody's in love with this horse. Not just because of the way he runs, but just the way he is. He's just a unique horse.
I love to hear that too, and the personalities behind the scenes as well. But we've seen you and Doug's team take all the steps to just run this horse doing what he obviously likes. I know the Jockey Club Gold Cup has been mentioned. Is that still potentially on the table?
I have no comment there. My trainer, as I said before, I'm just the guy that writes a check. His team and Doug will make the decision. Of course, Doug and I will talk about it. To say that I would love to see him in the Gold Cup would be something I'd say yes to, but we don't have any plans right now. Just see how he comes back home tomorrow.
And you've certainly done right by him step by step, seeing another dazzling performance here at Saratoga. Can you put into words just what this journey means to you?
I can't put it into words. I mean, last year I thought that would be the only time I'd stand here, with a win, but I just hope we keep him sound. That's our goal, was to keep him sound for another year and come back here and win it again next year and the year after if we can.
The fans will be very lucky to get a chance to see him still on the track. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much for having us. Bye.
Next, a true star in racing, but just a quick update as well. Lafitte, we did see Time for Trouble pulled up. It did get a chance to catch up with his connections following the race. Jeff Hiles spoke to jockey Flavien Pratt, and Flavien pulling him up with an abundance of caution, feeling that he might have been a little bit off behind, but thankfully after being inspected by attending veterinarians, he is fine and will head back to his barn. So some good news there.
Excellent news regarding Time for Trouble. And for next, Michael Foster, the winning colors of the Birdstone. Yeah, we can go through all these scenarios of what we would like to see him do as fans, but like you said earlier, appreciating him for the time being and what a terrific racehorse and how much just fun he is for racing fans to watch.
Yeah, I think probably a lot of fans go down to the apron, maybe especially to see this horse, to see a horse like Next Run. And that's one of the fun parts of the game. We love to gamble around here, make no mistake about it, but we also love to see good horses doing what they like to do, and he's doing it there. But I'm starting to have the sentiment of these guys up here. I'd love to see him in the Gold Cup.
I'm fine with that answer. I know it was a little political, but he said that he sure would like to see something like that. So I'm hopeful that we'll see it.
It's just a good story in Saratoga, and he's a good story in racing, period.
Former claimer, $62,500, and he starting early on in his career. We saw him sprinting. We saw him on different types of surfaces. It wasn't right away that it's like, oh, he's a marathoner. It took Doug Cowan a while to figure that out.
And how he ended up running in a marathon, if you guys remember, the race actually was scheduled for the turf, marathon on the turf, and it got rained off to the dirt. That's how he even ended up running and really finding out that it was really a dirt marathon. So sometimes, things just happen and you learn new things. Look, we'll go back to the point about, why go to the Jockey Club Gold Cup. There's not a robust marathon, big money, races throughout the calendar year. It's really not. And the big money is where the Dubai World Cup and the Breeders' Cup Classic and these kind of races. And I feel like it's for them to kind of see where he stacks up. The Jockey Club is the best race to bridge that gap into going into those places.
Yeah, we'll show them. Can we compete at this level? Should we be thinking about taking a shot in the Breeders' Cup Classic? I'll tell you one thing. If he were to win the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and I don't know if it's a win you're in or not for the Breeders' Cup Classic, but obviously being the Breeders' Cup Classic regardless.
I believe it is.
He would be the story. Now, along with top 3-year-olds, Triple Crown horses like Arthur's Ride, we'll hear more from National Treasure, but he'd really be the story, right?
We're selfish
we
racing
love
fans.
rags to riches
We're
stories.
selfish racing fans first and foremost, right? We want to see Torpedo Ann against the boys in the Travers. We want to see Next in a race like a Jockey Club Gold Cup. We're racing fans first. We'll see what's next for Next, who goes back-to-back in the Birdstone. Race 3, just $25,000 claimers, mile and an eighth, older horses, scratch numbers 4 and 5. Andy, what'd you come up with as colloquially is the 8-5 favorite?
Well, I have my $50 bankroll play going.
That's
for
right.
a big $385 for $1, awesome. So alive for a little under $200 with that, with Boss Making Boss Moves, who opened at 2-1. I like his chances. The race is going to have to, come apart a little bit. I'm hoping there's some speed up front between the 1 and 7 because he is a bit of a closer type. But I like him. I thought he really had no chance the way the race was run in his last race.
It's coming up in 18 minutes. Race 3 here at Saratoga. Yesterday, a pair of grade ones, the Whitney and the Test, presented by Ticketmaster. And finally, her moment. Raj on the biggest stage, Ways and Means taking down the Test.
I was so happy to see her get this grade 1 win. And it was such a highly regarded filly from day one when she made her debut. She put it all together at the biggest stage here, cutting back to, I believe, her optimal distance, 7 furlongs, a race where she could use her speed. They don't have to try to ration it out. Just let her run her race, and this was a good group. She was just the best.
Cool story, JK, you relayed to the audience yesterday about the conversation you had with her exercise rider up here before she ever raced.
Yeah, look, we were hanging out, and there was a conversation about a maiden race that she was going to point for and how there was supposed to be some other really good ones pointing to that. And the exercise rider, Peter Levis, said, well, they better take a good look at her in the starting gate because that's the last time they're going to see her.
That was her debut, smashing. We thought we'd see more of this right away, injured in the spin away when she stumbled badly getting out of the gate. And you could tell, Andy, for Seth Klarman, there he is, that, the idea, he bred this filly. He bred Ways and Means, and how much more that means to win a Grade 1 race, especially here at the Spa.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Seth and I are very close, but he was very happy, obviously, with that win. And I just could tell a lot of funny stories related to this horse about the damn strong incentive, who broke her maiden in a maiden claiming race up here, actually, on the Monday after Travers Day. But I even remember last year when her sister, Surge Capacity, debuted, I think it was Belmont Stakes weekend at Monmouth and won. She's a Flintshire, so she's a half-sister. And Seth Klarman said to me, we've got a 2-year-old buyer that Chad thinks might be very, very good. He was right.
That 2-year-old is now a Grade 1 winner. Yesterday's test, onward and upward for Ways and Means. See if that Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint is on the agenda this fall. When we return, a terrific response from this new segment this summer, Backstretch Heroes. The names, the faces you're not quite as familiar with. That's next.
Nominate your horse today to join Racing's Elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, the Saratoga Backstretch, where the heavy lifting is done. Here is Acacia with this week's Backstretch Hero.
John, you've pretty much grown up at the racetrack and have really made this your life. Can you talk a bit about, have you always wanted to work with horses? Was that always the goal?
No, to be honest with you, originally I wanted to become a vet.
Okay.
And then when I got accepted to college, I went and I saw the dean, and he told me I was going to be there for 9 years, and I went, I don't think so. And I don't know, my father, Roger Atfield, got rather mad at me for not going to college, so he made me walk hots for 2 years without any money. And so I've been in, basically I've been in this game since. I think the horse that left the biggest impact in my entire career would be, unfortunately, Firenze Fire.
The biting?
The biting. I don't think there's a day goes by, especially when I'm here at Saratoga and I go up to the races, that I don't think about that day. Yeah. That when he savaged that horse, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. To me, they don't have to be really good. They've just got to be honest. One of my favorite horses of all was a little horse called Jump Ruler. I don't know if anybody remembers her, but she always tried and always tried. And November Rain was another one. Just, they don't have to be champions to me.
When you walk around the backstretch, you meet a lot of people, but it seems that the one kind of overarching commonality is the love of the horse. Everybody back here has that love.
You have to have it. If you don't have the love of the horse, it's just never going to work. Yeah. You know, I mean, these guys here are the ones that deserve all the credit. I mean, you know, you look around at people like sitting there, they're doing laundry, they're doing their horses because they love their horses. And without these guys, we don't have a game.
Thank you, John.
You're more than welcome.
John Atfield, such a significant part of the Morley team, cancer survivor. There he is. He has seen it all. Acacia, in this particular segment, new this summer, Backstretch Heroes, bringing attention and awareness and the names and faces to those, be the guy behind the guy sort of thing for the trainer that is such a big part of the team.
Absolutely, Lafitte. I don't think we can have too much coverage of the backstretch because everybody that works there with these horses in the mornings and 24 hours a day is such a huge piece of this game. And just as John said, without our backstretch workers, we have no game. You have people that are there through every phase of a horse's life. We get a chance to see these horses line up in the starting gate, and they give us tremendous joy and wonderful thrills through their couple minutes on the racetrack. But so many people that have had their hands on these horses throughout their lives to get them to this point and afterwards as well. And you'll go by every barn, and the love and the care, the grooms, the hot walkers, the exercise riders, the assistants that they have for their charges is such a beautiful thing to see. So I love that we have an opportunity to share some of those stories because everybody on the backstretch too has a wonderful story of how they got there. And as I mentioned, it's always because of the love of the horse.
Great to get to know John Atfield a little bit, Raj. And yeah, it's a misconception. I think most from a distance observe horse racing and wouldn't associate it with a team sport. And this is very much, in the end, a team sport.
Oh yeah, everyone contributes to the performance and the success of the horses, and no trainer or can't do it by themselves. It's so much work that goes in on the back end, and the people that actually spend the most time with the individual horses are their caretakers, the grooms, many of which actually reside on the backstretch, just in the dormitories or the housing right there, because it takes so much time caring for these horses. You know, they always have to have that supervision. Sometimes a rotation of a slew of people from grooms, foremans, assistant trainer, hot walker that are behind the scenes.
Backstretch Heroes, look forward to next week's edition as we have riders up in this third race coming up here at Saratoga. Still have another stakes race on the afternoon, the Aderondack 2-year-old fillies a little bit later on. Just a $25,000 claiming event here at 1 1/8. Andy, you like boss making boss moves going in, the current second choice, and there he is. What's the key to success for him this afternoon?
He's going to need some pace up front. He's going to need the one-gun Maestro, who figures to be the inside speed, but he's going to have to hope to take the charge you would think would be pressing on the outside, and they give him a little bit of pace. It's a 6-horse field now, some scratches. He needs to get good position. He did not get good position from post 9 in a much tougher spot, and I think if they're moving it up front, he has his fair chance to win.
Andy's bankroll bet's alive.
Yep.
For $192.50.
Had to sweat out the first part.
Trying to grind out an extra 140 to make up for those 3 losers I had the other day.
But in all fairness, you turned a 1-9 shot essentially, into 3-1. He's 5-2 on the board. You're getting an extra.
Because he has access to the best statistics available. Track stats. Get the inside track on Handicapping with Naira Bet's track stats. And want to know the best races to bet to beat the favorites at Saratoga? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit NairaBets.com. Track Stats. Call to post. Gerardo Ortiz first mount on the afternoon. Aboard the favorite, Colloquy. Take another look in the post parade, starting here with Gun Maestro, who just had a 3-race winning streak snapped.
Yeah, had a huge win for trainer Linda Rice, 2 back. Can he get back to his good races for a different trainer?
Kahala number 2. Good luck, Tom Amos.
Yeah, he had a tough trip last time. Makes sense to me at 4-1.
Tom is thrilled. Andy didn't get him in the post parade, but Andy, you do get Life and Light 17-1.
Didn't run that badly last time out, going the 1.8 mile distance, same circumference at Aqueduct. This might be a little tougher, but his last race gives him a chance.
Number 6, Colloquy for Rob Atras, 9-5, 6 minutes out.
Yeah, drops in here a little bit for 25,000. They claimed the horse for 32. Didn't run well in that allowance race last time.
Take the charge. Eddie Keneally co-owns and trains.
His best chance of winning this race is to hope the 1 doesn't really show up and he somehow can clear the lead, in which case he controlling up front would have a real chance.
Boss making boss moves, 5-2, Flavien Pratt aboard.
Is likely going to need a little bit of pace to try to materialize in front. I think the pace should be at least fair enough with Gun Maestro drawing the rail.
Little one geared of late. We'll see if he can get things going here. Boss making boss moves. Arad Ortiz always has things working at Saratoga. And Raj, his mounts this afternoon, live ones, top to bottom, Dare to Breeze in the feature, 8-1 on the morning line.
I mean, it's constant. Arad is the top brand jockey here. He gets some of the best mounts and a multitude of them. So every day he's going to have a lot of good mounts, and he makes use of it. He won Ride of the Week 2 weeks ago with a perfect ride, and he's just, the top guy here.
Is he getting overbet as much as usual right now, Andy, this summer?
I don't think
Not
he
in this
is.
race, but just overall.
I don't think he is as much. I think it's mitigated a little bit up here. I mean, we've seen some cases where he's been badly overbet, but not as much recently. Is that fair?
Yeah, well, the success of the other guys, in the room, the Tylers, the Flavians, that makes it a little bit easier. I think he starts to get overbet when he starts to just have those 4-win days and 5-win days, and he's got a 20-win lead in the standings. I think that's when it starts to happen a little bit more.
There's so many good jockeys riding here. All of them top jockeys, very capable. So what happens is you don't go into handicapping jockeys as much. You're actually handicapping horses, which is good because any jockey that gets a mount at Saratoga is capable of winning with the right horse.
And that chase for an Angel Cordero riding title, this race is key. Colloquy, Arad Ortiz, the favorite, the second choice, Flavien Pratt, aboard Boss making boss moves. Let's take a look at his most recent effort, Boss making boss moves. This was opening day, first race of the meet.
Right, there's not a lot to show here, to be honest with you, because the horse that finished
higher
better
quality.
than high quality scratched out this race. There really isn't anything to see here. All I would point out about this is that he was compromised by being wide. It was a race dominated towards the inside. It was dominated up front, and they were better horses. So his effort here was nothing, but I think it was just against the track.
So it's been even in the stretch. Last 3 races, little one geared, little one paced. Why will that be different?
Well, because the competition is a little bit easier. I know he's in a $20,000 claimer last time, but that was the first race of the meet. And there were a lot of drop downs in there, and a lot of people running horses that were better than the $20,000. Where this
first race of the meet,
this race is not as tough. I'm not saying he's going to win, but I think he's going to get a fairer pay.
I'm trying to understand about, you keep saying it's a easier race, but it's up in class.
Right, I was explaining it. If you were not trying to interrupt me the whole time, you would have heard me explain that was the first race of the meet, and a lot of people were making significant drop downs. And if you were to look at the field, you would see the horses that he ran against were a lot of horses running for a higher tag. So while it was a 20, and yes, he's moving up, this is not as tough a field as the one he met last time out.
Okay.
We good?
That's your objective opinion.
Over to
It's
Acacia.
not a fact.
Yes, it is a fact.
Thanks, Lafitte. As we'll take a look, starting with the 6 Colloquy, a horse that kind of found his home throughout the winter at Aqueduct a couple years ago when he stretched out in distance. And because he has such an even running style, going way back to when Tom Morley had him, he was able to kind of be a little bit closer and be a bit more tactical and just kind of handling those turns a bit better. Now, last time out, he was facing significantly tougher competition. 2 starts back when he finished second, he broke slowly, kind of leaping up from the rail. He's had a relatively quiet warm-up with the pony out there. I am curious what Irad Ortiz will try to do with him, because I do think he's better when he can kind of get into the race a little bit more. but he's a horse that looks terrific now with Rob Atras throughout the winter recently. His coat had not been that great. It's definitely come in nicer, and again, just looks like he's doing well right now. The 7 Take the Charge, I agree with Andy. He does have early speed, but I would imagine Gun Maestro kind of has to go from the inside, especially as they're stretching him out in distance. And 2 starts back when this horse won, I know back at Horseshoe Indy, but in an allowance race there, he was pretty hard held. And hopefully that's a sign that he's not necessarily a need the lead type and kind of be just off the hip of the leader, but he's taking a drop in class from what he faced at Churchill last time out when he did have significant trouble at the start and then was kind of wide throughout there. I think what we learned from him in that race is that he doesn't really run his race if he's not able to at least be forwardly placed. So hopefully he will be able to get some position in here, and he is drawn outside the other speed. Now the 8 Boss Making Boss Moves, he does make a lot of sense. He's very convincing for the mile and an 8th. Last time out in that first race at the meet, he was off a little bit of a freshening, wired by Empty Tomb that day, and I had noted down that I just really wished that day he was carrying more muscle mass, especially in his hind end, just looking a little peaked in those hindquarters. He's definitely strengthened up since then. Now his second start off that little bit of a layoff, second start of the meet, and put that weight back on that I wanted to see, Lafitte.
Trained by Tom Morley, Acacia, Boss Making Boss Moves, and easy to root for after seeing that piece on John Atfield. 3-1 second choice, JK, and then Kahala towards the inside for Tom Amoss. What do you make of his chances?
Yeah, and I thought Kahala had a tough trip last time. I thought the pace wasn't particularly quick. Got stuck kind of in behind. I think maybe second off a break, second time for Tom Amoss, going a little bit longer. Got no problem there.
I think he's an overlay here at 9-2. The other thing is, shouldn't he get a good trip? The 1 should go, the 7 should go, sort of sing the pocket behind them, saving ground. I actually made 1 exacta box, 2-8 in here. I think he's an overlay, and I think they're going wild, making the number 6 Colloquy even money, and this is a case of overbetting Irad Ortiz. He's a horse that's had some sort of issues lately. I don't totally trust him. He hasn't run in over 2.5 months. He's dropping down. He was playing for 32. Yes, he had no chance in the race he was last time, but he still did not run that well. I think he could win, but I think they're going way hog wild for him at even money.
This is a very tough group.
I picked him as my top pick. I do have some reservations about trusting him. I ultimately felt like it is a logical spot at Saratoga. If you want to win, you claim for 32, and a horse doesn't win, you could put him in for 25. I think that's a logical drop down, and that's where my trust factor became solidified.
And it turns out it actually is a Sunday giveaway day at Saratoga. Rajiv has promised to buy drinks for everybody here if the number 8 finishes first or second. So
I love Tom Morley.
Who knew? They would have been lining up at the gates.
I want Tom Morley to win. I love Tom Morley. I love Andy.
Expensive.
If number 8,
No,
Boss
I meant
Making
the whole
Boss
place.
Moves, if this horse finishes top 2, I will buy everyone drinks. If this horse finishes top 2, line up.
What are we looking for right from the start, Andy?
The 8 to clear the lead, and everybody else decide not.
I'm suddenly rooting for the 8 now.
Free drinks. We're looking to see if the 1 and 7 hook up, because that's key for my bet, but also for the race. Will the 1 and 7 sort of hook up a little bit and create at least an honest pace?
Even money. Colloquy at post time with Irad Ortiz up to Frank Mirmati with the call.
2 behind the gate. Boss Making Boss Moves. Flavien Pratt to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very awkward start for Colloquy, who is left hopelessly behind. Gun Maestro is out very quickly. Life and Light is flashing good early speed too, but it is Gun Maestro who will set the tempo at a quick tempo too. Opens up to lead it by 2 lengths. Life and Light is second. Kahala along the rail is racing a joint third, some 4 lengths off the lead. Take the Charge moves up and takes that 3rd spot. Then it's a gap of 5 to Boss Making Boss Moves, and Colloquy is at the back of the field, more than a dozen off the pace. The opening quarter went in 23 seconds flat, and it's Gun Maestro in front by 2 lengths. Life and Light still holding the 2nd spot, getting a little bit closer too, as the field comes in closer attendance to this front-running Gun Maestro. Take the Charge in the clear while 3rd. coming toward the half-mile pole. Down at the rail, Kahala, boss making boss moves. The half went in 47 1/5 seconds, and Colloquy continues at the back, some 8 or 9 lengths off the front-running Gun Maestro. Gun Maestro comes to the 3/8 pole, just in front, getting pressure now. Boss making boss moves, coming after Take the Charge, who just went to the front. Take the Charge, boss making boss moves, moves into second. Gun Maestro has dropped right out of it. Kahala and Colloquy has come from well off the pace and trying to do the seemingly impossible. Colloquy on the far outside is closing strongly at the top of the stretch, and here he is. Colloquy, a remarkable effort after that start. Pulls away, in fact, to lead by 3. Boss making boss moves in second. Past the 16th pole, Colloquy, boss making boss moves, going to try to get him. It's going to get very close. Colloquy, boss making boss moves. Boss making boss moves. Runs down Colloquy, who lost a heartbreaker. Kahala was third.
About as thrilling a $25,000 claimer you're ever going to see. Boss making boss moves. Collared in the stretch by Colloquy. Re-engaged, runs him down late. Going back to the start of the race, what happened as soon as the gate popped open?
What's happened before with Colloquy a bit. He had trouble getting out of the gate and he got left. Now, to be fair, well, obviously, had he not jumped the start, he would have won the race. Okay. But they were going so fast early. As I said to you, 23:04, they just went faster than they went in the Whitney.
What happened is my pocket hurt.
Yeah, Angie just filed for divorce.
Drinks on the house.
I want to say
Drinks
something.
on Rush.
You said to me in the turn, you weren't wrong. You said, I think Flavien might be moving a little too soon. I think Irad moved a little too soon.
I'll take an Aperol Spritz just because it's warm outside. Maybe a cold beer. I don't.
How did I get baited into going from buying Andy a drink to the whole entire Saratoga community? Bars are open on me.
Life comes at
Raj
you
is
pretty
buying.
fast in Saratoga. And this chase for a riding title, Arad Ortiz looks like he's going on to victory. Colloquy, Flavien Pratt has other ideas with boss making boss moves.
And Irad looked over and said, oh, this Flavien too is going by me. I mean, this guy just won't go away. And it's hard to knock Irad. The race seemed to be falling apart. And I think when you have a fast pace like that, it's very hard for riders to time their moves because a lot of it's just the field sort of coming together, right?
He had so much to do. I mean, he was hopelessly last, in the early part of the race.
It's very important to know when you're behind that far and the horse isn't really taking you and you finally get him running because you're trying to motivate him and he starts running, sometimes it's earlier than you want to, but you're in a darn if you do, darn if you don't situation because you finally got him going. Now you're going to stop him and hope he restarts again, and I think that's what baited Irad into moving too early. It's just tough to judge when you're that far off. And I think if he would have had it back again, he would have probably just been a little bit more patient to get him going.
Those photos between Flavien and Irad to win are huge, right? Because not like Irad was going to go up 2, and now he's tied.
It's a 2-win swing, just like the DQ a couple of days ago.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's fun.
Absolutely.
And these guys are friends, and it's fun. And I'm sure Irad's dying to win. I'm sure Flavien's dying to win. But Raj, you're in the room. Isn't it still fun?
Oh, yeah. The camaraderie between us is really a brotherhood, a fraternity. I know they compete against each other, but you have to be able to go back because we spend so much time together. We go back into the same locker room, unlike other sports where, so there is good relationships there.
The camaraderie on the set, not a brotherhood. Not like a fraternity. Carl Spackler, Kelso winner earlier at the meet. Who did that? Got the Fourstar Dave going for him, so that's nice. Carl Spackler, Fourstar Dave bound next Saturday.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection, and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Pretty exciting $25,000 claimer. Gerardo Ortiz, a look over his shoulder. There he is again. There's that guy, Flavien Pratt, boss making boss moves, resurgent. Runs him down late.
I think that may have been the most fun I've had in the set my entire life.
Yeah, my expense. It's always fun when it's at
Bar's not very high.
Raj, you jumped into that pool willingly.
I'm not having fun until I get my drink.
Raj, it's going to be a long night, my friend.
I might have to hide tonight.
That ain't
Go
happening.
missing.
Your wallet anyways. Boss making boss moves with a 4th lifetime victory. Second here at Saratoga. $9. Well done, Andy.
Thanks. A popular scene there in the winner's circle. As Raj pointed out, I should have just made my bankroll bet on this horse to win. I would have gotten more money. But what happened, the reason, for people that are wondering, why did that happen to double? It happened because so much money. And let me just also mention, race number 3 was named for Nancy Kelly, who passed away way too early, somebody who was very important to horse racing and a lot of people about racing. So I should want to mention that race was named in her honor, and that's why there was a big crowd in the winner's circle, and a very, very popular person around the New York Racing Association as well as horse racing. So while we're kidding around in the set, let's share a little love for somebody who mattered.
Had a chance to get to know John Atfield as well, part of the Morley team, and part of that victory. And another example where we watched Grade 1 racing yesterday in the test, in the Whitney. You don't have to be that talented. You don't have to be a Grade 1 type for thoroughbred to have class. These were just $25,000 claimers, both top 2 finishers displaying class.
No, I agree. It was a really crazy battle. Obviously, I'm happy it came out in my favor, but, you know, Colloquy blows the break, and yeah, fast pace or not, ran that tremendous race, and Boss Making Boss Moves, he was not intimidated. The other horse took the lead, and he kept fighting the whole way down the stretch.
Trained by Tom Morley, standing by with Acacia.
That's right, Lafitte, as Boss Making Boss Moves gets the job done. Tom passed and then came back. What a game performance today.
Yeah, and look, the horse he passed to get up, we used to train, so I knew that he'd won here going 2 turns, and when he made that big move and got past us, I thought we were probably running for second, but he just got leg weary, having run all the way into the race Colloquy. So look, they're 2 very hard knocking older horses. They love it up here, both of them. They love the 2 turns, but thrilled to get the win.
And you have to love horses like that, too. And Boss Making Boss Moves is one of those, kind of the lunch pail horses of the race course. And he just went out and did his thing today.
Yeah, we were compromised by a really slow pace last time. So I was a little concerned today with the scratches, but it was a good, honest tempo all the way around there. I thought Flavien gave him a fantastic ride.
Absolutely did. And by the way, apparently Rajiv is buying everybody drinks now that your horse won. So you have a drink order?
I'll take a Tito's.
Okay, perfect. And I'll take a rosé. Rajiv, we'll catch you later.
Anyone else?
I'll take the cash instead.
I hope my wife isn't watching right now.
Don't worry, she would never watch
God.
you. She has enough of you when you're home.
No, because you're on. I expect her to be watching.
You make a great point.
Yeah.
And not just losing like that. When he was wiping his brow, and oh man, that was close.
He was hoping Tom got second.
Yeah.
That was first or second, don't forget.
Yeah.
So he was hoping that Amos at least got second from.
I was riding the 2, come on, for a second, and all of a sudden, Boss Making Boss Moves. I'll say this. I've never had this much fun losing so much.
We don't know how much just yet.
My most
And we'll
enjoyable
revisit-
law. Yeah, I can't even put a number on it yet because I think it's going to be racking up.
You did just provide us with a number, though. The margin of victory next in the Birdstone?
22 1/4 lengths, the official margin of victory. That's
unreal. We didn't have that just yet. We knew we blew him out, but yeah, 22 plus.
So that puts him over 80 lengths in the last 5
He's,
races?
Close to 80.
Yeah. Wow. I think, yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, over.
Yeah.
It's close to 60 going in. Another blowout in the Birdstone. And more live racing coming your way in this 4th race. $40,000 maiden claimer. Field updated odds competitive. Mile and a 16th in her turf course. Who graduates here, Andy?
Well, the favor is Kick a Buck and is the horse to beat for Chad Brown, but he's not that appealing, and I think there's some interesting horses in here. I picked the 2, Il Siciliano. I thought's got some trips. I think that the number 9, Tom Morley again off the claim with a big pedigree's a little dangerous. John the Baptist's a little dangerous dropping down here. I think there's a lot of things going on, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, Kick a Buck's one of those horses where, when Chad drops them, they always take a lot of money like this, and they win a lot of times as well. I think it's not a try to beat that horse. I just think the 3 Sugarhook, and I agree with you on the 2 as well, are viable options as alternatives to the short price horse.
3 should be the speed, right?
Sugarhook.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the 4th race here at Saratoga. Still have the Aderondack ahead, and Week 5 highlights the stakes racing coming up this weekend with the FanDuel Fourstar Dave. The Saratoga Derby was supposed to take place yesterday, rescheduled. Same for the Troy Saratoga Special 2-year-olds and the Galway. Exciting Week 5. The highlights going into the 5th week in the stakes activity from Saratoga. And for Carl Spackler, we saw with the Kelso earlier in the meet out to provide Chad Brown with that elusive first ever 4-star Dave victory.
I think I'm not sure what's funnier, the fact that yesterday was Bill Mott's first Whitney or that Chad hasn't won the 4-star Dave.
It's amazing considering his dominance in turf racing. He hasn't won it. But I'll tell you one sort of interesting reason I think that he's struggled in this race. Every year, the 4-star Dave has been run when we first take the rails down on the inner turf course, where they go down to 0. It's fresh ground, and you've been around, you've been ridden on it. That will always heavily favor horses that are saving ground, often speed horses. Most of Chad Brown's runners aren't speed horses. I know he's had some, but a lot of them are closers. And he's had a lot of horses that have been compromised over the years by trying to close outside that course. That's not going to happen this year. They're not going to do that. They took it down a week earlier, removing the rails a lot more and moving them around. That might work in his favor, but he finally has a horse that could be forwardly placed.
Plus, in a couple of the years, he didn't have Casa Creed in his barn. That horse is...
That hurt too. He's had some short prices in here, though, for sure, to not get it done. So there were years it looked like he had to win it.
All those Diana wins and still looking for that first 4-star Dave. Carl Spackler, what do you make of Ottoman Fleet? How good he is? What are you expecting from him in the 4-star Dave?
Look, I mean, he was good. He was good at Churchill. I mean, I think he's a talented horse. And obviously, when you see those silks on top of a horse's back, it has a little bit of an extra weight. But Carl Spackler's good, and he's going to have to run if he wants to beat Carl.
Yeah, I think Carl Spackler's better than this horse, and I'll tell you, everybody in this race is going to see those silks and go, whew, because he's not master of the seas. So if it's somebody else for Godolphin and not master of the seas, they'll take their chances.
I mean, it's a high-quality horse, but he also got away with a 25 and change second quarter in that race. He was able to get to the lead and then walk the dog, and that was a big advantage. With a horse like Carl Spackler, who has some tactical speed, like you alluded to, he can be right on top of this horse and make him have to earn it.
What a weekend of brass stakes racing from the 4-star Dave to the 2 races now rescheduled. The Troy and Cogburn, one of the fastest horses on the planet, and the Saratoga Derby with this trip to the Cox Plate on the line, $5 million purse in Melbourne, over 10,000 miles away, but well worth it for the connections when you're talking about a race that kind of prestige and that kind of purse.
And before somebody goes, oh, big deal, nobody's going to win the Saratoga Derby and win the Cox Plate. Well, it happened about 3 years ago, so it's happened before when State of Rest was able to do it, and then when the Prince of Wales. So do not discount the possibility of it happening.
You know what's funny about Saratoga, man? The years I've been riding there, it's always been the premier meet in America, in the summertime, and now it's become a global meet. It's so much implications on a global scale that we have in these Cox Plate when you're in, and the other race in Australia. I mean, and jockeys like Frankie Dettori and William Buick and Godolphins coming over. It's really become a global race meet.
What do you think are some of the challenges as far as horses that were supposed to race yesterday and now they have to wait another week?
Well, I think there's some talk the Coolmore horse may not be able to run. It's a quarantine thing. I'm not
Diego
sure or clear on it. I don't know that that's a fact. Well, I don't know. I mean, Rajiv was just saying that he thinks Grand Motion may come back with the horse who won the Belmont Derby, so he can run in there. How about Kajina? He had, I think, had a bit of a cough or something. Maybe it was something minor, and I don't know this, but maybe he's able to run. So I don't know. I don't think the extra week's going to hurt them. It gives them more time.
Yeah, and the other thing too is because these horses weren't going to run on Lasix, there's no issue with having to have the Lasix situation. They'll be fine. I'm sure the trainers probably had to do some audibles with works and stuff. Probably try to get something in today or
tomorrow.
Or tomorrow, and then should be all systems go.
Yeah, well, with Trickery, who won the Belmont Derby, you would think that the next logical step would have been the Saratoga Derby, and I was surprised I didn't see him in the entries. So I asked Graham, why was it? And he said, well, the 4 weeks, he felt like that was tight. He wanted an extra week or so. So this might make him consider coming back. It's not a definite, but at least it puts it back on the table for him.
Looking forward to the Week 5 highlights. And that Grade 1 Fourstar Dave will have it all for you right here on Fox, Fox Sports 1, and Fox Sports 2. Our Sunday coverage continues. The 4th race, horses in the paddock. There is the current favorite. Pick a buck at 2-1. $40,000 maiden claimers. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. We check in with Acacia.
We'll start there with your favorite, Kick a Buck. Now, he does have a big pedigree on the bottom side. His half two graded stakes winner, Fort Washington, and Buy More Than Ready, and just hasn't really necessarily panned out on the track. So he is taking a drop in class for the first time, which might just be the key for him. Always, and every time that I've seen him, my complaint with this horse is that he's just a little bit small, underwhelming, just doesn't really kind of grab your attention, doesn't have that dominant presence in the paddock or in any of the preliminaries. And when I talk about a dominant presence, horses are herd animals at their core. And so you have ones that are kind of the alpha, that have that presence, that are able to kind of assert themselves, and one that are just a little bit content to kind of go with the pack. And so Kick a Buck is kind of a little bit more of an unassuming type. But again, drop in class, it's definitely a different type of competition that he's facing today. He's incredibly fit. He's very well muscled. He certainly it looks good for him, and maybe this drop in class will help him to take a step forward and maybe not be so far back either. Now, the number 3 Sugar Hook for Tom Amos, first time for a maiden claiming tag on the turf, ran in an off the turf race last time out. I do appreciate that he has some tactical speed, and he is on the muscle, marching around the paddock here. And I like to see that type of forward energy for a horse that has some speed. Tom's horses are always so well turned out, but definitely just looking at him, I can tell he would not like a dirt track last time. He has a very flat type of hoof on him, one that typically really lends itself much more to a turf race, and I think he's just back on his preferred surface in here. And again, first time facing this level of competition on the grass. Now, the number 2, Il Siciliano, is a little bit intriguing. He did run for a maiden claiming race on the turf once before. That was back in South Florida in April, and he ran well that day. He just didn't break very well, and that's my concern with him. He typically comes from very far off of it. They saddled him outside. He was a little bit fresh to get the tack on, but not doing anything too bad. And Antonio Sano usually brings a handful of horses up here, and oftentimes will be spotted well, and this horse looks like he is just that, another one. I know that he ran on synthetic last time out, looks much more like a turf horse, and he looks great. He stacks up favorably with his competition in here. Now that they've gotten the tack on him, he's really settled very well, pretty laid back as he's just walking around the saddling area here. So we'll see if he too can find his proper level of competition. Liffy?
See if he can graduate in his 6th career start. Acacia, Il Siciliano, 5-1 contender. Chad Brown has a contender. Kick a Buck. In the midst of a big weekend and a big meet, Chad Brown, his daughter in the winner's circle. Yesterday, the victory in the Grade 1 test, Ways and Means. Next Saturday, can he earn that elusive first Fourstar Day with Carl Spackler? You're watching Saratoga Live.
de Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after two of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the two stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
Should just get it. You know what I mean? That's not fair.
Right next to our set, Big Red Spring. And Raj, that doesn't count. Like everybody here at Saratoga, that doesn't count. That doesn't count for the drinks you owe.
Romero put
No,
it in.
no.
That's not going to cover it.
You really? I was thinking that's what everyone
Big Red Spring
from the
everywhere.
spring.
Yeah.
Could see the wheels turn out.
I'll bring the cups.
No, they got them. They got freebies there.
What was your cousin just shouting at you?
He said, "Oh, handsome, my handsome cousin. Oh, I want to look like you when I grow up."
Broke handsome cousin. Called to post race 4. Il Siciliano Javier Castellano. Late scratch, by the way. Mano y Mano is out.
Yeah, no, I agree with Andy's point here. I think this horse has a couple of trips and definitely is in the mix here at 9-2.
Speedy Sugar Hook.
Well, we're rooting for our friend Tom Ace to get back on track. And you know Tom, he has a horse that can be in front. He's not telling the jockey to take back.
Send him. Flicker, class drop.
Snow early speed, which is a little bit of a concern to me in this spot.
And Bad Boy Butch, first-time starter, 5-1.
Unless there's a lot of people named Butch, this horse taking a lot of money. Now, it is IRAD money, but a first-time starter without a lot of pedigree.
Counterattack, turf debut.
Yeah, I just don't really see the turf here. I mean, Steve didn't think this horse needed to be on the turf.
Ghost Prince, Eric Cancel, fourth different rider in as many races.
There's just nothing to recommend about any of the races this horse has run.
Manny Franco in those Peter Brandt colors, kick a buck.
I've got nothing negative to say. I just have said it before. If I'm going to take a Chad Brown favorite, I have to feel warm and fuzzy about it.
Vincita, Tom Morley looking to go back-to-back.
I think this is a dangerous long shot as I have to 4 turf winners from 5 to try it, and I think a very shrewd move by Tom claiming this horse and putting him on the turf, though Kenny McPeak tried and got rained off.
Volta Plata, Luis Saez looking for a second win this afternoon.
Yeah, too many opportunities for maiden 40 with no real success for me.
John the Baptist, only 7-1.
Best closer in a race where the pace held together in the pouring rain last time, drops further. I think he's a player.
Take back and get over. Handsome Cousin, Mighty Glory.
Yeah, he's going to have to work something out from way out there with this horse that looks to be overmatched and is posted poorly.
$40,000 maiden claimers. Graduation day for one of these. Post time 5 minutes and a heads up. Get into the game with Naira Bet's YouTube. Tune into race previews, full card analysis, and betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet with confidence at youtube.com/Naira Bets. Circling back to the favorite, Kick a Buck, trained by Chad Brown. We touched on the jockey standings, how tight it is there. Chad Brown creating that separation between himself and the rest of the pack, seeking that 7th Saratoga training title.
But I know Chad Brown, and he thinks it's far from over. He's still counting the wins in the way that people can beat him, and it's a long way to go. And Mike Maker has a pretty healthy stable, and he's been having a tremendous meet. Now, I don't think anyone's suggesting they are likely to pass Chad, but it's nice to see the 5 trainers sort of within hailing distance at least.
Yeah, I just worry over time that you know, Chad's just, you know, going to win 1 or 2 a day. And it just becomes a little, wears down those other barns because of the numbers he has and the success he has.
And with Kick a Buck, there he is, circling back to his debut at Gulfstream Park, and the trouble encountered, eventually a second-place finish, but not the cleanest of trips.
Yeah, I actually didn't love this performance. I mean, listen, versus this field, it's probably good enough to win, and he's absolutely the horse to beat. But I thought it was kind of a blah race and haven't liked him in subsequent races, and Chad is sort of agreeing at this point, dropping him down into a maiden claimer. And the other thing is, I think a lot of people are going to say, well, Chad Brown, he dropped to a maiden claiming race, Saratoga, helps him win the meet, etc. His numbers from maiden special weight to maiden claimers in turf routes are not good. He's 18% overall. Now, he had a winner the other day. He had 2 in, and one of them won. Of course, you liked Raj. But overall, his numbers are not great with that, and he hasn't had particularly great success in Saratoga as well. So he drops them to win, but they're not doing it as much as, and it just sort of says he's dropping them because they're not that good.
Providing opportunity elsewhere, perhaps. For example, to his outside, Vincita, Acacia, an outsider at 16-1.
A big price on this horse, and as Andy touched on in the post parade, I think very intriguing getting on the grass. There is plenty of pedigree to suggest that he should move up forward on the turf as well. He's half to Quebec, who was a multiple stakes winner and won 7 times on the grass. And in fact, there were 4 siblings to win on the turf. And the blinkers do go on as well, just a shortcut cheater blinker in the first start for Tom Morley. But previous connections, obviously trying a couple times to get him on the grass, and he looks like a horse that should handle it and should like the turf. I think very interesting with the surface switch in here. The number 5, Bad Boy Butch, a first-time starter who, as you guys, is taking some attention. I'm sure the presence of Irad Ortiz, part of that as well. Looking at the DRF Clocker report, just a little non-committal, seemed to say it went fine over the turf, but this horse is massive. You can even see him next to the lead pony. There's just so much of him. So looking at him, horses like that are just so big and a little bit kind of rough in their build. Sometimes it's a little bit tough for them to get their feet underneath of them, to collect and to accelerate as well. He does debut wearing a pretty significant blinker cup first time out. I'm certainly fine with him on the turf, but just watch him at the start in particular to make sure that he kind of gets into the race early as a first-time starter as well. And just given his size, they take up the entire starting gate and sometimes have a little bit of trouble getting out of there, Lafitte.
With Irad Ortiz aboard, Acacia, Bad Boy Butch. Can we reveal the handicapper selections one more time? Is that a typo? Raj, is that
not a typo.
Accurate?
This is my bomb for today. Number 7.
I should hope so.
I would like to hear your reasoning for liking this.
So this is my reasoning. The first time he ran on the turf, he ran sprinting. He had a slow start. He did no running. The second time he ran on the turf, he stretched out. He had a terrible trip from the 10 hole. He got stuck wide. He got blocked. He got bumped. He should have won that day. He got beat 3 lengths. Switches trainers. The first time they tried to run him on the grass, it comes off. He's 45 length beat. Gets back on the turf today. Gets the route today. This is what he wants to do. He's going to run big in this race.
I'm going to tell Steve Asmussen that you think a trainer change from him to Anthony Quartarolo is a good trainer change next time I see him. If I were you, I'd get prepared to buy him a number of drinks to cool him down, and you might just dump them on his head.
It's not necessarily about the trainer change. It's that the first time this trainer got to run the horse, he didn't get to run him on the grass.
There's a problem. If he won his second start, if he had won that race, and somehow they said because he's so slow, we'll let him run another maiden claiming race, he still would be 25 to 1 or 30 to 1 in this race. And it's debatable whether or not he would have won. Jonathan, you want to join in?
I just thought the race was slow. I mean, I understand look, I think it's reckless for us to degrade the attempt at creativity, right? Yeah.
It's all about creativity because
it's 37. Now, if the horse was 6 to 1, I would call you crazy. But I do think that the race in which you're referencing that he ran well, he ran slow, and that's the problem I have.
Right.
I mean, I'm sold.
On a figure standpoint.
He just went from 46 to 1 to 34 to 1. I really hope it has nothing to do with anything Raj said, because if so, I'm leaving the set before things start getting
So here's the thing, and to touch on the point that you made, JK, I was looking to find a top pick, and ultimately I'm like, the most likely winner is the number 8, Kick-a-Buck, because that's a logical drop. But he did no running, really. He had perfect trips in those races. They were tougher races. They're good numbers, but he's just not that flashy for me. And I don't want to take a short price on him. And I'm looking for the best alternative that I think could pose a shot to win at a big price.
But Acacia, does he look like a 30 to 1 shot that's about to win?
Well, we'll find out. But one thing I will say, this is definitely a turf horse. So he's back on his preferred surface, and maybe we can get a little extra side wager going if this horse runs well at a huge price.
Double or nothing?
If he wins, I can afford to pay for the drinks.
I'm doing nothing. This guy's picking crazy long shots. I wish him the best of luck. He's offering. I mean, the whole boss making about it was completely organic from Raj. I didn't say anything.
There's 11 horses in here. I would call it a victory, Raj, if this horse runs in the top 5.
Okay.
I will give you credit if he runs in the top 5.
Problem is you don't get paid for that.
I'm going to give Andy another free bet. Andy, if he wins, you can order from the top shelf. You can order from the top shelf if he wins.
There's a reaching the top shelf joke in there somewhere. Just can't put my finger on it. I've never rooted for a 29 to 1 shot so hard in my life. Goes Prince, filing into the gate. 8 to 5 favorite. Kick-a-Buck for Chad Brown. Post time, here's Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Lafitte. We have a few more left to load. John the Baptist coming up. Counter Attack will be next. And the last one to load is Mighty Glory.
One out!
One back. Mighty Glory coming up. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Sugarhook is very quick away from there. So is Counter Attack, who sprints up. John the Baptist has good speed too. The pace, we'll be honest, in the early going. They're followed by Mighty Glory. Bold de Plata is racing in between horses. And Vincita is racing in mid-pack. On the inside, Il Siciliano is having to check very hard. All kinds of trouble for Il Siciliano. Manny Franco took a peek back on Kick-a-Buck, who's in front of that rival, some 8 lengths off the loose leader. Around the first turn, and it is Counter Attack opening up almost 10 lengths. John the Baptist is racing in second. They're followed by Sugarhook, who is now relegated to third, racing right stride for stride with Mighty Glory. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. Another 2 lengths back. Kick-a-Buck inside Bold de Plata. They've been together throughout. Il Siciliano is just behind that group, along with Vincita. It's a gap of 5 to the final flight of Bad Boy Butch, who was off a step slowly. The 2 trailers, Ghost Prince and Flicker, at the back of a strung-out field. 48 and 4 for the half mile. The lead dwindling for Counter Attack. It's down to 2. John the Baptist is racing in second. Another 2 lengths back. Sugarhook is still in the race, third. Behind them comes Kick-a-Buck trying to swing into action. Bold de Plata in front of him. They're in the final furlong. And here's John the Baptist. A clear shot for Kick-a-Buck, though, who's starting to storm home down the center of the course. And Kick-a-Buck cut loose at the 16th pole and will overwhelm the field. It will be Kick-a-Buck opening up. The margin increasing 4 when the smoke cleared. John the Baptist won the photo for second. Then it was Sugarhook, and Il Siciliano, who had a rough trip early on, was in that photo too.
Much the best. Peter Brandt's Kick-a-Buck, and Manny Franco graduates in his 4th career start for trainer Chad Brown.
I think Andy made a point in the post parade or before the race when he said that there's the assumption that Chad drops these horses to win races to try to win the meet. If you look at all of these races like that, I think it's a mistake, because I think what happens is he drops them because they're for sale, because they're not as good as they thought they were.
But good enough to handle this field. Kick-a-Buck saying goodbye to our viewers on SNY. For those of you keeping record at home, Ghost Prince beat 1 horse. Results when we come back for the rest of our audience as Saratoga Live continues. Kick-a-Buck in the 4th.
At his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kayla, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's Shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden 5th.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Welcome back. You just watched Kick-a-Buck break through. In the 4th race, as always, coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Gentlemen, what happened at the start as this field sorted itself out going into the first turn?
Watch the winner, the 8. Watch the number 2, who's down the rail with Javier Castellano, see what happened. And I'm going to say something else. 2 sort of steadying him back a little bit right now, and let's see what happens.
Most of the trouble happened at the elbow of
Why
the
is
turn.
it taking so long to be official? And if it's taking a long time to be official because they're looking at this first turn, why are they not posting the inquiry sign when official? It's hard to tell. I don't know if Manny cut this horse off or not. It's very hard to tell, but at least I'd like to see the films.
You could see Javier Castellano had to take up Il Siciliano, and Franco looking over his right shoulder. I'm sure Castellano hollered.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, the jockeys are communicating because Javier is in a tight spot going into the turn and felt like he probably needs to get into a safer position. And Manny's, you know, there's not much they can do because there's 5 horses trying to occupy a small proximity. And someone had to take the blunt of it, and it was the number 2 that got squeezed back.
It's always wild watching them jockey for position, especially there on the inner turf course in the good-sized field.
Yeah, it's tight turns. So getting in there, especially when they're all kind of bunched together like that. So luckily everyone was no issues. Everyone was safe. So we can be happy for that.
Manny Franco, another MVP for him. Jockey trainer, charity basketball game. I wanted to know how many he scored. I thought he'd have like a triple-double, and they said we weren't keeping no stats. He has the MVP, but no stats. What do you mean no stats? Having a solid summer at Saratoga. Franco teaming up with Chad Brown. Pick a buck, 8-5 over John the Baptist and Sugar Hook, 8-11-3. Still have the Aderondack 2-year-old fillies coming up a little bit later on. Key prep moving towards the spin-away. We don't often see horses run in all of the 2-year-old filly stakes races. Aderondack following the Schuylerville, but the Queen's MG, she is back after that opening day shock at 44-1.
She is the horse to beat. And we were talking before, Raj. She didn't get lucky to win that race. She's not a 44-1 shot that got lucky. She was more like she was 4-5.
Yeah, I mean, she was involved in that hot pace dueling. And the horses that ran inside of her that she was chasing, they both stopped. And you would think that she would have been softened up. She actually maintained her speed and held off the closers.
Is it possible we saw the spin-away winner in the first race today? I mean, that horse looked pretty good.
Pretty good.
I will see speed figures up, but that horse looked like a spin-away contender, I'll tell you that.
Are we going to see more of the Queen's MG that we saw in the Schuylerville? Or, because again, the handicappers have been trying to figure out has been a challenge.
She ran extremely well, and we all know that, and we agree about that. The problem is that these 2-year-olds can improve. So some of the ones that are also in here could take other steps forward, like a horse like the 4 Dare to Breeze, who won for Mark Casse first time out. I thought that horse ran well, got a fast number, could jump up and continue to improve. So that's what makes these 2-year-old races so much fun.
Yeah, I like the 2 Italian Soiree, who will have to get faster, but she didn't break that sharply last time. I liked her first race.
And much more coming up on the Adirondack a little bit later on this afternoon. Acacia is with Manny Franco in the winner's circle.
I feel like it's every Sunday. We always see Manny in the winner's circle. We're going to name it Manny's Saratoga Sunday. Wrapping up the week in style.
Yeah, I'm grateful to be this position, winning races for all the trainers here in Saratoga. I just happy to be, like I say, in this position.
Obviously, we'll workshop that name, but as far as Kick-a-Buck is concerned, dropping in class for the first time, and you were just loaded with horses at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, my main team was break chart and get position because I don't see on paper a lot of speed, but they went, so I was good because I wasn't too far, and every time he was traveling in hands like a winner, so I just was waiting for the right time to move. And in the 5-16 pole, I feel like I can go outside, so that's what I did, and he just blew.
Finding the right level of competition has to be such a great feeling, too, when you pull away from the field.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the best feeling in this game. When you ask a horse and he's there for you, nothing compared with that.
And quick question, another MVP award over at the Jockey's Horseman basketball game. How do you do it all?
I don't know. I think back home I used to play, so I think I remember this time. So I put it in the core and have fun, and I don't know, make points every time I go there.
How many points did you score?
18.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Well done, Manny. Congratulations.
Thank you, Acacia.
Very humble, as you can see, Lafitte, but that muscle memory coming in play.
I'm glad somebody was keeping track. 18 points, Manny Franco, MVP. Slick fielding shortstop growing up. Wanted to be the next Derek Jeter. Instead, winning races at Saratoga. Manny Franco. Another victory here for trainer Chad Brown. High fives all around. In race number 4, we turn the page, race 5. Another turf sprint here, $35,000 allowance optional claimer. Updated odds with Hurricane Debbie, number 11 at 2-1. Number 2, you should be dancing with jockey Flavien Pratt in the saddle. By now, we're accustomed to seeing it. Flavien Pratt winning races here at Saratoga, winning big races at Saratoga. 8 stakes thus far. But that kind of success wasn't guaranteed when he decided to make the move from California to New York. But now we know, wherever he goes, Flavien Pratt, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
French jockey Flavien Pratt has experienced success everywhere he's gone.
He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Pratt. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colonies of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Pratt.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Pratt's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Rougier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Pratt.
By 2019, Pratt had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
Crossed the line first yesterday, ways and means in the Grade 1 test. Rajiv, how hard is it breaking into a colony like this? Like, how hard was it for you? You did very well here at Saratoga in New York. How hard is it at first?
Well, my first time coming to New York, I was an apprentice. I rode 100 races before I won one, and I really got pushed out because I didn't fit in. I ended up having to relocate to New Jersey and build my way back here. But for Flavien, it has been wonderful transition for him because he already showed that he deserved to be a part of this colony. The success he's had in California, he already made a name for himself, and it was a natural transition to come to the top level. If he wants to be a great jockey, if he wants to be one of the greatest of all times, he's doing the right thing by proving himself against the best of the best.
And it helps to have Chad Brown in your corner as well, and I think he's a terrific rider.
Would you say he's exceeded expectations? As good as we knew he was coming out here, but would you say he's been even more successful than you thought he would be?
I mean, I guess, since he's vying for the title with Irad Ortiz, but I don't think anybody's surprised. I don't think a single person is surprised that saw him ride in California and saw him when he rode here. I think we all knew that he had the ability, if he got the mounts, to be his top rider in New York.
It didn't work out for him yesterday in the Whitney with National Treasure. Everything came together for Arthur's ride in his stakes debut. Now a Grade 1 winner, and for Bill Mott, his first ever win in the Whitney. Lots to smile about. Junior Alvarado, he got dumped shortly after the wire, was able to hold on, and for Arthur's ride, just stunning Grade 1 Whitney winner. We'll be right back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Live look, Saratoga Racecourse. Welcome back. Saratoga Live, 13 minutes out, race 5. Time now to unveil the Miller highlight of the week. To the start of the Whitney All Eyes on Post 3. National Treasure not as quick as expected, leaving the gate. Arthur's Ride on the outside. Raj takes full advantage. Pedal to the metal, Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, and I think Flavien, he felt it right away because he came out hustling and he realized that, look, I couldn't stay up with these horses early. And Arthur's Ride, I thought it was great strategy by Junior Alvarado. They made up their mind that they don't want to get caught up outside. They had to use him to go over.
And then what happened?
And then he spooks. What a... You know how hard that is to do with a horse at galloping pace. Junior made it look easy, but to be able to run with the horse and hold on to him with those boots on in that heavy
lands
mud.
On his feet, keeps his balance, holds on, and runs side by side of the Whitney winner. I was more impressed with that than I was Arthur's Ride.
Biggest biceps in the jockey.
Curls,
I
baby.
Guarantee it.
Curls.
And I tell you what, if I'm riding a horse that passes the wire first in the Whitney, as impressive as that, the last thing I wanted to do is get loose. I want to be able to bubble wrap him all the way to the Breeders' Cup Classic. I won the Whitney on Tisway, and I thought that I was going to win the Classic that year. He won the Met Mile, won the Whitney, and then he ended up retiring after that race. So, you know, I think for jockeys, it's keeping that horse in bubble wrap, and that's why Junior held on as tight as he could.
Very clear the effort didn't take that much out of Arthur's Ride.
No, he was really terrific. Bill Mott said after the race he's still considering the Jockey Club Gold Cup. No, I think it can change, but it'd be great to see him back. And, you know, as a horse that started out early in his career that looked like he could be a Triple Crown Stripe horse, obviously had some injuries that kept him out, came back with a huge effort down at Gulfstream Park this winter, projecting him as a player in the division, and then things went wrong in the slop at Churchill Downs. Obviously, with the benefit of a racetrack, ran a huge race on Belmont Stakes weekend, and that's when they said, well, we got to take a shot in the Whitney, and man, it worked out.
It's rare. You just don't see horses in a stakes debut win a race like the Whitney, a Grade 1 event.
No, it's not just a Grade 1 to me. I think there's a couple of races in this country that are like Grade 1 pluses, and the Whitney is one of those. I think it's to compare it to another Grade 1 that we see some other place. It's not that great. I think is a mistake. The Whitney, the Met Mile, those are grade 1 pluses to me, and I thought he ran outstanding.
And I think it's weighted like that when it comes to championship implications, because when horses win the Whitney and horses win the Met Mile, they become top of the division, heavily weighted. And as their career progresses as stallions, it does mean a lot for them in those races.
And I like it when the winner of a race like the Whitney of that caliber was the best horse in the race. And you say afterwards, the best horse won.
Last year, White Barrio from the Whitney to the Breeders' Cup Classic. We will see about Arthur's ride. Sensational and number 11 in yesterday's Whitney. There's Hurricane Debbie, number 11, the current favorite at 5-2 for this 5th race. In the Paddock Report, we check in with Acacia.
See what you did there, Lafitte. A nice segue. As far as Hurricane Debbie is concerned, we'll see what kind of trip she can get from that outside post sprinting on the turf, because she did have a wide trip in her most recent effort at Keeneland. Now, I haven't actually seen her since she was a 2-year-old, but she has definitely developed and come back stronger, as is always the case with Wesley Ward trainees. Very well developed in that hind end, something you love to see, particularly with a sprinter as well. She does have a pretty significant sway back, that kind of dip in her back. Sometimes there'll be maybe a little extra padding when training, but certainly doesn't bother them as far as being able to race, and actually quite comfortable for the rider to get their seat in there. But she's certainly fine. Did have a nice win 2 starts back, but again, with the post, I am a touch concerned about what kind of trip she might be able to get, as the number 6 in our time makes her first start for Safi Joseph Jr. She did have some trouble steadying in the Coronation Cup last time out, but I don't think anybody was beating Twirling Queen that day, who was quite impressive. Now, this won't be just her second time sprinting on the turf. She did run well 2 starts back, using some early speed, going 2 turns on the grass down in Florida, but she's built much more like a sprinter. She's smaller, she's a little bit more compact. She looks great in her coat. I certainly don't have any problems with her. One thing I've noticed, though, was a little bit better last time out, getting out of the gate, but even when she showed speed 2 starts back, she didn't break as well, kind of rushing up. She's very laid back here in the paddock, so I'll watch her in the warm-ups and out on the track. The number 9, Tiffany Gold, making her first start on the NYRA circuit. We don't see many up here for Victor Barbosa Jr., but a trainer that wins at a very high percentage down in Florida. I believe actually swept the stakes features at Gulfstreams yesterday. She comes out of a 3rd place finish in the Blue Sparkler at Monmouth last time out. Ran a very fast race on the turf 2 back. She is sharp. She was pretty hot coming here into the paddock. A little bit surprising as she is coming up from South Florida, though it is quite humid up here in Saratoga, but stacks up favorably with her competition. I think she makes a lot of sense in this spot. And now that they've gotten the tack on her, she's settled a bit, but she was definitely on the muscle when she first walked into the paddock, Lafitte.
We'll keep an eye on her. Tiffany Gold. Acacia's Paddock Report brought to you by McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga. Riders up when we come back. Post parade and the Sunday pick 6. 8 minutes out till the 5th. Aderondack still ahead as our coverage continues. Day 19 of 40 from Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NYRA Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NYRABets.com.
And they're off at the NYRA Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Aderondack setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home, Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornick.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornick to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornick wins the Haskell.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. Saratoga Live. Time for the Pick 6 horses front side call to post. And we start with You Should Be Dancing, pictured, and happy birthday, Flavien Pratt.
Ran well last time down on the inside and then tipped out late. Maybe Flavien will try to do a similar trip here today.
Shaman Princess on the engine. She's quick.
Gets back to her preferred surface. She should be forwardly placed. This is a tough spot for a return, though.
Trying to keep her in line, then Boss of All and Kendrick Carmouche.
Has some speed for Kendrick in a turf sprint. I just don't think fast enough early compared to some of these other ones.
Recent form solid. Golden Dagger out in our time. The favorite at 5-2.
Yeah, deserved favorite. I thought ran well enough in the Coronation Cup last time. Gets a little bit of class relief.
Line right number 7. Couple of tough beats.
Yeah, but they're tough because she hangs. She should have won her last start, to be honest with you, and this is a tougher spot.
Johnny Velasquez aboard. And number 8 at 20-1. Answer the Call. Back to grass.
Yeah, you get Tyler Gaffalione getting back to the grass. That grass race, though, wasn't particularly fast.
Contender Tiffany Gold, third in that aforementioned Blue Sparkler.
Pedal to metal for me with Luis Saez. I picked this horse. I like this horse. I think she's coming out of a race that's much better than the Beyer speed figure may suggest.
Saez seeking a second. Tiffany Gold, then number 10, and Miss Bonnie T, currently 31-1 outsider.
I wonder if Regieve's going to pick this horse, try to make some more of that drink money back.
Triple or nothing. Far outside. Hurricane Debbie. There she is. Frankie Dettori with the assignment of trying to win from the outside post.
Yeah, I like the outside post in these races. The only thing I'll say with the rails down, maybe not as great, but I think she should be fine in here. There's 3 major contenders, the 6, the 9, and the 11. They're the 3. The others have not been running against horses necessarily the quality of these 3.
And it kicks off the Pick 6 in 4 minutes. If you want to get involved, if you haven't signed up, still half the meet left at Saratoga. Get signed up. Do so. Use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. In our time, who is the favorite? At 5-2, there she is. And this was 2 starts back at a Gulfstream. Made the lead in front, turning for home, and will eventually be collared.
But 7.5 furlongs is really a mile. First of all, they have a ridiculously long run-up, so it basically is a mile race. But also, it's not a sprint, and I think she ran better in the turf sprint against much better horses. And I'll tell you one of the most interesting things about this horse, and I kind of think she's the horse to beat. She's a private purchase since her last race. She's going out first time for Saffie Joseph, and her new connection's getting IRAD. The one thing that concerns me, and she's probably unusual for Saffie Joseph's turf runners, Saffie Joseph around 2 for 60, I think, on the turf in Saratoga over the last 5 years.
Which is crazy to me. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think I actually don't like the 11 in here. But I do agree to your point, Andy, you made that the 6 and the 9 to me are the only 2 horses in here. I think the 9, Tiffany Gold, who 2-back ran extremely fast down at Gulfstream Park. The second place horse in that race came back and ran 11 points faster on the Beyer scale. So that last race has to be fast.
Yeah, I think that same thing. You look at the last second place finisher, 70 Beyer in the race and then comes back with 281s. Beyer speed figures. I think she's good. El Toronto, who won this race, it's a very interesting Christophe Clement horse who they shipped to Presque Isle for her debut, where she took 0 money 8-1 and ran like a 90 Beyer on synthetic first time out. She won big at Gulfstream after that. She faltered a little bit, but she's a pretty fast, talented horse, and I think that maybe this horse, Tiffany Gold, just faces some better horses.
I mean, she is facing some better horses, but the reason why I picked In Our Time as my top pick was She ran against Twirling Queen last time, and she had trouble in that race. But Twirling Queen has been on a tear. Such a good filly. I feel like she's the one that's really coming out of the toughest races. But I do agree with you about Tiffany's Gold. That was a tough race as well.
You know, the trouble you allude to is the comment line where she was stay eighth ball. I don't agree with that. I mean, I just don't think she was fast enough to run with those horses. I think she ran well, but she was sort of behind her. At what point was she gaining in there?
Even without that trouble
no,
line,
she
I thought
ran
it was
very, yes, I agree.
Very credible race for this level.
Over to Acacia.
Yeah, I do think that the two fillies coming out of stakes make a lot of sense in here. And just to wrap up thoughts on In Our Time, I had mentioned she was very quiet back in the paddock and a horse that didn't break that well 2 starts back. Now, Irad Ortiz took her away from the pony and she got a lovely warm-up out on the track and really perked up a lot. So all things good for your favorite. Now, I'm not picking or recommending the 3 Shaman Princess, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Joel Rosario and his horsemanship. As you saw her, she was acting really badly when she first stepped out onto the track, and that's kind of typical of her. She can be really revved up. She sometimes is really bad after the warm-up. This time it was coming out on the track, and she was just very hard to handle. Joel Rosario kind of had her going sideways and then finally kicked his feet out of the irons and galloped off with her cowboy style, regained his stirrups, and then kind of gave her a big blowout warm-up. And you could see she's being very tough, and he is doing a great job keeping her as settled as possible. So never underestimate the horsemanship of the talented jockeys in this colony, Lafitte.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer after all. Joel Rosario, Shaman Princess. Inducted on Friday, kind enough to spend some time with us on set. This is going to be tricky because we're saying goodbye to our viewers on Bally SoCal in about 45 seconds. So don't think they're going to see this race in its entirety. It's a 5.5 furlong sprint, but not that quick. Final thoughts as they've reached the gate.
I'll tell them what's going to happen. The 6 of the 9 are going to win. Just check the results.
Yeah, the 6 is, I think is going to sit a beautiful trip right off the speed here, and she should be tough to beat.
Want to give our Bally SoCal viewers your Twitter handle, some sort of contact in case, you know, have some family, friends here at Saratoga that might want to come by the set and pay you a visit.
The zeros are being drained from my bank account.
Kid walked by the set and yelled up to Raj, I hear you owe me a lemonade.
Yeah, true story.
If you weren't following the camera, you better buy that kid that lemonade.
Saying goodbye to our viewers on Bally SoCal. For everyone else, stand right here for the start of the Pick 6 from Saratoga.
Hurricane Debbie going up. And in. And they're off. Very clean start. In Our Time is very quick away from the gate. Opens up a length and a half just like that. Shaman Princess. Tiffany Gold is not far behind in 3rd. They're followed by Boss of All in between horses 4th. Then it's Liner Right, a joint 5th as they move into the far turn. 4 lengths off the pace. On the extreme outside, Hurricane Debbie is trying to get into it. They're followed by You Should Be Dancing inside Answer the Call, and it's 3 lengths back to Miss Bonnie T. The opening quarter clicked off in 22 seconds flat in Our Time, and Tiffany Gold coming to the top of the stretch, 1-2. They're pursued by Boss of All, who's 2 off the pace in 3rd. Shaman Princess hugs the hedge in 4th. They are followed by Hurricane Debbie, who's trying to launch a bid. Coming one from the inside is You Should Be Dancing with a nice rally after In Our Time. In Our Time with a 4-length lead, showing no signs of slowing down. Blowout victory for In Our Time. Scores by 3.5. You Should Be Dancing 2nd. Liner Right rallied into 3rd. Hurricane Debbie 4th.
Sharp performance. Easy victory, now 2 for 4 overall in Our Time. Irad Ortiz strikes for trainer Safi Joseph and padding those stats for turf races at Saratoga.
And once this horse cleared the lead so easily, because she didn't necessarily project to be the speed, you basically knew it was over.
Yeah, a horse like this that you know that can finish, there's no better feeling than when they pop and they make the front like that. And when they turn for home, it's one of my favorite things. You'll see Irad with the shoulder taps here. If you see him doing that, he is going to win. It's his confident move of kind of like trying to look good on horseback.
And you can see his body language when he came off the turn, how motionless he was. And when the jockey's reins are down on the withers long from the back of the ears. That means that they're just in first gear. When you want to pick a horse up to progress and advance, you would take a shorter hold. That's how you kind of speed a horse up. So you can tell his reins were so far away from the back of the horse's head when he came around the turn that he wasn't even asking her for much.
To win that clear in a turf sprint, that much more impressive.
Yeah, no, this was a very impressive horse. This horse was good.
She was entered in the lake, George. She drew the also eligible, was scratched out of there, and now she finds an allowance race.
She's a sprinter, though. She's probably going to be better off in the sprints going forward, but we'll see.
Look like a sprinter today. Another Ortiz Pratt exacta. We've seen a lot of it.
Yeah, that one wasn't close, though, so that one probably doesn't sting as bad.
And these two horses spent all their time down the inside that ran 1-2, and it might be not a bad place to be on the Mellon turf course, at least for now with the rails down.
You'll hear from Winning Connections, 6-2-7-11. Miller Racing in our time. Much the best. Not this time. You see, what a versatile sire. A sire of this filly who does that, sprinting 5.5 on grass, is sire of the star of the show thus far in Next, who parked by 20+ earlier in the feature in the Birdstone.
Yeah, no, it was nice seeing Next, when we'll see what's next with Next. Next.
We should have a ticker next time Next runs so we can count how many times we say Next.
Buy that kid that lemonade and keep quiet.
Yeah. I know, we know what's next for you, Mr.
On that note.
In our time in the 5th year at Saratoga, before we say goodbye, a final thought on the Aderondack today?
I'm going to try to beat the favorite. I think it'll be tough. Queen's MG with Italian Soiree.
Dare to Breeze for me. I'm going to give a little bit of a shot. That daughter of Daredevil.
I hate to say it, but I agree with Andy, and I know you don't like to hear that, but Italian Soiree, Soiree.
Let me just say, I liked Italian Soiree a lot more a little earlier.
Can't even say it
The
anymore.
history, tradition, 2-year-old fillies a little bit later on in the Adirondack. The feature on this Sunday from Saratoga. That'll wrap things up for us. Look forward to seeing you next week. Our coverage does continue. Greg Wolf and the crew standing by. Late pick 5 coming up next from Saratoga. You'll hear from Winning Connections in our time in race 5. Second half of the Sunday card coming your way on Saratoga Live.
Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us on this lovely Sunday afternoon as we do see in our time winning the 5th race here with Irad Ortiz in the saddle, making her first start for trainer Saffie Joseph Jr., a winning one. And Saffie joining me here in the winner's circle. Saffie obviously just took over this filly, but she definitely has some class and showed it today.
Yeah, I mean, she had good form. Mosey Miller, the owner of her, stepped up and bought her, and we haven't had her long, so we can't take too much credit from her. She came to us with affiliated with talent, and we're just grateful to be the beneficiary.
She ran well going 2 turns down in Florida, but it maybe seems like sprinting is what she she prefers. What do you think the game plan might be with her?
I mean, that's the plan. The plan is to try to win her and hope today, and hopefully go to Kentucky Downs and give her a shot there. I think anywhere from maybe up to like 6.5, 7 would be ideal for her.
She definitely showed some class today, but a horse that showed some class earlier this meet is one you have coming up later, the Queen's MG, a big price, but she'll definitely be shorter today in the Aderondack. What have you seen from her leading into today?
Yeah, I mean, the first time we ran in Astoria, she ran very disappointing. She was distanced basically, and it was kind of couldn't really come up with a conclusive reason why she ran so poorly. So we went ahead and treated it like she never ran in that way. Kind of just drew a line through it, and she showed up and ran big the other day. When she won, couldn't say you expected her to win coming out such a bad performance, so it was a surprise in that aspect. But she's a filly that we liked before. I mean, so hopefully today she'll duplicate what we know she's capable of.
It's be very validating when she's able to put it together like she did last time.
Oh, most definitely. She was a private purchase from good owners of ours, the Cornets and Mathis Stable, and then to have a horse run first time and they run disappointing, it's kind of gets everybody down. But you have to keep going forward, and she redeemed herself last time, and we think she's a filly with promise.
Can't wait to see her later today. Thanks for the time, Saffie, and congratulations here.
Thank you very much.
Saffie Joseph Jr. with a big afternoon on tap, but first he had in our time with the win in this 5th race. She returned $5.90 for the victory with Irad Ortiz in the saddle, making her first start for the barn, a winning one. We'll see what potential stakes are in her future. We just heard from Saffie Joseph Jr., a perfect segue into this video to break the Queen's MG, who we saw win that Schuylerville at 44-1. She will be one of the big players in the Adirondack later today. Stay with us for that and more on Saratoga Live.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner who posted 7 triple-digit buyers with $5.6 million in earnings, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road. Multiple black type winners, including Grade 3 winner Mimi Kikuchi and champion 2-year-old Grade 1 Breeders' Cup juvenile winner, Fierceness.
Running away! Fierceness, a powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lanes End Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to the Sunday card from Saratoga Springs, New York, with 2-year-old fillies featured in the Adirondack. Everyone forgot about the Queen's MG in the Schuylerville.
a favorite in a stakes race prior. She was 44-1 when she rebounded on opening day here. It was a celebratory debut for Italian Soiree. The dominant first out winner now faces a much tougher task in start number 2, tackling winners in graded stakes company. And we have a new major player in the Classic division. Arthur's Ride stamped himself as a contender after a dominant performance Saturday. Take a look back and tell you what's next for the Whitney winner. It's all next. And that is next right there. He was dominant earlier today. We'll look back on that performance in the Birdstone. Here on Saratoga Live, it's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, sun shining, gorgeous weather on this Sunday afternoon in horse racing heaven here at Saratoga Racecourse as we get set for the late pick 5 on the card and 2-year-old fillies featured in that Aderondack to come. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Lightly raced 2-year-old fillies coming up in the feature later on, including a filly who was favored in a stakes race here in early June during that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Didn't run all that well. Went off at 44-1 on the opening day feature here in the Schuylerville and shocked everybody with a performance that day to get her picture taken. She is going to be a much shorter price this afternoon for Saffie Joseph Jr. That is the Queen's MG, one of several contenders in that graded stake for 2-year-old fillies. This is a look at the field that will line up in this grade 3 Adirondack, traveling 6.5 furlongs. And the Queen's MG, she ran a very good race that day. Not at all lucky to win that day. She was good. 7-2 as mentioned, morning line. Can she go back-to-back and do it again? We will find out in just a little bit. With me, one of the winningest trainers in the history of horse racing, Tom Amoss, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul Duca, champion jockey, Richard Migliori. Fun to see these youngsters, these 2-year-olds, continue to progress.
Yeah, it is, and a lot changes. You know, with education and with racing, you guys, they can make big jumps in what they do in their previous races. It's all about getting used to being with other horses and learning about competition.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. You saw it in the Queen's MG. A horse can completely flip around the form. We don't really know what happened. Even the trainer, Saffie Joseph, doesn't know what happened in the story. But then what happened in the Schuylerville was he was good, Mig, and he was 3 wide most of the way, or she was, and she dominated this field. And the dynamics were not with her either.
No, I mean, she was the last lady standing on that pace battle. She was just off the leaders outside. Very interesting. This is her 4th start, and every single one of her starts, she has drawn the extreme outside post. And now she gets a very similar, I think, circumstance that she caught in the Schuylerville. She runs that race back. She's going to be a handful. But like you said, Tom, there are some fillies that made one start that could take another big step forward.
We'll see who that is, if it's anyone. Saffie Joseph Jr. hasn't done a lot with her since then. He said, let's just strike where the iron's hot. She's good right now. See if we can keep it going with the Queen's MG as she tries to collect her 2nd graded stake win of this Saratoga meeting. That'll be race 9. That happens at 5:45 Eastern time. Part of a great sequence coming up. We have the late pick 5 starting here in the next race coming up. We're about 18 minutes away from a start here. Let's take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm, and the late pick 5 will start, as mentioned, in a few moments with a maiden race ahead. Here's what we have for you. $115,000 allowance in that 8th as well. And the Adirondack, that feature we have to come. Grade 3, that's race 9. All starts, though, coming up with a New York bred maiden special weight. 6 furlongs, 2-year-old fillies in this spot as well. Everyone trying to get that first win of the career coming up. We'll get to that race in a second. You can play all the action right there with Naira Bets. Get that $250 deposit match. New customer bonus. Punch in that code at sign up. Spot 250. And bet with us all summer long at Saratoga and beyond at NairaBets.com. All right, so we're going to kick off this sequence with this race here. So again, New York bred 2-year-old fillies, sprinting 6 furlongs, and right now the 4, Tom, Twirling Lulu. Rad Ortiz Jr. is always going to attract attention, but this is significant money on this first-time starter.
First-time starter, of which there are many in this race. And when you look at these horses, they haven't developed a resume yet. They haven't been out on the racetrack and run races and developed a running line. You're always looking at the board. Where's the money going? Who's preparing well? And the 4-horse Twirling Lulu obviously is one that must be preparing well. Gets leading rider Rad Ortiz in the irons.
I think it's glaring that work 3 back at Belmont Park, 5 furlongs in a minute out of the gate. You think about going 5 furlongs in a minute, then it roughly equates to 12 seconds to every furlong. Now, maybe she did it a little faster early, a little slower late, but she's got some really strong gate works.
Important, to look at these youngsters too, and we'll get to Maggie Wolfendale in a little bit and see who wins the beauty contest here in the paddock. But when they get out on the track as well, these races tough to start off sequences like this. You never know who's going to step up.
I think that's a great point, Paul. I mean, when you watch these horses and their behavior in the paddock, what you're looking for is a demeanor that's calm but ready. You don't want them too edgy, because they usually carry that behavior over to the track and to the gate. And if you get left at the gate, it's all about how you leave the gate in these kinds of races. We've seen that a number of times already this meet.
Yeah, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I think that's why Wesley Ward has been so successful. He pays so much attention to the gate. And when it ends up happening with these first-time starters, especially 2-year-old fillies, is the professionalism they need to have to break out of the gate, because more times than not, Mig, the first 20 steps out of that gate decides the race.
Well, especially because these horses haven't dealt with kickback that much. Even if they've been schooled in the morning, breezing behind horses, working in behind them, the kickback doesn't come back as hard, and there's not as many horses to contend with. And in the morning, you're working with another rider to, gain an objective. Here, everybody's working against you.
Well, take a look at the 9 there in the back of the screen. This is Saratoga Snow. She'll be debuting as well. Her mother produced another pretty good filly, Caldwell Loves Gold, won the New York Oaks, and won the Seeking the Ante.
So this is her practicing for a sale. This is a 2-year-old training sale, so you get to kind of look under the hood with these horses. You get to see them under tack. The one thing that she does, she gets all across the ground very fast, but she does crossfire, meaning that she's on one lead up front and not the same lead behind. Typically, horses that do that at that young age carry that over to where it bothers them the most, from a standing start out of the gate. Watch the 9 leaving the gate. She could be one of those horses that doesn't leave as well as the rest. That's a big disadvantage.
This is a filly that Mike Deeney owns and trains, and for a lot of people that are not familiar with Mike, he does train a lot of his horses over in Tampa. Very good turf trainer, and now he's at Monmouth. And this is a New York bred, been training in Monmouth, and I would think the way the money's coming, been working okay.
You're taking money, but also by Vacoma, who's getting 32% winners with his first-time starters. What an incredible first-crop sire he is.
So 5-1 on that first-timer outside. And with so little to go on here, it's going to be important to hear from Maggie, obviously, see how these fillies are warming up in the post-parade as well. Obviously, a little less season than the fillies we're going to see in our feature coming up. What was your philosophy? Did you kind of let the horse tell you a little bit in terms of getting a 2-year-old to debut for a race?
Yeah, so I always was a guy that had to have at least 2 gate works with my young horses. The first work was always one out of the gate to teach them how to leave the gate. But the second one was to be sharp, to get them right. So when I'm looking at horses' past performances, 9 of the 10 of these horses have not ever run before. When I'm looking at those horses, I want to see at least 2 gate works. If you don't have at least 2 gate works, to me, they can forget their lessons.
I'm sorry, Paul, but do you think that at sometimes when you start seeing more, like 4 and 5 gate works, that's a concern too, isn't it? Because maybe they're not catching on.
Yeah. Absolutely. They're not learning their lessons well. If you're going back to the gate more than twice, 3, 4 times, that usually means they're not very fast away from
And
there.
how many times do you have to go to the gate before you get your gate card, basically, to say the starter say you're good to go?
Yeah, so when those horses are first to the track, they are walking in that gate, and the gate is being opened by hand. In other words, there's a starter that opens the gate for you, and the horse literally just walks out. And he progressively learns to lead faster and faster. Usually you take him with a partner that are around the same level of education, and together they learn how to break from the gate. And the rider's encouragement. The rider, his hands are how he encourages a horse, and out the gate he starts moving his hands more and more, lets them know it's time to roll.
Riders coming out. Get a leg up soon here as we're 12 minutes from a start. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll check in with number 4 in here. That's Twirling Lulu from the Bruce Levine barn. And she is a daughter of Twirling Candy. And Twirling Candy is very good at throwing precocious runners, hitting at 18% with his first time starting 2-year-olds. And there isn't that much pedigree. Honestly, it is a sprinting pedigree, obviously, with Bustin' Stones in there. The dam is the full sister to Bustin' Shout, who is an accomplished dirt sprinter. I haven't been totally enthralled with what I've seen from the work workouts, although she does have that minute from the gate posted there. Going back to Belmont on the training track, she's a little bit smaller. She's very racy looking, and you would have to think that she's likely to have speed. As we'll move on to number 3, that's Boston's Finest. They paid $190,000 for this daughter of Honest Mischief, who jury's still out. This is his freshman crop. He's supposed to throw some sprinting types at least, but hasn't had many hit the track and has not had a first time out winner yet. The dam was unraced. This half to a stakes winner on the turf, but looking at her here in the paddock, she should be A-okay on the main track, very upright in those pasterns. Gives the impression that she might want to go a little bit further than this. Just kind of that has that even frame to her overalls. Does not have the biggest and most developed hindquarters to her, and is somewhat laid back here in the paddock. Moving on to number 7, Wild Mischief, another daughter of Honest Mischief in here. It's more of a turf family on the bottom side too, but going out for Mike Maker, who sent out Smile and Say Cheese yesterday to a dominant score, and this filly working way better to my eye than him back on July 21st. She was wearing blinkers that day. I don't see blinkers going on here, kind of waiting to see what they do, but full of run, hard in the bridle. It was a slow time. She should be hard in the bridle, but the fact that he went out there and did that yesterday makes me very intrigued by this filly, who looks incredibly fit here for Mike Maker, and definitely has that athletic frame to her. As we'll move on to number 8, You Gotta Have Hope. I love that name. This is another daughter of Twirling Candy. The dam was all turf though. You Gotta Have Hope though is incredibly well prepared, at least in the initial sense of things, but we often see Horacio de Paz with his runners just kind of developing them a bit more. They often take a start or two to really get things going. Now, she did come in here with the training saddle on, but so far she's been pretty professional, and honestly, like I said, she looks fit, despite the fact that we do see statistically Horacio, his horses needing starts. She's strong, she's well muscled, and watching her work out, at least she outbroke another unraced mate, and she was always going better than him. So I like that workout coming in here, and I like her appearance in the paddock, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. See what happens here. Pick 5 pool over $500,000. Plenty of time still to grow. And Tom, going to put together a Pick 5 ticket for us.
Sure. Now I'm gonna keep it simple, and I'm gonna keep it light in the bankroll. But I'm gonna spread out here in this 2-year-old race. There's so many first-time starters. I think you have to kind of spread your ticket out. But our next race, which is also a 2-year-old race on the grass, there's one horse with experience, Love Tempo, the 4-horse. That's my single. I'm building my ticket around the 7th race and the number 4 horse, and I narrow it down again in our feature race. And, Greg, it's 2 horses you talked about, Italian Soiree and the Queen's MG, and then spread it back out at the end.
Tough race to close it out, too, on the grass.
No doubt.
Yeah.
It is, because you know what I had open in there? 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, and 9, 10. And I'm like, I got to cut it down somehow. But, yeah. You know what? I think the 3's a sneaky horse in the last. I like that play in the last. Kendrick.
Yeah, Officer
Oh,
Derrick's.
yeah, you know what? I think that horse can control the pace up front with Kendrick. I sure do.
All right, well, good luck. Got to get to that point first, and it's
Yeah,
not
let's get
easy
there.
even to get to this finale. This is a tough card. It usually is tough here at Saratoga, where the best come to compete, including here in this wide-open New York-bred 2-year-old filly maiden special weight coming up. And we'll see if anyone touts themselves during the post parade here ahead.
You know, so many times, you know, Mig, you said you watch the 8 work in the morning. You see so much buzz, or you hear so much buzz around these fillies. You just never know who's really going to show up in the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're always looking for clues, right? I mean, like for me, when they're going to the pony, I want to see that they've already been schooled with the pony. One less thing they have to contend with. They're already dealing with a lot of new things, coming over to the paddock, being saddled here, a rider put up here, going to the starting gate with this many horses. Every T has to be crossed and every I has to be dotted for all the things you can control, right, Tom?
Oh, exactly right. And you're talking about the mental aspect of working with the racehorse, not just how talented he is physically on the track. And it's so important when they go to the gate to be mentally right as well as physically right.
Wild Mischief Luis Saez coming down as we hear the call to post here. And we'll get a look at this group here coming up to kick off again this late pick 5. Aranciata will begin things. Javier Castellano aboard.
Yeah, one of the first-time stars in this race, of which they're 9 of 10. And a horse, when you look at the odds board, would suggest maybe this is the practice run.
The 2 Classicals finale does have a race under her belt. It was on the turf, though.
Yeah, blinkers come off for Katie Davis and Amira Shockley here. This filly 14-1. A little bit of an underlay.
Chad Brown, leading trainer at the meet, sends out a first-timer, Boston's finest.
And money showing for the 3, of course. You got the leading trainer and one of the leading riders in the saddle. Those things are going to add to people betting on it.
This filly opened as the favorite and has remained so throughout.
On that bottom side, it's a lot of speed, twirling Lulu here, and you get Irad Ortiz Jr.
Mark Hennig, John Velasquez with a big price early on.
Big price early on. Another beginner here that might be using this as a preseason contest before they start the season.
Bill Mott already having a pretty good weekend. We'll talk more about that later in the show. He sent out Scythian for the debut.
I thought this horse had a look. She's been working well in the morning, and like you said, how do you leave out Bill Mott?
Wild Mischief for the Mike Maker barn. Terrific meet for Mike so far.
He's had a terrific meet, and he's won with first-time stars. He's won with young horses. Wild Mischief at 7 or 9 to 1 now is an interesting horse.
You got to have hope with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, good reviews there from Maggie, and a horse that did work well in the morning. You're getting a good overlay on this horse at 8 to 1.
And Saratoga Snow on the outside. Joel Rosario, the newly minted Hall of Famer.
We watched her very brief breeze that she put on before the OBS sale, where she sold 47,000. Comes into this race and draws a tough post, the outside post.
Fans, young and old alike, they all love it here. Once you come here, you can't get enough of this historic racetrack. Such a great getaway each and every summer, not to mention the incredible talent we see. And we will get to Arthur's ride and what we saw in that Whitney. It's completely changed things in that classic division.
Yes, it has. Arthur's ride really was brilliant. Left the gate from an outside post, was able to get over on the field, went extremely fast, put away our big favorite National Treasure in the first half a mile, going as quick as he went, and then put away the rest of the field with another quarter of a mile and just kept on going.
I couldn't foresee him being able to clear a quality field like that had speed signed on, particularly your favorite.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was able to clear them, but he did go fast. Anytime they go a sub 47 half here, going a mile and a furlong on the dirt, that's rolling.
It's rolling. And the fact that Skippy Longstocking got sent to the lead and Junior said, I'm going to go faster. And he even said it in an interview to Maggie, I am going to the front at all costs. And that's exactly what he did.
And he did not stop. And we'll get to it, obviously, as we see the rest of these warm up. But Mott had said, I want to prep before we get to the Jockey Club Gold Cup. The Whitney was the prep. Pretty good prep, isn't it? One of the most prestigious races there is in the sport.
Winning you in Breeders' Cup Classic, you got to spot
but
the
two
starting
races
gate.
around 2 turns. That's the only 2 races around 2 turns. This horse is throwing 111 buyer and what yesterday?
Well, I mean, it was
what
so
was the buyer
visually
yesterday?
impressive.
110.
Oh, okay. Point slower. Sorry.
He bounced a little.
He bounced a little bit, yeah.
3 minutes away from the 6th coming up. Let's go back to Maggie.
Taking a look at a long shot on the rail in number 1, Aranciata, for Jorge Delgado, who, if I get the feeling that if this race was taking place at Monmouth Park, say, this horse would be a fraction of her 20 to 1, because Jorge Delgado is very astute with his first time starting 2-year-olds. And I feel like since she's been preparing for this at Monmouth, and yeah, her morning workouts do look a bit pedestrian on the paper, she's a beautiful daughter of Good Magic. And the dam, although she was a little bit on the mediocre side, she was a winner, and there's only been 1 winner out of 3 siblings. If you go back a generation, it is actually a little bit more turf. But let's just judge her as an individual. She does show up wearing blinkers. I think that is somewhat typical for this barn, just shortcut cheater blinker, but she has been the utmost professional considering she hasn't been here in Saratoga, but a good size, well-muscled, just really well prepared all around. And we've seen Hall of Famer Javier Castellano give her a lovely warm-up out on the track. She's a long shot that I would definitely use underneath at the very least. Moving on to number 6, Scythian for Bill Mott. 3 back, according to the DRF Clocker report. She was going better and working better than a horse that has already run before, and actually in his second start, T. Craft ran second to a buzz horse here in Saratoga by the name of Chancer McPatrick, and she was working all over him. The problem that I'm a little concerned about with her is that there's more turf in the pedigree, and she kind of looks that way too, and a little bit more distant. So while I like her, I think she's probably quite talented. She might want A, a different surface, and B, a little bit more ground to work with. Though I will say that Bill Mott has her looking really well prepared from a fitness standpoint for this debut. Might need to strengthen up behind. And then number 9 is Saratoga Snow. You guys showed the workout. I wasn't overly enthralled with it because she was all over the racetrack and swapping her leads back and forth. And they only paid $47,000. Yes, we didn't know about Vacoma and the start that he would have with his progeny, but we knew about Caldwell Loves Gold. And for her to only sell for $47,000, I thought a little bit of a negative. You can see why. Her conformation isn't the most correct, but she moves well through it, at least. And she's got some size, which I always, give bonus points to at this point in time in these horses' career. And she looks fit, and she warmed up beautifully with Joel Rosario. I did land on the 8 here, guys, which I feel like there's a lot of pressure on her. 8s are wild, Greg.
A lot of love up on this set for the 8. Yeah, you got to have hope. 6-1 right now. Horacio de Paz, Ricardo Santana Jr., a Twirling Candy filly.
Yeah, I actually caught her gate work. I happened to be out that morning, and I like when they have that gate work and then come back with a nice maintenance move off the pole. I thought she broke sharp. She was always traveling well, and she galloped out extremely well. I know it's more of a turf pedigree on the bottom side, but I think the Twirling Candy could mitigate that a little bit.
Bit of a whisper horse on the backside as well. When we get these kinds of races with so many first-time starters, there's always buzz about this horse or that horse. This is the kind of the bit of the whisper horse, the 8 horse.
Well, when you look at this race, right, if you're looking right now, the pedigree is the 4 when it comes to speed with Bustin' Stones on the bottom side. The rest of these horses, Empire Maker, Distorted Humor, want to maybe go a little bit longer. I'll tell you right now, the 4 might be in front early here.
And Arad Ortiz Jr., there he is. He is in a dogfight with Flavien Pratt. Each have a win today. Arad remains 1 up on Flavien Pratt.
He's not going to go quietly into that good night. It's going to be a fight all the way to the wire, and that's good for us. It's a great storyline. It's a lot of fun when it's a close race.
There's Pratt, 8th stakes win of the meet yesterday in that test, which we'll look back on as well. And we're not even Wednesday's the halfway point after Wednesday, and already with 8 stakes wins.
Crazy.
It is remarkable.
There's the 6th, the Bill Mott first-time starter, moving in with Jose Lezcano. 4 has been the favorite from the jump. 2-1 on the board. Debut coming up for trainer Bruce Levine. We're set for the late pick 5 on this Sunday card. Let's go upstairs for the call to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. Just 2 more left to load. Twirling Lulu in the colors of Roddy Valente. Out of a Bustin' Stones mare. Saratoga Snow to the outside. The rider is now off Twirling Lulu, acting up just a bit behind the starting gate. And then we'll have 1 more left to load as the assistant starters guide Twirling Lulu into the gate. Ortiz joining inside. Saratoga Snow to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. You gotta have hope. Rockets out of there and go straight to the front. Boston's finest, Scythian. Twirling Lulu wasn't quick away from there, but is now moving up in between horses to take second. They're followed by Wild Mischief, 5th and 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of 5 to Classical's Finale, followed by early on the 2 trailers, Saratoga Snow and Aranciata is at the back of the field. You gotta have hope. Went through an opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. And you gotta have hope leads it over Scythian in second. On the inside, Boston's Finest in third, followed by Wild Mischief, who's fourth. 3.5 or so off the pace. Twirling Lulu is racing in between horses. It is a distance to the rest, headed by Early On. A quarter of a mile to go. You gotta have hope. Turns for home and turns it on to lead by 3. Scythian in second. Boston's Finest, Twirling Lulu, followed by Wild Mischief and Early On. As they come to the 16th pole, you gotta have hope is long gone. Absolutely dismantling this field. You gotta have hope. Takes them all the way and reports home almost 5 in front. Second went to Scythian in front of Early On, who was finishing with interest. Boston's Finest was fourth.
You got to have hope. That was impressive. First time out under Ricardo Santana Jr.
We talked about how important it is to leave the gate in these kinds of races. You got to have hope. Got an advantage right out of the gate. Never look back. She had prepared well. We talked about it. Richie, you said you saw her work from the gate, and she was the whisper horse on the backside, the one that people were whispering about and saying, hey, this horse is doing good.
Yeah, she broke sharp in the morning. She broke sharper this afternoon. Looked to win her every step of the way. It made the front going fast. But, Paul, her ears were flicking back and forth, and that when you like a horse and they hit the front and they're doing that, gives you some confidence.
Yeah, and then you get the little look underneath the left shoulder by Ricardo Santana, and then you got to feel good. In the 6, they really didn't change positions because the 6 was the other horse in here that kind of broke with her. In the 4, acted up at the gate, and she kind of ran up in there. But the 6, gave up, tried Mary Chase, but was never getting it. You could tell there's just so much more left in the 8. Look what. She's got her ears pricked. She's ready to roll around there again. You can see the 5 Early On for Mark Hennig come rolling late at a big price.
Runs away from this field 5-1. Horacio de Paz and Familiar Silk Smig on this New York circuit. Barry Schwartz.
Barry Schwartz, prolific breeder and owner here in the state of New York for so many years. And she just was in motion when the doors opened. She left as fast as a horse can leave the gate. And right here, she got so comfortable. You see her ears flicking back and forth. Homebred for Barry Schwartz, too. He breeds so many good horses over the years. Nice to see him get a win here in Saratoga. I know how much Barry loves Saratoga.
Mig said it. I mean, you cannot break better than she did.
Yeah. The 6 broke right on the nose, too. It's just she broke so sharp. The 6 broke sharp. I'll tell you what, the 5 ran a bang-up race. That horse went down to her knees, or to her nose, and come rolling for third.
At 37-1, but no doubt about your winner in here. You gotta have hope. Debut New York bred filly, impressive in this first start. Here at 5-1 to start this late pick 5. 8, 6, 5, 3 finish. Ricardo Santana Jr. for trainer Horacio de Paz in the Silks. Barry Schwartz. Picture time for that filly. First time out. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, Connections always thought Ways and Means was grade 1 material. She finally proved it on Saturday in the test. We'll take a look back when we return.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 Sunday coverage of the premier meet in the sport, Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun, all in for Mohegan. Race 6. We just saw a very impressive debut by this New York-bred filly. You gotta have hope. Let's go to Maggie.
Oh, I just lost my interviewee as he's grabbing some water. Look, Ricardo, you're so thoughtful. You got one for me, too.
Yes, one for you, one for me. It's hot.
It is hot, and that water's ice cold. But talk about hot. You got to have hope. We saw on her in the morning, and she broke so well that day. You're actually in company with Kendrick Carmouche, and you actually had to wait for him to catch up.
Well, before the filly never break, and Horacio, he do a really good job on the filly. He took him a few times before we breezing it from the gate. That day she broke really sharp. We was really happy with her. I have a plenty of horse in the tank. And I was just hoping today she break, and I know she got some talent.
How much does that help? Getting on a horse in the morning, you've worked with her closely, you've worked with Horacio on her. You just looked really confident out there, and she did too. She was flicking her ears back and forth.
Well, I love to work the babies in the morning, so you can have a confidence in the babies. You know what they're doing in the track, And I've been working with the filly a few times already, and she's really classy, she's all business, and today you can tell she break and the race was over.
It really was. Talk a little bit, I want to ask you about Chattelot. In 2 races from now, you're on the outside with him for Steve Asmussen, a horse that he's quick. How do you win this race? I know you're going a little bit further than you were last time, but you look like the speed of the speed.
Well, he's not that fast. He's a horse that when he touched the lead, he know himself. He wait for the horses and then he fight back. I hope we have a clean break and we go from there.
Well, good luck. Hopefully you get another winner here. Congratulations, though, with You Gotta Have Hope.
Thank you.
Don't forget my water. Thanks, Ricardo. Guys.
That is a fit rider right there. Ricardo Santana Jr., he's in maybe some of the best shape of anyone in this sport.
He can ride a horse from gate to wire going 2 miles. I mean, the guy is really ultra fit. And Chivalry's not dead. Brought Maggie a water.
That was very kind of Ricardo. $13.60 for the win. Impressive debut. And we're underway with a 5-1 shot in the late pick 5. Up next, race 7. We'll go a mile and a 16th over the inner turf. All trying to get that first win in this maiden special weight coming up as well. And the 4 Love tempo, I guess you have to start here, Tom. A race under her belt at Ellis Park for trainer Brendan Walsh.
And it was a good effort. I mean, she closed a lot of ground in that race, didn't break well, goes around everybody, finishes well, Paul. I thought it was a nice effort from her.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, when she broke out of the gate, I understand she was from the 1 hole, but they had the gates kind of out, and she went right towards the rail, and Declan Cannon lost all position. She made up a ton of ground in that race.
It's part of a Saratoga heavy cross-country pick 5. The 7th race will kick it off. It includes the 9th from Monmouth, and then races 8, 9, and 10 from here at Saratoga as well, including that grade 3 Aderondack. So get involved. Got about 20 minutes to put your tickets together. Good luck. We're going to look back to yesterday. 2 grade 1s on the card. And in the 3-year-old filly division, I think we all thought this was going to come a lot sooner for this filly in our Duncan Dash of the week. But it finally comes for Ways and Means, a grade 1 win.
Not just a grade 1 win, but her first stakes win. I think it's safe to say that Ways and Means, who won her maiden race so impressively last year right here at Saratoga, might be the most familiar name and talked about horse that never won a stakes race
Right.
that we have around here. But man, she showed that she is very good. And going back to 1 turn in this middle distance, got her that G1, that grade 1. And we all know those grade 1s are few and far between, and they bring together the best horse in the country. And if you're fortunate enough to win one as a racehorse, you are a top caliber racehorse.
She was unlucky not to be a grade 1 winner already in last year's Spinaway, right, Paul?
Yeah.
And one thing that's been a little bit of an Achilles heel for her, she doesn't always break very sharply. She broke extremely well yesterday, put herself in the right spot.
Flavien Pratt, he was actually in front, and he said, wow, gosh, I broke so sharp. She usually likes to have a target. I didn't think this was the race to try something different.
Yeah, the other part about this is like, I do think that a mile is her limitations, because if you look at that replay, I'm not taking nothing away from this filly. She gets a little high-headed there towards the end of that race, and You know, that other horse is kind of closing the gap. I understand she won the race easy, but I think the cut back to a mile and 7 furlongs is her scope.
She was all in. She left it all out there. It wasn't as though she, hit the front and her ears came up and she was waiting on competition. Her ears were flat to her neck, and she was bearing down all the way to the wire. And then watching her come back, I was trackside. I mean, she had a big blow on, which rightfully so. She put in a big effort. But I agree with you. I think 7/8, maybe a mile.
Yeah, not to worry. They're not going to do anything more than that.
Yeah, Chad Brown came out, said afterwards they're going to work backwards from the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. That is the goal. Maggie, your thoughts on what we saw yesterday in the test?
Yes, Greg, sorry. I like ways and means at this 7 furlong distance, which is the distance of the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. She might have a lot of size and scope to her, but you watch the way she moves, and she actually moves so much more like a sprinter. She doesn't have that big, bounding, galloping stride. She actually moves quite swiftly, indicative of her sire in Impractical Joke. So, yes, I know she got the win yesterday. She regressed a little bit from the mile victory when she dropped into Allowance Company from a Beyer speed scale figure from a 104 to a 98. But no doubt about it, she's asserted herself as one of the dominant players in this division. So looking forward to what the rest of the year holds for her, guys.
Grade 1 win, ways and means. And Tom, what does that do just immediately to her value?
Oh, it's just tremendous because racehorses make money on the racetrack, obviously. But when a filly, a girl, can win a G1 race, these are the best races we run in the entire United States, and it's such a rarity, her value off the racetrack becomes, she's worth easily millions of dollars now.
Yeah. Impressive. Who's this? Oh, going to be
another that's worth easily millions of dollars.
The boys already. Torpedo Anna. Trainer Ken McPeak announced it on our show. Would she go against the fillies or the boys? He said yes, the boys. DraftKings Travers, August 24th. We cannot wait. Getting in some schooling as we speak. Was working just a couple of days ago, and those boys might have something to be worried about.
I'd be nervous. I mean, look, she is dominated the 3-year-old filly division, and on top of dominating that 3-year-old filly division, she has a stride that is just immense. She got left at the gate in her last start, Rich, and still took over that race. I mean, what's not to like about Torpedo Anna in a 3-year-old division that might be a little murky?
She had excuses last time. She finished second or third. You would have said it was a good effort. The fact that she still won as easily as she did after that compromising beginning, champions find ways, not excuses.
I don't know what's going to happen with the rest of the field. Like, obviously, who's going to show up. But I wouldn't want her breathing down my neck. That's all I'm saying.
McPeak said in her most recent work, he thinks she's actually getting better.
Here, I've said this from the beginning. I was out in Oakland, and I was able to see this horse up close and talk to Kenny. From the outset, when she won from the 12 post, he had been telling me, listen, I got a filly in my barn that's out working Mystic Dan, at one time another horse that was on the Derby Trail, and Gold's Gold, who was just a nose away from winning the Sir Barton. This horse was dusting these horses, and she's proven it on the racetrack.
Let's get Maggie's thoughts. And Maggie McPeak told us on the program we need 2 pink outfits this year. Alabama week, and we all got to wear pink on Travers Day as well.
Greg, I don't know about you, but I'm going to have to head downtown and get another pink dress, as yes, he said, for everyone to show their support to Torpedo Anna running in this year's Travers as she is schooling here in the paddock. Now, don't forget on race day, she can get quite rambunctious. She'll be on her toes and bouncing throughout the preliminaries. She's so smart, though. She knows she's not here to race. She knows this is just practice, that she is actually really calm and relaxed here with Kenny's handlers, and she looks fantastic. I agree with what Kenny said. Obviously, he works up close and personal, but from my observations, she continues to put on weight, continues to get stronger, and she's just thriving right now. And how exciting for such a talented 3-year-old filly to go against the boys. We love that kind of almost underdog feeling that we get from this. And 2, it is going to be the test for her. We're finally going to see, I would think, her tested in this year's Travers, guys.
And, Ken McPeak said it, and I think it's true. She wins that race, just walk her across the street and start making that plaque. She's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
A filly to win the Travers and beat what's turned out to be a pretty solid group of 3-year-old colts.
That is coming up August 24th.
She might be Horse of the Year if she wins that.
She might. Torpedo Anna, we're going to see her against the boys later this meet on Travers Day. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 as we get set for race 7, mile and a 16th over the inner turf. And the filly we had talked about with that experience in a race at Ellis Park on the grass. The 2-1 favorite, Tyler Gaffleone, will ride for Brendan Walsh. Let's go to Maggie. We'll get back to Maggie in just a moment. Apologize for that. She's still getting set up.
Drinking that water.
Yes, plenty of water. Thanks to Ricardo. There's a couple others in here, and you wondered a little bit. I want to get you guys' take on this. Ballerina Doro, Chad Brown.
So that's a horse that was
seeing Pratt, not seeing Arad Ortiz Jr. here,
and not
Pratt
seeing
shows up
favoritism.
somewhere else.
Not seeing favoritism. This horse was favored on the program. Kind of a little weak in the betting right now. Usually the Chad Brown horses go the other way. Yeah. I think that's a great point, Greg.
Although the Will Pays, the horse is second in the Will Pays. My issue is, Medaglia d'Oro was kind of at the end. This is like, when the horses' sires get towards the end of their crops, I try to stay away from them a little bit, to be honest with you.
Well, let's talk about family. So siblings, no siblings have tried the turf, so you can't go by that, which we often do in horse racing. We like to see the family showing some turf ability. But the mom did try the turf 3 times, never won.
7:01, and this is where Pratt shows up. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at number 1, Pediatric Princess for John Terranova, daughter of Mendelssohn. And there's plenty, I should say, looking at her preparations, there's plenty to get excited about, as she's one that was working with an unraced horse starting 3 lengths back on the turf and was able to get to that one and just cruised on by easily on the gallop out. It was a beautiful workout, and Flavien Pratt was aboard. So yes, poignant that he lands here instead of a Chad Brown type of horse. She is beautiful, and she looks so well suited to the conditions. You know, she's a little bit on the lighter frame side, but that's kind of what you want for these distance turf races, and she has a massive walk on her. And two, I mean, watching her OBS sales workout, 10-1, asked a little bit, but really covered the ground well. She's going to want every bit of distance, you know, I think that she's offered today. But her demeanor says to me that she's not necessarily going to be outpaced because she is forward, she is engaged, and she's acting like a true professional, like she's been here before. I think she's incredibly dangerous down on the rails. We'll jump to the Chad Brown runner in number 9, Ballerina Dworo, daughter of Medaglia Dworo. The dam, she wasn't much. The half did win first time out as a 3-year-old, albeit on the dirt. And going back a generation, the second dam's Moonlight Sonata, who was a greatest stakes winner on the dirt, and she was the dam a half to Wilburn. A lot more dirt. But Chad opts to run her here on the turf, as maybe it is a little bit of a distance play because she is massive. She's so long, so scopy. She definitely wants every bit of distance, but there's a kicker. She's been working really well on the turf. She was on the inside of another unraced mate, but going so easily, always better than that rival in the morning, and always on the bridle. Always, you know, just working through the bridle, and that's what you want to see. Now, saddling and throughout her time a little bit here in the paddock, she's been a little bit bewildered, kind of, oh, where am I? That kind of unsure type of disposition to her. And she could look just a touch more fit relative to the one that I've talked about. There's talent here. We'll see if she brings it to the forefront at first asking. Greg?
9-2 on this Chad Brown filly. Ballerina Dworo from that second to outside post. Paul, you're going to put a play together in this race. How are you going to play it?
Yeah, I like the 4 here with Tom, too, as well. I'm going to put some pressure on Tom here. 200 to win on Love Tempo. 9-5. I didn't think we'd be 9-5, Tom, but I do like this horse's last effort. And I'll tell you the other part about it. Being a daughter of Churchill out of Galileo, out of a deep impact mare, Galileo, they always like a little bit of cut in the ground. What I mean there, a little bit of moisture in the ground, and I think there's still a little bit in there. I like this horse's first effort. Brendan Walsh and Tyler Gaffleon are a great team together.
So $200 to win for Paul's bankroll play coming up in a race where, you know, obviously experience can mean a lot. Tom, have you found it in your experience a little bit easier to go longer on the turf for a debut?
So yes, and for a number of reasons. Usually the pace in those turf races is a relaxed kind of pace, and so you don't have to have your horse as fit and as tight as you would in a distance race on the dirt. So I think it's an easier thing to do. And, you know, you talked about experience. Experience pays. You know, this horse had a race experience. That's such an advantage over the horses that haven't started. This is not new to her. She's had her preseason game. The season starts today. She's going to open the season as the favorite. You're going to get 2-1. That's a lot better than you get in a football game if you like a team.
And she showed run on debut, and I'm taking with her pedigree. You know, out of a deep impact mare by a Galileo sire, one of the best in Europe and one of the best in Japan.
Let's go to Maggie with a special guest.
Yeah, we're here with Boyd Browning Jr., the president and CEO of Fasig-Tipton. And Boyd, as we were just discussing, it's a busy week up here, but there's no dark days because the sale is on this Monday and Tuesday. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale is always such a big event. Talk to us about who you might be excited about that you're selling this week.
Maggie, I'm excited about every horse that we've got in the sale. I mean, they've literally been all hand-picked. We start the yearling selection process. We have 2,500 yearlings nominated. We've narrowed it down. There's 240 horses cataloged, a few scratches out of there, but literally it's the best of the best. You know, we've searched high and wide throughout the United States, and a combination of both the top pedigrees in the world and also the top physical conformations in the world. And couldn't be any more excited. We've had great success with our sales graduates in recent years, and think we're loaded with plenty of future stars on the sales grounds this week.
Well, talk a little bit about those, you know, stars that have come out of the Saratoga sale. I mean, the list is quite long and quite, you know, predominant in the sport.
Well, it is. It's, you know, this is our 103rd Saratoga sale, and, you know, this year's the catalog features some of the top stallion prospects in the world that are all Saratoga sales graduates. We've got Sierra Leone, We've got Seize the Gray, Prince of Monaco, National Treasure. Kingsbarns won a Grade 1, but after the catalog was printed, so literally there's 5 Grade 1 winners that are really valuable stallion prospects. You know, historically in recent years, we've had sold a horse like Flightline, and even going back 100 years, you know, the horses like Man of War. So it's a long tradition of selling, you know, the elite animals, and as I said, we've got a loaded catalog again this year.
Not only is the Saratoga sale unique for the great horses that you sell, it's also unique and the scene that it creates up here in Saratoga Springs.
Well, Saratoga is a special place. It's a special atmosphere. I mean, you know, literally we're compressed on 6 acres right around the corner from the racetrack. You know, the excitement that builds over the racetrack with a great day of racing yesterday and some significant races again today, and the meet is special. The whole town embraces thoroughbred racing. It's an experience like no other. It's, you know, more of a festival. Lots of activity. It's kind of a place where people come every year. It's almost like a family reunion for everybody in the thoroughbred industry. So it's always a very, very exciting time, and should be the case again this year.
Well, Boyd, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck over the next 2 days. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, Maggie. And don't forget about that New York bred sale the next weekend, okay?
I'm just going to say, Boyd and I are going to catch back up next week for the New York bred sale, guys.
That sale going to happen right across the street Monday, Tuesday night. I mean, you heard the names. Just incredible. Not just a chance to find horse racing's next superstar, but it is the best party that's going to happen here all summer long. Here's our post-parade pediatric princess to kick it off with Flavien Pratt.
First-time starter, bet down to 5-1. I kind of like what I'm seeing here, but the pedigree says the opposite. No turf for this horse.
All-night revival. It's been a great meet for Cherie DeVoe.
It has been. Johnny V takes the call. This horse taking a little bit of money here at 9-1.
Magenta, Todd Pletcher, debuted on dirt.
I get a strong idea that this horse is going straight to the front out of the gate and playing Catch Me If You Can.
Manny Franco will take over on Magenta here for the turf debut. Love Tempo, still the favorite, 9-5 for Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, Philly by Churchill, and Tyler Gaffalione will take over.
Here's Chantico for Shug McGahee.
Well, this is a tough read here because, again, we talk about families and what they've done. There's not much to go of on Chantico, but you've got a trainer that knows how to get them ready.
Biggest price on the board, Lady River Lily.
Yeah, really tough to find anything there.
First-time starter, the dam produced a pretty good turf horse named Rambeek.
That's right, and so we do have some grass there, and certainly by the pedigree, we see it there.
Mayday ready. Big price with Frankie Dettori and some serious pedigree here as well.
Yeah, this one for Katie Rich Stable. Should be able to run all day long. Let's see if this horse needs one or not.
Yeah, Mom was a Group 3 winner, was second in the Coronation Cup. Here is the 9 Ballerina Doro for Chad Brown.
Yeah, of the first-time starters, of which there are 6, this is the one that's been bet on the most, down to 3.5-1, and has great connections.
And speaking of Torpedo Anna, here is Kenny McPeak's She's a Swede.
Yeah, a horse that's going to get on the turf after one dirt start. And American Pharaoh's better actually on the turf. He's about 14% as a sire.
Minute to post coming up here in the 7th. It starts the pick 4. Mile and a 16th over the inner turf. We want to remind parents, ignite your child's passion for horse racing with Naira Star, Students of Thoroughbreds and Racing. This free program offers kids 5 through 12 exclusive track experiences, education, and collectibles. Create lasting memories at the races. Learn more at naira.com/star. What was your first memory as a child at the racetrack, Tom?
Well, quite honestly, it was sneaking into the track because you had to be 18 years old. And so the fairgrounds, before it burned down, had so many nooks and crannies. I knew that place like the back of my hand, and I knew how to get into that track and get into the right spot where nobody would tell on me. And I had a couple of guys that were older that would run bets for me. Let's not forget that. Very important.
Wow.
That's great.
Somewhat similar.
I know your stories. They're better.
Turf Paradise, right?
Well, it was Turf Paradise, and my dad used to give me $10, and there was always an arcade. So me and my brother would take out $5 in quarters, and like Tom said, you try to find somebody of age that you trusted for a nice little show bet to try to build your bankroll up.
Love Tempo on your screen right there. Still favored, has been throughout. 8-5 right now with more. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and talking about the experience at the racetrack, I learned to read by reading the program and then picking out the name I liked most, and my parents would put $2 on that horse. So, you know, it all starts somewhere. Is number 4, Love Tempo, your favorite, 8-5 with the experience edge, and she definitely warmed up like a filly that has experience. But Tyler Gaffalione, warming her up like, let's not get left today. So look for her to be a little bit more forward than what we saw in that debut. Now, number 2, All Night Revival, lovely pedigree, especially when you go back a generation, the Dam Half to Tamar Cruz, as well as Without Parole, both of which are sires now. Cherie, though, a trainer that likes to build upon efforts. I don't think this guy is going to necessarily win first time out. I like him. He still has some fitness to gain and some developing to do. But one I want to watch with some interest is number 5, Chantico, daughter of Munnings. Jeez, these are fillies. Okay. But working well with Pay the Juice, who ran 3rd, New York bred, sprinting on the turf. This gal looks a little bit on the heavier side, so want to take the wait and see approach. The board would suggest that as well, Greg, at 15-1.
Some intriguing prices littered throughout this group, but the favorite throughout's been the 4, Love Tempo at 3-2, Mig.
Yeah, has the experience, showed run on debut. Should be a lot more clued in. I'm taking a little bit of a shot with the 2-horse All Night Revival. Like Maggie was talking about, the Dam, a half to Grade 1 winner on the turf Without Parole.
Well, let's go to Frank Miramati, 7th from Saratoga.
She's a Swede to the outside, backs away. Others standing very nicely. She's a Swede, just hesitating once again. No movement from any of the others. Chantico, moving her feet around, nothing serious. They're in the gate.
Got it.
And they're off. Magenta has asked for early speed. Pediatric Princess is quicker and up to take command. Chantico, she's a Swede on the outside, now rushes up to take second. All Night Revival is not far behind either, just 2 lengths off the pacemaker into the first turn. Lady River Lily moves up on the outside of Chantico now to be in the 4th spot while 3 deep. At the rail, Love Tempo in the blue silks is 5 lengths off the pace. At the back of the field, Coin, Ballerina Doro, and May Day Ready. The opening quarter went in 24 3/5 seconds. So it is Pediatric Princess and Flavien Pratt just in front as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. She's a Swede is in second. 3 lengths back, All Night Revival and Lady River Lily running in 4th. Another length and a half to Magenta, who's 2 lengths clear of Love Tempo. Coin is next in the purple silks, a length back to Ballerina Doro, the gray, looking for a spot. She's having to wait right now. Mayday Ready just went by her, as on the outside did Chantico. 8 lengths covers the field around the far turn. Pediatric Princess has been there throughout. The half went in 49 3/5 seconds. She's a Swede is still in second. 2 more lengths back to Mayday Ready in 3rd, followed by All Night Revival as the field turns for home. Pediatric Princess, 2-length lead. In the center of the course, Mayday Ready. Love Tempo is trying to come alive. Down on the inside, All Night Revival. And in the final furlong, Love Tempo's kicking in as Mayday Ready took over. Mayday Ready, Love Tempo on the outside. These two come for the wire together. Mayday Ready or Love Tempo. Here's the line. Photo between those two. Mayday Ready and Love Tempo. Those two hit the wire. Behind them, it was a photo between All Night Revival and Magenta.
Mayday Ready, first time out with Frankie Dettori. Love Tempo, the favorite, very tight at the wire.
Yeah, and I think the 8 got there. Tom and I rooting for the 4. You can see Tyler Gaffalione. What happens here with the left rein here, Mig?
Yeah, it looks like
he dropped the rein?
Just dropped the inside rein. Looked like maybe she was plugging in a little bit. He dropped the inside rein. Trying to keep her going forward at the same time. And sometimes you just don't want to almost stop your momentum and try to reach and grab that rein. Ooh, wow, that is
I don't know.
Dead tight.
8 won the race.
Yeah, I'm with Paul. Paul's very good at calling the line. I'm not going to call it, but I'm not very confident.
Paul's usually never wrong. And it is the 8th that's just been posted. 25-1. This filly we told you about, her mom, Group 3 winner, was second in the Group 1 Coronation Cup. Was actually 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. runs big, and Frankie Dettori at a price to start this pick 4. The favorite just misses.
Yeah, she made a long extended run, the winner too, around the far turn. She jumped into the race at about the half-mile pole and got clear, and here comes your favorite. Just ran out of racetrack, and you can see that inside rein dangling from the...
Great race by the winner. But, you know, for our 4-horse, that was the big favorite here. It wasn't until she got outside down the stretch that she really found her stride and started getting after it. Oh, my goodness.
Could not have been closer. And for a legendary rider, talked about obviously retiring for a long time, Mig, decided he was doing so good to come back for another year to ride here this summer at Saratoga. Not easy to do when you don't have a lot of business in New York. Good for him to get going a little bit.
No matter how accomplished a rider is, if they don't have established relationships, you got guys here that have been riding for trainers for years, and they're not going to drop guys just to get a world-renowned rider.
We do have an objection with the 3rd and 4th place finishers in here. 8, 4, 2, and 3. So the 2 and 3, the objection sign up. Sorry, Mig.
No, it's okay. All Night Revival was running a bit greenly, tried to duck in under Johnny Velasquez. I wonder if that's what they're looking at.
The fact that the 4, yeah, I see what they're going. Yeah, they're looking at something on the turn. The 4 ran into those slow fractions. I tell you what, but the 8 kind of, when he got that extra second win there, and then when he kind of lost the rein, it seemed like, I don't know if Tyler could hit him anymore or what was going on or couldn't flag him anymore, but the 8 got the jump. You can see what Tom's talking about here when the 4 gets outside. There it is right there. The 3 got checked out of it. I think they're looking at that. Right here between the 2 and the 3, watch the 3 check out of it. They got to be looking at that, and that's a tough angle, Tom, too.
So we're going to show it in just a second, and you're going to see exactly what Paul's talking about. We can see that on our monitor, but when it comes up here, I think Paul's got a very good point. That's where they're going to be looking at this part of the race.
All right, so we'll get an opportunity to try and bring that to you in a moment. 25-1 upset, and Frankie Dettori, 2 of his 3 wins, I believe, have been by a whisker at this meet. And here, let's go back to what Paulie was talking about.
Are you going to see the 2 and watch the 3 try to get underneath the 2? And these are always tough, Mig, because of the area. And the 8 made that big brush, and then the 3 backs out of it.
I think that the 2-horse reacted to that 8-horse's Mayday Ready's brush there and ducked in away from her. Because you see Johnny Velasquez pull his crop through to his left hand right here, and she was running intimidated from that outside runner, and I think she probably took a step in and took some of the ground away from the 3 Magenta. Honestly, it didn't look like something that would warrant a change, and the angles are not good enough to be able to justify a disqualification.
Yeah, plus, it's going into a turn. When you're going into a turn, everybody's looking to save ground, so the horses tend to move to the inside lead. They tend to move over a half of a path or so about, and sometimes it's just not the spot you need to be in.
It's one of those things where you have to be all the way in there or all the way out of there.
Right.
Well, Stewards taking their time with this one.
Now, we had an incident a little bit earlier in the week where there was a horse that did cut off, but we had a way better angle than this. This is just so tough for the Stewards, to be honest. I mean, it's just like you don't have really the right camera, the right angle. You're listening to the guy's arguments, like you say.
On the dirt, it's so much clearer than what you see on the turf, the camera situation. And honestly, I think it's an antiquated idea to talk to riders during an inquiry.
We got a flying dismount from Frankie Dettori.
For a maiden.
25-1. Legend. It's just great to see him. Obviously, this is one of the great jockey colonies, greatest in the sport. And then to have someone like this show up as well just makes it more fun.
There's a lot of peer pressure that came with that flying dismount. You should have seen the number of fans behind the horse with their cameras out ready for it to happen. You know they were making him do it.
Usually reserves it for some of the biggest wins in this sport, and he's had a lot of them.
Just worry about his knees, man. You can't do that forever. I mean, Father Time's undefeated. You land the wrong way, tear an ACL, come on.
25-1 shot. Big upset here in this 7th race. Still a long way to go, obviously, in this Big 5, but good for Dettori to get a W and get a few more people to take notice of, Frankie Dettori's here.
But I think
you're actually really happy that me and Tom got knocked out. I really enjoy this. I really, really.
Let's not
enjoy
make
this,
it about
Greg.
ourselves.
No, I just want to say you're really, really. Do you want to like get a picture? You want me to get a signed picture of Frankie for you?
Paul takes things a little personal
No, I'm
sometimes.
just asking.
Not at all.
Okay.
Let's go to Maggie.
Oh my gosh, this is a really nice moment. Joe, redemption is sweet. As you said, this is your first winner here. I felt like I've been here with you before, but you said the first one you got DQ'd.
That's true. That's true. A couple of years ago, we had Montethem that actually finished first, but was disqualified and placed last for an incident at the top of the stretch. But this is great. This is good, and it's great to honestly to have Frankie ride. I worked with Frankie when he was with Godolphin back in '95 when Godolphin started. So. That was great, yeah. So it's good. It's a good feeling. I'm glad, you know. So
Absolutely. And my husband gave me a little bit of inside information regarding this filly / not having a rider. So how did you end up with Frankie here?
well, so Ron Anderson, you know, he's great. You know, I've got to say, he's always been good with me. And so when I reached out, Frankie actually rode the mare in England. Wow. And Joelle actually finished third on the mare in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Sprint. So, but I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Larry Doyle, the owners, for giving me the opportunity. They've have that horse works for me in partnership with some others, and so I can't thank them enough. Having to give me this horse out of the OBS sale. So. I thank them for everything. And such a lovely pedigree, Joe. Well done. And she looks like one that's going to build upon this effort as well. Yeah, so that's what I told Frankie. I said, her works don't show it. We've been just basically going head and head with other horses, and you hate to discourage others, or you hate to be discouraged by other horses when they're working. So we've always stayed head and head, and worked with your husband, Tom. He's been very kind to us and given us company with not just that one but others. So. But yeah, no. So I told Frankie that she's probably going to be better going, down the line. Yeah, down the line. So second start, third start, but let's see where we go from here. So. Joe could not be happier, and so special that Frankie gets your first winner here in Saratoga. Yeah, absolutely. It's great. No, thank you, Maggie. Thank you very much. Well, yes, and I owe Joe, too, because he's a lot of people's feed man as well on the backside, but couldn't be happier for him, guys. And the objection was disallowed, so 8-4-2-3 official here in the 7th.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Maggie. That result stands. Mayday ready, first time out at a huge number here in the 7th from Saratoga. Mig asked to see it one more time because he loves it. A legend doing the flying dismount. Fans want it.
It hurts my
He's known for this in his career.
Hurts my knees to watch it.
He is getting egged on, Tom.
Oh, ain't no doubt. Poor guy, he's going to have to do it every time.
He's getting good at bending down and making sure he uses. We don't need no back problems
53
there. It's very well
years
done.
old and still doing the flying dismount.
Couldn't have done that at 40. I would have broke. I was so brittle.
And there's the photo with the hanging rein. If the rein would have been in front, do we win?
Yeah, Paul, I don't want to, put you on tilt, but Greg asked him to put that photo up. Didn't you, Greg?
It was just for you, Paul.
It's okay. You know what it is, Greg?
And here's another look for you.
Huh? Wow.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with more after this.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
She's the Gray wins the Preakness.
She's the Gray winning the Preakness in 2024 was a phenomenal experience. What an amazing story it is. But it's fulfilling to us to have had the opportunity to sell a horse like that at Saratoga. You've got Wayne Lucas with another Triple Crown winner at age 88. You've got my racehorse who's really trying to reinvent and reinvigorate racing by having a broad-based ownership group. It gives us back-to-back Preakness wins. The National Treasure winning a Preakness in 2023, also a Saratoga sales graduate. But it validates what we do. I mean, we get up in the morning and we really, try to find the best horses that we can for the Saratoga sale. This sale's producing great horses. It's a place to sell your good horses. And on the other hand, when you're recruiting buyers, it's a place to buy your best horses because here's the type of races that you can win.
It's where you find the future stars of this sport. It's going to happen right across the street Monday and Tuesday night. Fasig Tipton. Some of the big name, Man of War?
Fasig Tipton, the history runs so deep. Where the racing office is in those mutual bays was the first Fasig Tipton pavilion. You could see that was an open-air pavilion. They built in the buildings underneath it. And Man of War was sold in 1918 right here on the grounds of Saratoga for $5,000 in the August Belmont Dispersal, brought back to what is now Clare Court, and was broken to a bridle and saddle at Clare Court. And the first time he ever galloped on a racetrack was on Clare Court.
Incredible.
How about that?
The history here is just, it's amazing. And if you've not gotten the opportunity to take the Backstretch tour on a golf cart with the MIG, he's a busy man. You might have to bid quite a bit of money, but it is one of the best experiences I've ever had here.
It's fun. We have a good time. You show them the old barns that were, private barns for people and cottages. Mrs. DuPont used to live in the cottage right back where John Kimmel's barn is for the entire meet. And they had a tennis court back there. They took it down since.
Yeah, I remember that. It stayed around for a while.
For a while.
Yeah.
And I always had this idea where the horses watching them play tennis. Were they like this in the afternoon?
So much history here. And we'll see what happens Monday, Tuesday night across the street. We have some future stars going through that ring, likely will be the case. I'm going to look back to yesterday's Whitney. Arthur's right, trying to bite Junior Alvarado. Wow. Handful after the Whitney win. Stay with us.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flower's putting in a late burst here. Poppy Flower with the momentum.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era. Gunrunner.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The Fasig Tipton July sale was really kind of the kickoff that the breeding season's over. It's the kickoff for yearlings, but Saratoga is the crown jewel. It's the premier summer sale. You're going to have buyers from all over the world that come in. watch the horses race during the afternoon, come to the sale at night, and buy top quality racehorses. We're excited at Gainesway to bring a talented crop of 20-plus yearlings to the Saratoga Select Sale this year.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage at the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance, Gainesway Farm. What a performance we saw in the Whitney yesterday, and we have a new major player in this classic division after what we saw from Arthur's Ride.
Brilliant race from Arthur's Ride. I mean, he's breaking from the extreme outside position. You can't miss him because he's a gray, but he is going to clear this group. And he's not only going to clear them, he's going to clear a bunch of big-time, millionaire-type horses. He's stepping up in class. He goes so fast the first half of a mile in this race, under 47 seconds. He puts away National Treasure, the big favorite, and then continues on, 3/4 in 1:10, which is really, really quick by racehorse standards going around the ground, puts away the rest of the field. This horse is breathing different air.
He is, and then he drops Junior Alvarado. He ducked out from underneath him. And how about Junior? Not only he stuck the landing, I mean, he should.
Was that better or was the ride better?
This was more impressive to me.
He had a million reasons to hold on to that horse. Let's be clear on that.
You're right about that. But the fact that he could keep his feet after hitting the ground at a full
and then legs himself up.
That's not easy to do.
That's really hard to do, right, Tom? Cowboy up like that?
That's tough.
What a performance. Look, 2 starts back-to-back now, 1.25 mile and an eighth. Bill Mott had said, he talked about it with the owner, saying, well, we want to target the Jockey Club Gold Cup at 1.25 miles. But Mott said we want to prep for it. Said, well, how about the Whitney?
The Grade 1 Whitney against the best horses in the United States, the best older horse in the United States going a distance to ground. And he made them look like they were $25,000 claimers.
Yeah, he made them look ordinary. He really did.
He made them look
He is
ordinary.
fast, early, use that speed to his advantage. Maggie, what were your thoughts on the Whitney?
And two, what was also impressive about that victory, guys, is that everybody that tried to run with him finished well back. The second and third place finishers closed from well off of it. And as when I caught up with Junior on the pony afterwards, he said, whoa, I'm more exhausted after having been dropped running with him and then shimming myself back into the saddle. It was kind of like cruise control going around there on the racetrack. And Junior told me that plan and he executed it to perfection. He also told me that Arthur's Ride, being that gray son of Tappet, can be quite quirky, and we saw that on full display too. But I love the story behind the name Arthur's Ride too. Owner Carl Glassman naming him for his father, whom he said right before he passed away, his dad said to him, you don't have to name a horse after me. He said, of course I do, Dad. You've had one heck of a ride. And you would have to think that Arthur is smiling down, enjoying this ride, that the equine Arthur's Ride is taking them all on, guys.
Incredible. I mean, every time this time of year we see, regardless, different divisions, new faces emerge. And you guys all believe this is a major contender now in this division?
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is the time of year where it happens. Wasn't it Al Stall's Blame that kind of came to hand late in the summer and then went on to be a big-time horse? And
White Barrio's coming out party was
yeah,
here
there
last
you go.
year.
Yeah, so this is the time of year where it happens.
Arrogate.
Arrogate's
Arrogate.
Travers.
You just said 3 gray horses that their coming out party was here, right? White Barrio, Arrogate, and Arthur's Ride. And he had a lot of energy this morning that going to the break, that shot of him trying to bite Junior by the stall.
Tried to throw him off yesterday, tried to bite him today.
They got a love-hate relationship.
They do.
I think Junior's okay with it. Up next is the 8th race, 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming field, wide open race here. And speaking of Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, I know we're looking at the 2, Celestial Glaze, but they'll send out Bilal coming out of the Grade 3 Dwyer, and that's the 3-1 favorite right now, the 6.
3-1 favorite. The 6 horse is one of 2 3-year-olds in this race. It's a 3-and-up race. You know, when you're thinking about horses and how they develop in terms of age, this time of year for a 3-year-old in August, he's a freshman in college kind of maturity level, but the older boys and girls, they're more like in their mid-20s.
We'll say this, though, about Bilal for Kaleem Shah, who did get a W the other day with a first-time starter for Steve Aston. The 2 best races on that horse's resume are with Lasix, and he goes with Lasix today.
That's a good point. 3-1 favorite here. There's Mr. Mott. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, it's the same thing I was thinking when it came to Bilal that Paulie just pointed out. Getting Lasix and getting a little bit of class relief. We've seen several horses in this affair facing tougher fields of eventual or subsequent stake winners. But Bilal, he looks good in here, and he has since coming back as a 3-year-old, as he's right behind me. And a lot of times when horses get Lasix, they will be a lot more relaxed. He's very much that. He's filled out quite nicely here. He looks the part, and in a field where I didn't really know which way to go, I landed on him for the fact that he also looks to sit the right kind of trip. Feels like there is a very fast horse on the outside, and there's also horses that kind of need the lead to be effective, and he doesn't. He should have a target to run down. Moving on to number 2, Celestial Gaze. He's kind of another one that can sit back and make one run. I don't think that the race that he and Top Gunner come out of is as good as what they're facing today, but Celestial Gaze was the one who had a bit of trouble that day. He wasn't quite quick enough to keep pace early, sat mid-pack, and then he wasn't clear in the stretch, kind of caught behind horses, and once he split them, he made a bit of a run to secure a third, only beaten the length. He was picked up out of that race by Rudy Rodriguez, and I'll be honest, I was not in the paddock for that affair, but I love what I'm seeing from this horse. I was not expecting to really like him that much, but he looks exceptionally well here. Just a great coat to him, happy, healthy as can be. See if he can build upon that effort up here on opening weekend. And then we'll jump to the outside with the very quick number 8, Chat-A-Lot. He doesn't act like that really fast type of horse. He's actually incredibly laid back, and since that layoff, he has been a lot more mentally mature. He used to get kind of a bit washy and a little too revved up, but not anymore. Every time I've seen him, at least, he's been nice and relaxed, really well muscled, but he's going to look to dominate from the get-go, as he is naturally the fastest horse. But guys, I don't know how you see it, but I feel like Cape Trafalgar, who's a horse that's getting a little bit of class relief, maybe, is one that needs the lead to be effective.
Well, that's the 5, Cape Trafalgar, Dylan Davis for Saffie Joseph Jr. 5-1 right now. Is that how you saw it with the 5, Mig?
No, I don't see it completely that way. He didn't win, but last year up here going 7 furlongs, he had a compromised beginning, and he rallied from off the pace to just miss, and he got a very nice 93 Beyer speed figure. So I don't think he needs the lead, but he doesn't really have that winning profile, right? 2 wins with the 4 seconds and 4 thirds.
And those against a good one, too, ever so mischievous.
Yes.
And he's a horse that is now stepping to a new level. So this is what we call a second level allowance race. He just won his first level allowance race, and now he's going against, 7 other horses, and they've all already done what he just accomplished. They're a little bit more well-versed than he is.
Yeah, it took him a while to get through that condition, and it's always tough. That's why it's tough for horses to string wins together, right? They've got to step up in company each time.
Yeah, and he gets penalized. He's got to carry 124 for winning that race.
He ran a good race here last year, a really good race. Then his next start was a brutal beginning. So if you want to forgive that, you can, because his race here was very good when he lost to Everett Mistresses.
It's a difficult group to separate. And there's Dylan Davis, tremendous start of this meet. This 6-horse, Tom, 3-year-old, you see him coming out of the Grade 3 Dwyer, and he's faced very good company, but he's faced, for the most part, 2 races back, he faced older horses, but the most part exclusively 3-year-olds. Now he's facing some pretty good older horses.
He is, and I think that makes it hard on a 3-year-old, Paul, to do that. But your point about Lasix for this 6-horse and his best races, I think is important, and it plays well for his chances today.
Well, I do like about him, too, is that, Bill has a good, obviously, beat on his horse. Now, he had blinkers on this horse for the first 3 times, and then they tried him in the Remsen. That's turned out to be, obviously, a tremendous race with Dornoch and Sierra Leone. Drum roll, please. We can go on and on. Then he went to the Swale, went to the front end, and now, the 2 times with Lasix at Keeneland W, the other time with Lasix at Saratoga, he lost to Subrogate.
Here's the other thing. I think he's a sprinter. And he's finally getting to that level right now.
Subrogate, by the way, was in the Vanderbilt Grade 1 just the other week. That's pretty good company.
And he was second choice there. Behind Skelly, he was the favorite.
Here's Market Street to kick off the post parade for D. Wayne Lucas.
He's the other 3-year-old in this race. He's coming off a grass start in his last time. Put a line through that. Let's see what he does on the dirt.
Top Gunner's going to be a major player in the race. This horse was just a length behind him last start.
Yeah, now makes his first start for Rudy Rodriguez, this 5-time winner. Horse has been very popular at the claim box.
Here's Top Gunner, that win last out, and that was here at the meet at Saratoga.
So Top Gunner's not only eligible for this race if he runs for the for sale price. We call it a claiming price, and that's what he's in for. $62,500. You like him, he can be yours. He is a very consistent horse.
Not a ton of races on dirt for Clear the Air, but he's got a real good one at Oaklawn back in February.
Yeah, he actually has run a very good race on dirt, although he seems to be a bit more accomplished on turf.
Here's Cape Trafalgar coming off that win at Gulfstream.
We talked about it. He made the lead. That was kind of a slow pace early, played to his advantage. He's up against some more difficult horses here.
The other 3-year-old in this group and the favorite for Bill Mott, Bilal.
Yeah, turning back in distance, and as Paul pointed out, getting back to Lasix, and all his sprint races have been his best go.
Implementation. He faced tougher last time out for Saffie Joseph Jr.
He did face tougher, and it was a start off a layoff since March. He has a chance to move forward.
And the speedy runner outside for Steve Asmussen, Chattelot.
I think he is the speed of the speed. And interesting to hear Ricardo Santana talk about him earlier in the day, that he's a horse that once he gets to the front, he throws his ears up and waits on company. That allows a rider to ride a horse really aggressively out of the gate because you know they're not going to get rank on you.
And here's a look at Cape Trafalgar. Part of a pair of horses in the race for Saffie Joseph Jr. He's got the 7 as well. Dylan Davis rides here. Let's go back to May 11th, the most recent outing. That was his Gulfstream, 7/8 of a mile forward in this race, Tom, and he gets the win.
He gets the win. He cuts. Look how he saves ground, you guys, on that turn. Everybody kind of goes a little bit wide. Gives him a big advantage turning for home, having that rail spot. His tail's kind of kinking out behind him. You can see that as well in him. I mean, he's a horse that gets the job done, but he had everything his way.
Yeah, he's switching that tail a little bit. The one thing you do like is that Dylan Davis has ridden him before. He's got familiarity with him. Has ridden him well before, so you're getting your price right now at 5-1.
I find it interesting. He's had 12 starts, 8 different riders in those 12 starts. The 2 times Edgar Zayas rode him were the 2 times he won.
Here's Top Gunner. This horse consistently runs big races. 6-time winner, 5 runner-ups and 28 starts. Manny Franco will be aboard today, and this was early on at the meet. A win, so trying to get his second win already of this Saratoga meeting.
Yeah, this is back at the beginning of the meet in mid-July. He hadn't run since May. He is a player in this spot. This horse knows where the finish line is. He's only eligible for this race. He's not eligible for the allowance condition. He's already gone through that. He has to run for the claim price, $62,500. No doubt the claim box is going to be full for this horse today. He's going to go to some else's barn after the race. When you claim a horse, you are purchasing that horse before the race. After the race, he's your horse.
The purse goes to the original ownership, but
it does indeed.
It's your horse.
And you know, and we should mention that also there is a veterinarian check of the horse to make sure he's completely healthy before the horse changes hands. Also after the race.
Right. Now, if the race was to break down, do you think the 2 here, Greg's the horse that could maybe? Because it seems like the 2 and the 7 are 2 horses that are the bad gate horses. And if speed develops, one of those 2 is going to be flying late, right?
Yeah, this horse has had a lot of issues out of the gate. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, kind of don't know where to go necessarily. Who's going to be able to run down Chattelot? Who's going to break well to sit right there with him? But a horse that has shown the ability to be forward in his dirt races is number 4, Clear the Air, who returns to the surface for the first time since Oaklawn Park back in March, in which he was involved in a very quick pace that did, well, not necessarily evaporate, but he evaporated. A horse that I've always been a bit of a fan of. Granted, Will Walden is one of those trainers whose horses always come over looking impeccable. So Clear the Air is another one of those. But I've always thought that he has the physical, attributes of a dirt sprinter. So intrigued to see what we get from him here, as I do think this is a tough spot for him to land in, and furthermore, he has to deal with outside speed. But again, I think just an interesting player that's going to be a big price in here, Greg.
Fans excited to see what plays out here. It seems like maybe the most wide open. I know that last race on the turf, wide open too. This one's a puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the races I considered hitting the all button. Obviously got knocked out, but I thought this race was really tough. I like the 6, or I like everybody in here because this race could fall apart. But Maggie makes a good point. Who's going to break out in front? Who's going to take the initiative? What's going to really happen in the opening stages of this race?
Such a hard competitive race, but this is what you get in Saratoga. You get horses from different jurisdictions that have good form. And to me, these are the kind of horses that are, your lunch pail horses in some respect. They bring their lunch pail and they go to work. They're honest and they give you a show.
That's what makes it tough on our favorite. We're looking at right there, Bilal, the 3-year-old in the race, or one of the 3-year-olds in the race. But at the same time, because you're not fully developed as a mature horse yet, as a 3-year-old, you have the chance to step forward from race to race. You still haven't put your resume fully together, whereas the older horses, they have.
It's a race. It's tough to make anyone the favorite. And obviously, someone's got to be the favorite. But, Paul, to see Bilal, 3-year-old too, going against older horses, be not just the favorite, but a 5-2 favorite. You surprised by that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm surprised. And that's why I went to the 7, because I actually thought the 7 would be a heavier price, to be honest with you. Because I think the 7 with Irad, he has a knack with these type of horses. And he almost got this horse home 2 starts ago. I like the prep over at Churchill Downs. I just don't know if I want to take the 6, like Tom said, at that 5-2. And there you see the 7 warming up.
And he's been constant motion.
Implementation here, the 7.
He never stopped the entire post parade. He was either, he galloped him off, and then he was jogging continuously behind the starting gate. That usually means intention. You want to get your forward position.
Good 1-2 punch for Saffie Joseph Jr. He's got this horse to sit off the pace. He's got the 5, Cape Trafalgar, who can be forward. The favorite, the 6, Bilal, for the team of yesterday's Whitney winner, Arthur's Ride, Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
They're in the gate. Got movement inside from Market Street. Any moment. And they're off. And Chattelat is very fast from the outside. Here's Market Street. These two speed clear in the opening furlongs. Bilal comes away with Clear the Air now moving straight into 3rd. Bilal now 4th, 5 lengths off the leaders. Top Gunner is next on the inside of Implementation. It's another 2 lengths back to Cape Trafalgar and Celestial Glaze at the back of the field. The leader is Chattelat. Ricardo Santana Jr. gets him over to the rail and leads the way through a quarter that went in 22 seconds flat. Clear the Air pressing hard from 2nd. Another length and a half. Bilal is 3 deep. Market Street at the rail in the purple colors has 2.5 lengths to make up as they head to the quarter pole. And Top Gunner is racing in between those two, looking for a seam, trying to launch a bid as they reach the top of the stretch. It's still Chattelat just in front. Clear the Air, the half in 45 seconds flat. These two on even terms. Bilal on the outside. Top Gunner 1 from the outside. And in the center of the track, Implementation is trying to get involved late. It's a scramble to the finish. Clear the Air now pulls away in the final stages, and it will be Clear the Air to win it by 2. Bilal got up for 2nd. Top Gunner 3rd. Implementation was finishing with some interest to battle for 4th.
Clear the Air, Ramon Vasquez, Will Walden. This horse we talked about, not a lot of dirt starts. Did have a really big one back in the winter at Oaklawn.
Yeah, good one at Oaklawn. When he had the 8 hole that day and he only ran a 94, he ran a 94 Beyer. He got beat by Huntsville that day. And again, Ramon Vasquez having a horse forward and they just could not catch him here. He had a handful of horse right here, Megan. You even said it. You said this horse moving nice right now.
Yeah, and the key to it, right? He hits the front here. He's on his left lead. Watch Ramon Vasquez make him switch leads coming up. Watch the exaggerated motion with his left rein. He pulls him over right there to his right lead, and then he found more. It felt like he was hanging when he was on that left lead, hit his right lead, and kicked on again, but he was always in perfect position.
You could tell that our pace setter Chattelat was done. Started to slow down, didn't switch over for the inside lead. Nobody looked like they want to take over the race at that point, but the switching of leads for Clear the Air got him on his right lead, his outside lead. It surged him forward and got him the win.
Nice racehorse time, too. 110 flat.
Great job by our crew behind the scenes, slowing that down so we can see that lead change. 11-1. Clear the Air. Will Walden, Ramon Vasquez, Cypress Creek Equine. Tough race. Bilal, the 3-year-old, actually winds up 2nd. But it's clear the air the win.
He had every chance. I mean, he was in perfect position to turn for home. He just did not have the kick that Clear the Air had. Big performance by the winner.
I know the 6 won the first race of this pick 6, but are we looking towards the pick 6 carryover maybe? 25 to 1 to 11 to 1?
Paul called it. He said this was a great race to play all. You'd be smiling if you did right now.
4, 6, 3, 7. Clear the Air. And maybe they're going to keep this horse on dirt with his performance. Beat a good group here. 4th career win, 1st win on dirt for this 4-year-old. And another price in the late pick 5. We'll be back.
And they're off in the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Aderondack setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornick.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornick to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornick wins the Haskell.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Is the Great Three Aderondack. Stretch numbers 5 and 8. Eighth race today, game corner in DuPont Scott, Contenders, Atfield.
Gorgeous shot of this historic racetrack. We bring you our Sunday coverage here on Saratoga Live, and our feature still to come. Grade 3 Adirondack for 2-year-old fillies. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Clear the Air with a win in an ultra-competitive 8th. On this Sunday card, it's Ramon Vasquez for Will Walden, Mig.
Will Walden does a really good job, you know, trainer early in his career, but he's putting together wins. And Ramon Vasquez, for his first summer in Saratoga, is putting together a nice meet. It's flying under the radar, but that's his 6th win in the toughest jockey colony in North America.
His agent, him and Billy Castle, they decided to come here. It was a bold move. I remember him telling me, but he's like, listen, I got to try to take on the best. And I'm with you. He's held his own. I think going out to California and putting horses forward out there has helped him here, and that's what happened in this race.
Let's go to Maggie.
here with rider Vinny of Cypress Creek Equine and rider. We were talking about Clear the Air. It's been, you know, maybe a little bit of a long and winding road to figure out what he really wants to do, but dirt sprinting seems well within his wheelhouse.
It seems like sprinting of any kind. He's run pretty big numbers on 3 different surfaces. I think it's pretty cool. You don't see too many horses that can do that, but he's just been such a cool horse. He was one of the first. He was the first horse that we gave to Will Walden, which it's been a fun experience training in that barn. And he, like I said, he was the first one. So we ran him in the bluegrass. We ran him in some pretty tough spots, and I think we figured out now, like you said, he wants to sprint. And I was begging for him to switch his lead coming down the lane there. And when he finally switched to the right lead, I said, I think we're home, and it was pretty exciting. So it's fun to win up here with a horse like him.
I was gonna say, I think you and everyone else, switch, are all yelling it. But talk a little bit about Will. He has had, this is his first summer having horses up here, and he's killing it.
He's killing it. Will's one of my best friends, so I'm biased, but he does an outstanding job. He really does. He puts his hands on them all every day, and I don't think there's anybody better. And I think as the years go on and more people give him some talented horses, I think the world's going to see that.
And also your rider, who you guys have been pretty loyal to, and Ramon Vasquez, as the guys were just saying, having a sneaky good meet.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Ramon won the Rebel for us on Unojo, which was a pretty special day. And I was telling him before the race, I thought he'd given us some pretty good rides on our last few mounts that just hadn't worked out for whatever reason. And it was nice. He got great ride and right result today. So it was, it's a great day. Very happy.
A really nice horse, too. Congratulations,
Thank
rider.
you very much. I appreciate it.
Ryder has the most epic name, too. But Clear the Air, really running well today, guys.
Big performance. And we take a look at this late pick 5 follow along. Over $1 million in this pool, by the way. That's sensational. Price after price after price with 2 legs remaining.
Very rarely you're going to get a pick 3 in the 50-cent variety. That's $1,000 going into the last 2 legs. Good luck if you're alive.
For 50 cents.
Yeah, for 50 cents. I'm sorry, 50 cents. Wow, my goodness.
Feature up next, and Mig, you spend a lot of time in the Aderondack, so maybe you should tell us about them.
Well, listen, it's beautiful, incredible wilderness. I've climbed every high peak in the Catskills, and I've climbed 13, I think, of the 49 in the Adirondacks. I plan on getting all 49. Hopefully my body doesn't betray me, guys, before I get it done.
You've had some hairy moments up there, too.
Oh, yeah. You see a lot of wildlife, that's for sure. A lot of bears, but you know, that's part of the attraction to it. You're out there by yourself in the wilderness. And a couple years ago, I climbed to the top of a mountain, Sleeping Beauty, camped out because they had that meteor shower. And it was the most spectacular thing you've ever seen. And I was all alone on top of a mountain, my tent pitched, my fire going, watching the meteor shower. Pretty cool.
Living
Special
his best
place,
life,
Adirondack region. We got the Grade 3 Adirondack coming up next for 2-year-old fillies. Second graded stake of the meet for this 2-year-old filly division. And it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, and opening up as a 7-5 favorite, a filly who was impressive in that debut for John Terranova, Italian Soiree.
Ran great that day. Didn't break well, you guys, but kind of rushed back up there and got into it. Flavien Pratt rode and stays on this horse today, so obviously a lot to like.
This horse veered in quite convincingly in his start, and actually took out the first 2 runners, and actually gave himself an unbelievable position. Now, I get it, he might be talented, but kind of put himself in an unbelievable spot. It was one of those things where he veered inside, took the 1 and 2 out of the race. Now, he did rush up 3 wide and showed a lot. I'm surprised, though, that he's your favorite right now.
So him being favorite and the Queen's MG being sitting at 5-2 right now, I thought that, I did not think her race was a fluke by any means. And I feel like the public thinks it was a little bit if they're getting off of her off of that win.
Yeah, I guess so. After you see a 25 and a 73, you don't know. But I'll tell you what, you better take the 7 series in this race as well.
Talk more, about the 7. Anna Karina, when we come back, we're going to look back at all the stakes action from week 4 when we return on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
The
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
They're off in the Della Rose. Be My Sunshine by herself in third, and Poca Mucha brings up the rear. As they turn for home, Poca Mucha cuts the corner and is coming with a smart rally now, and Poca Mucha runs right by Hot Fudge, who has come up empty. Poca Mucha by double digits. Back to McCulloch, who is 3 in front of Atomic Blonde. Now there goes McCulloch. She'll have to cover real estate, but she's starting to roll. McCulloch takes up the chase with big strides, and McCulloch will defend her title, pulling clear with authority. And Cinderella's Dream is 5 lengths off Makanga. Cinderella's Dream yet to do her best running. And here she comes. Cinderella's Dream has to get to Kathy and Marissa. Cinderella's Dream alongside, just being nudged along. Cinderella's Dream, a stroll in the park. Then it's Neat and Please Advise, racing side by side. Neat with good strides into second. Neat is surging right on the money. Here is the line. Neat gets up to win. And Ways and Means breaks beautifully in. Will go right to the front. Ways and Means and Emery, stride for stride. Ways and Means puts her neck in front, and Ways and Means is now a Grade 1 winner. And it's a quick start for both Swiftsure and Filmstar. Those two speed clear by 3 over Johnny's Fireball. Filmstar starting to turn up the pressure now, though, and there he goes. Filmstar has taken the lead as they come through mid-stretch. Filmstar spurts clear by 4. Filmstar was a winner every step of the way. Just coaxed along. Arthur's Ride asserts himself. Opens up almost 2 lengths on Skippy Longstocking. Top of the stretch for Arthur's Ride. Chased intently by Skippy Longstocking. And Arthur's Ride still has a commanding lead. What a tremendous debut in stakes competition. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
As Bill, this is your first victory in the Grade 1 Whitney. You told me some things are worth waiting for.
Yeah, and this one was really worth waiting for. He's a nice horse, great race. I mean, probably one of the most important races in Saratoga, and I've been longing to win this one.
Pretty amazing with everything Hall of Famer Bill Mott has accomplished in his career. He had not won a Whitney. Gets that first win Saturday with Arthur's Ride, Saratoga Weekly Wrap, brought to you by Walmack Farm. Some incredible performances, some that we happen to be on for too. We saw Neat for Rob Atras in that Hall of Fame victory. Of course, he was on an incredible roll in the grass right now.
Yeah, and really we had shown that. Now, we talked about Neat, and I agree with you, but how about this marathoner next? I mean, next is something different from the rest.
Nick, we've got to see him a couple times now, and he's so much fun to watch.
He is my personal favorite horse in training right now. He does something to me. He makes me feel like a 10-year-old version of myself, sitting down to watch the races on Saturday at 6 o'clock on Channel 9. I love when a horse makes me feel like a fan again.
And, yeah, he was 1-9 on the morning line.
I don't think I've seen that.
It's incredibly rare in this sport.
Well, I give David Aragona credit because sometimes you know horses are going to be 1-9 and the guy will put 1-5. Like, put 1-9. He was never not going to be 1-9. He was never out of third gear. I mean, let's be honest with you, X-Man Luan Machado, who's his regular rider, he sat him down at Belmont and showed the real deal. Today, he was like just a stroll in the park.
David Aragona, of course, our morning line maker here at Saratoga and the New York circuit. He is the best in the business.
Yeah. He won in a gallop, a canter, and he still won by 22.5 lengths.
He's incredible. And I love that his trainer, too. To this point, he's not been tempted. All this talk, oh, let's put him in a classic division race. Keeping him at what he does best right now. We're seeing him do something special. 108th running of the Grade 3 Aderondack for 2-year-old fillies is next.
Welcome back to the program here. It's Saratoga Live. We're brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as we're here in the paddock for today's Adirondack Grade 3 event. And this, of course, is your 2-year-old, or Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. As we'll take a look at some new faces when it comes to the Naira circuit, including number 3, Atomic City. Atomic City comes in here for Eddie Keneally, who can be so so dangerous with his 2-year-olds. And while it was a slow figure, I question the quality of the race and what we've seen the horses do that came back out of it. They have underperformed, and she did take them gate to wire, and she could be speed again here because she is awfully sharp, but as a physical, I really like what I'm seeing from her because she doesn't look like an out and out, really rapid 2-year-old. She has some scope to her. There's some ranginess and length to her frame, which I appreciate. And she's a beautiful mover, really walks nicely. She's gotten a little rambunctious here in the paddock, as we do see Eddie's longtime assistant, Kelly Wheeler, on her head, but Kelly's kept her moving, kept her contained and content. And I think that's important. But I didn't like her on paper, but I like what I'm seeing here in the paddock. As we'll move on to Dallas Stewards, number 7, Anna Karenina, as she actually comes out of maybe a little bit more of a impressive affair that she won by 3 lengths, albeit going 4.5 furlongs. We saw Reliable Source come back and win. The 4th place finisher came back and win with a 73 buyer. And looking at Anna Karenina, as she is a half sister to Hoist the Gold, being a daughter of the hot sire Vekoma, looks a lot like Vekoma. I mean, this is definitely the 2-year-old filly version of what Vekoma was, but very athletic, really, really fit coming in here, as she should be with those 2 previous efforts under, but has been so professional, just really classy acting. I appreciate that, Greg. So a more wide open affair than it feels that the board is suggesting with Italian Soiree.
Maggie, thanks. And yet there is Anna Karenina, and you mentioned a sister to Hoist the Gold, Grade 1 winner of the Cigar Mile. Pretty talented runner.
Yeah, and as it pertains to the pick 6, there's only $16 in combinations. So that's combinations now. So like if you're 1 by 1, that's 1 combination. 2 by 1, that's 2 combinations. Somebody who's all in this race by 2, that's 14 combinations. So not many left. One more long shot would probably spring a pick 6 carryover.
So Tom, this is a significant money on the 2 here, Italian Soiree at 8-5 from a 9-2 morning line.
It is. And although the debut was impressive, the one thing to keep in mind is something that we talked about earlier when you asked me about 2-year-olds debuting. This horse had 3 gate works before her first start, didn't leave the gate work well, and then came back and had another gate work before this race. They're not happy with how this horse leaves the gate.
It's a great point. All those gate works, and then to come back and do it again after running.
We kick off our post parade for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day with What in the Literal, who was the Astoria winner for Jenna Antonucci.
A stakes winner that really didn't get a fair shot in the last time. Stumbled badly. The rider came off. Both horse and rider course okay, and here we are today.
Here's the favorite, can Flavien Pratt add another stakes win?
Yeah, it was green on debut. She broke in at the start, rushed up the position, ran on well, needs to improve.
Pratt with 8 already at the meet. Here's Atomic City for Eddie Keneally.
Fast. This one's going to be quick. Favored in the only start that went straight to the front and kept improving.
One of the hottest trainers at the meet, Mark Cassie, with Dare to Breeze.
This filly won with consummate ease. It was a restricted maiden race for horses that had been purchased for $50,000 or less.
Debut winner at Monmouth. Big price here, Aguas de Crystal.
Yeah, big, long stride in gray filly by Volatile. Took her a little bit to catch her stride, and when she did, she just dominated that field at Monmouth.
Here's Anna Karenina for Dallas Stewart, has Tyler Gaffleone.
The speed of the speed, in my opinion. This horse wanted a very short distance in her last start and did it going very quick on the front end.
Favored in the Astoria, didn't run well, and then 44-1 opening day in the Schuylerville and won that race, the Queen's MG.
A lot of times with long shots, you see them pick up the pieces in a race or something. This horse legitimately won that stakes race. The Queen's MG is for real. It's not a fluke, and that 5-2 price is tasty.
And I think, Paul, you had brought it up, maybe make outside post every single start of her career.
Every time she's run, she's had the extreme outside posts in her races, and she gets it at an easier time of today. Last time she was 11 of 11. With the scratches today, she's 7 of 7, and I think she sits a very similar trip.
Like Tom said, she won this race with the worst trip of all the horses. I mean, she was 3 wide. She was pressing the pace, going 21-4, 45. And I remember watching that race going, when is she going to go away? And
right.
She just was not going away.
Well, trainer Saffie Joseph Jr. of this filly said, we're just going to wheel her right back. Strike while the iron's hot and let everyone play catch up to us while she's doing good.
I mean, when you win like that, you don't really know what happened. She was the favorite in the Astoria. You're hoping that it doesn't happen again. Now, I'm in agreement with Tom. The 7 broke awkward in her first start, but she was a bullet out of the gate. You know, there's the one right there for Jenna Antonucci.
Yeah, this one, winner of the Astoria, as Tom mentioned, really didn't get a chance last start. Stumbled out of the gate. Lost rider Javier Castellano will be Johnny V aboard today. 11-1 right now. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, here with Jenna Antonucci, and opening weekend, Jenna, you actually had to apprehend what in the literal right here. Talk a little bit about how she's come out of that, and you know, heart in your throat, I'm sure, when you watch that break.
Obviously, you know, most important part, she's good. She was fine that day, and that's always our focus, as is everybody back here, and that will continue to be our focus. So she got a little chiropractic work done, and, you know, just like anyone that may have had a car accident or a slip and fall, you know, she just needed a little tweak, and so got all that straightened back out for her, and she was appreciative of that, and she's been training great.
Talk a little bit about John Velasquez, Hall of Famer, getting aboard her for the first time today.
I just would like to see the same ride that Fierceness got, you know, on her today. So if we see all that happening, I'm out.
Absolutely. Well, Jenna, best of luck with her. It'd be really cool to see her duplicate that Astoria win.
Undoubtedly.
All right, Jenna Antonucci, always great to catch up with here, sending out What in the Literal. Hopefully, her and Johnny V stay together.
Yeah, keep your eyes on this one out of the gate after what happened last time. And just incredible what Jenna Antonucci accomplished here last summer with Arcangelo winning the Travers and becoming the first female trainer ever to win a Triple Crown race in the Belmont with that 3-year-old of the year as well.
So overdue. I mean, women in this sport on the backside are such an integral part of the success. And you got to say it like it is. Traditionally, it's been a man's sport. And that's not fair, but it has been. And so for Jenna to do what she did last year is long overdue, and I mean, more power to the women that are in the sport.
Absolutely.
It's been
so many trainers,
too, yeah.
breaking down barriers. Jenna Antonucci, Brittany Russell.
Chasey Palmier, she had that nice little horse. Lindsay Schultz, Alexis Clare. You can go on and on with some Melanie Giddings.
And obviously Linda Rice.
Yeah, we're missing Linda. There's so many we're missing here. But Cherie DeVoe. I mean, there's so many. And they all can flat out train.
Here is the favorite. Has been favored throughout. Dominant in that debut. Got to sit behind a couple of horses who went at it early, but let's look at the start because that's the big concern.
Yeah, it is. And doesn't leave the gate well, but is fortunate because has a position to get back and get into the race and actually is going to find a spot, I believe, along the rail to keep going, right?
The one thing I was that was crazy about this, you would think Flavien would have sat. He ended up just going 3 wide and around him. He did not wait after that break because he could have sat behind those other runners. Now, the horse in front of him was a big favorite that day, Mick, so maybe he wasn't taking any chances.
Yeah, I think once she found her stride, you know, a young horse especially, it's hard to turn them on and turn them off and expect them to turn back on, right? So once he got her going forward, he said, okay, I'm just going to continue with that so I don't confuse her.
And oftentimes, horses that don't break well in their first start, they learn by the experience. What's different about Italian Soiree is that this is a problem.
Yeah.
We know it because you don't bring a horse to the gate 3 times to work him out of the gate. That's the toughest kind of work you can put on a horse from a standing start. So you do it until you get it right, and that's all you do it. And this horse has now been to the gate again after that race.
Yeah, that's an unusual move, right? To go back to the gate after, you know, debuting. You don't see that very often.
That's how old Mig was when he started riding professionally.
I don't know who that generous jockey was that gave everybody goggles, but hats off to him.
That's awesome.
That's how you create fans in this sport.
Absolutely. Yeah, kids love goggles. Phil Linguini.
Check them out. They are so
Whitecap
fired up.
wouldn't give me goggles at the quarter horse track when I was a kid. I tease him about it all the time now.
I remember my first autograph. I ran down Paul Molitor in his Corvette at a light, and I was getting beep, beep, beep. He signed a couple of my baseballs, and I was the happy camper.
Flavien Pratt.
I mean, like, oh, my God.
He's getting a lot of autograph requests walking down that paved way for the jocks to get back to the jockey room. Popular man here at the meet.
That's a cool little thing that a lot of people don't know about that haven't been to Saratoga is the accessibility to these riders. Not only after the race when they're walking back, but also walking into the paddock. They're very accessible and very accommodating.
It's a great thing to see the kids to get excited about getting riders' autographs. And when a rider does give them goggles like that, it's a keepsake. It's almost akin to getting a baseball at a baseball game.
No, it reminds me a lot of old Vero Beach, which is no longer. We used to walk through the crowd. I mean, good or bad, whether you struck out 2 or 3 times, you walk through the crowd signing autographs. Yeah, you could have a bad ride here, and you got to walk through the crowd. But if you have a good ride, you're giving out your goggles. I can imagine that walk could be long or it could be very short, Mig.
That walk would be tremendously longer if you had to walk through the crowd at Aqueduct.
Yeah, that's a tough crowd.
That's a tough crowd.
That's a tough crowd.
Let's get back to this race. And, you know, Paul, we've seen it. Dallas Stewart has had some talented 2-year-olds at this race.
Yes.
One of them, he's hoping to go, I believe, to the hopeful on closing day, but another one who just missed with a bad break. This 7-horse, Anna Karina, he didn't even want to run in that second race. It was at 4.5 furlongs because he feels this horse wants to go longer, but horse was doing so good and the purse was so big. He said, let's go for it. She wound up winning anyway for fun.
She broke like a bullet. She had 2 lengths on, you could see right on that field immediately. So that's why I'm with Tom. I think she's the speed in here. We'll see how far she can go. But Dallas has come in here with his horses running well.
8-5 favorite. She's been favored throughout. Italian Soiree off that big debut. Can she break better this afternoon? Keep your eyes on the start with this filly by Uncle Mo. It's a grade 3. Aderondack, 2-year-old fillies going 6.5 furlongs. Our Sunday feature. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. Anna Karina is awaiting her turn. And the Schuylerville winner, the Queen's MG. The cozy outside draw coming up. The Queen's MG goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Adirondack. Anna Karina is very quick away from the gate. What in the Literal came away smoothly today, and Dare to Breeze comes away in third. The Queen's MG is fourth. They're followed by Italian Soiree. Aguas de Cristal, not the best of beginnings, in Atomic City between those two. It's Anna Karina going to the half-mile pole, leading it by a length. Dare to Breeze, though, is tugging fiercely in second. Coming after her now. The Queen's MG in third. What in the Literal at the rail in fourth. Italian Soiree fifth. The opening quarter zipped in a rapid 21 2/5 seconds. At the back, Atomic City in a hard-ridden Aguas de Cristal. Around the far turn. And there's a battle on the front end. It's Anna Karina, who has been prominent every step of the way. The Queen's MG looming up on the outside, and Dare to Breeze. 3 of them across the track at the top of the stretch. The Queen's MG is up to take the lead. Dare to Breeze in second. Italian Soiree is trying to rally, but the Queen's MG has given them the wave off. The Queen's MG absolutely towering over the competition in the Adirondack. Wins by 8. Italian Soiree, Atomic City, and Dare to Breeze.
The Queen's MG, she was a shocker on opening day in the Schuylerville. Not this time around. Another huge performance to take the Adirondack.
No, when she turned for home, they had called a question on her. Dylan Davis had not asked his horse. You saw the 2-horse Italian Soiree did not break that well, was chasing the entire time. Look at the hands on Flavien Pratt on the 2. He's pushing, he's riding, and look at the hands on Dylan Davis on the lead on the outside there. He has yet to ask. The Queen's MG, I think Frank Miramati said she waved him off. In Richie's neighborhood, they call that giving him the finger.
Yeah, she did. She put this field to bird. She just drew off powerfully, and anybody who thought that race in the Schuylerville was a fluke, well, this was no fluke. This filly just was cruising up. Tom, great observation, too. His hands were still back at closer to her withers. When a rider starts setting a horse down, they shorten their hold up and they go up their neck. He didn't do that till almost the 3/16 fall.
Yeah, great observation, but you're being asked to step off the show, Tom. We're PG here. 5-2. Queen's MG even more impressive than she was in the Schuylerville. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, so far sweeping the 2-year-old filly races that we have up here, Safi. Talk a little bit about her. She has been exceptional in her last few starts.
Yeah, she has, and it just shows you the first time we ran her, she didn't run anything, and last time she won on class. Today I said, we were going to see if she was legit or not, because last time she wasn't supposed to win, but only one breeze in a month, and today she showed up big time. Just want to say thanks to Mark Cornett, Clint Cornett. They stepped up bother with Bill and Terry Mathis, and they give us these kind of horses, and we just thank God to have them.
She seemed more settled, more focused, more fit today, too.
Yeah, she was more fit. She was a little edgy before they put the saddle on, and then once we put the saddle on, she went completely calm. And I kind of look for that. Like, if they get edgy after they put the saddle on, I don't like that. And she went to sleep after that, and I felt really good after that. And then she goes to pull so beautiful that it gives you confidence. But they still have to show up, and thank God she did.
Safi, exceptional meet so far. Talk a little bit about your team and the horses that you brought up here to win these races.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work. It's going good this meet. We've been at a meet where we won our first race. I mean, we lost 40. So we learned from it. We learned from our mistakes. We learned what not to do and what to do. And you just have to have the right horses. And thank God the owners are giving us that. So we're very appreciative to be in this. This is the best racing you can find.
And another Greatest Stakes win to the tally. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, the Queen's MG. It's so far 2 for 2 in this series, guys.
And, Safi Joseph said it best before this race. He said, let's just run her again before everyone catches up to us. She looks like she got a lot better, though, Tom, in this race.
Hey, man, you got to catch up to her. You got to be doing some serious running.
No, I'm with you. I mean, to finish up in 117 and change, I think that's a good, actually, race horse time, too. And Safi Joseph has done a great job with this filly by 1,000 words. It's trained by Bob Baffert, and this is the first full, Greg?
No, so her debut, she wins her debut. She was the first ever starter for Sire, 1,000 words, and she won that debut at 45-1.
Now she's a double. That's kind of crazy. 1,000 words was a good horse. Very fast horse.
Yeah. Not a bad start to your career at stud, right?
Wow.
Queen's MG shocked everybody opening day. It just puts this field away now. 2 graded stakes at this meet. Safi Joseph Jr., C2 Racing Stable, and Dylan Davis, another stakes win. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look ahead to one of the big ones at the meet, the Fourstar Dave and Carl Spackler for Chad Brown, winner of the Grade 3 Kelso. Earlier on in the meet, we'll try and pick up another graded stakes victory.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Phasing Tipton New York bred yearlings, showcasing New York's finest yearlings. Recent grads include Grade 1 winner Therapist and graded stakes winner Mo Plex. Plus 2023 New York bred champions Tara's Time, Dr. Ardito, Silver Skillet, and the Wine Steward. This year, over $65 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Phasing Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 11th and 12th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live as the Queen's MG victorious here in the Aderondack. As for Safi Joseph Jr., Dylan Davis in the irons again. guiding her to victory. Dylan, this victory compared to Schuylerville looked even easier for you guys.
Definitely, they did a great job. Safi, the team, everybody here getting her today. Much improvement to her start today. Just turn her away from the pony. She was more aggressive on the bridle. You know, with an extra 16th, I just still have to keep that in mind. But the outside posts, again, similar to last time, able to get where I wanted to sit comfortably. And, you know, just biding my time again, and she's there for me down the lane, and that's what you want to see. She ran well today.
It's almost like she wants more distance watching that.
Yeah, well, she had it easy here, so I think she could handle the 7 furlongs, given that she's in a comfortable spot. But if I was inside too, I think she would be able to settle in, and the distance, I think, would be no problem.
Kind of not a usual relationship we see with you and Safi Joseph. How did you get on the Queen's MG in the first place?
I think that this horse was available through another rider that had a double call. But I've had a lot of success with Safi. I don't ride many for him, but when we have the combo, we're very successful. But I appreciate every mount that he gives me, and we get the job done.
And you learned what a Queen's or what an MG is, didn't you? I had to show you.
Yes, you did. Yeah. So we learned.
They're cool little cars.
Yeah.
Dylan, congratulations, massive effort.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, the Queen's MG. Yes, MG cars. Greg, you familiar?
Well, I do know this filly has quite an engine on her. And wow, did she improve in her second start. You got to go for the sweep now, right? In the spin away?
I was just thinking the same thing. Of course you do. She is the pro tem leader of this division, of this 2-year-old filly division.
Fasig Tipton's Winter Circle lead-in, brought to you by the 103rd Saratoga Sale of Selected Yearlings, August 5th and 6th. Where will you be? What a performance in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, Mig.
And this filly was picked up at the Fasig Tipton October sale for $3,500.
Quite a bargain.
Yeah,
I'll say.
It's been the year of the small bargain. Unbelievable. It's crazy.
But that can happen. That can happen, right? With new sires just starting out.
Of course. So Torpedo what? Not necessarily a new sire, but 40K.
40,000.
Golden cents, for 30,000, somewhere in that area.
I go back to Serengeti Empress, which is my biggest moment, so I use her example a lot. Sure. But 70K at the Keeneland sale. That's.
I'll never forget when I called you. I asked you. I said, when you bought a daughter of alternation, and you said to me, the owner said, just find me the best looking horse, and that's why you bought Serengeti Empress. Yeah,
she was an athlete.
Yeah, crazy.
Became a multiple Grade 1 winner, including at this racetrack in the Ballerina. Pretty good one for Tom. And that push you got from behind, from part of your crew, you're probably okay with it after that win.
One of my good friends, Chris Ewing, God rest his soul. He's passed away. I miss him every day. But that was quite a moment. And I was smart enough to take it all in. I stayed out till about 2 in the morning that night. I haven't done that since I was in college.
Wow.
But I enjoyed every minute of it.
Next week just keeps getting better and better. This is a look at the Week 5 stakes schedule. Got the John Morrissey on Thursday, Saturday. One of the great races of the meet. And a fan favorite who Mig rode into Ciro's to get a key to the city back in the day. The great Fourstar Dave.
Fourstar Dave, they said, would he take a picture in the bar? I said, if he's game enough to step up in there, I'm game enough to ride him. I thought he was going to order a Guinness, Tom. He was as smart a horse I've ever been around.
That's awesome. 8 straight years. Won a race here at Saratoga, and that's always a tremendous race where everyone was looking forward to a horse trying to win it 3 years in a row. Casa Creed unfortunately retired, but he accomplished a lot on the racetrack, and now Carl Spackler becomes a major player in that race.
Yeah, Carl Spackler's good form. Won the prep for it the right way, Paul.
No, he's really nice horse. It's Carl Spackler. He's got a great turn of foot. Listen, Master of the Seas will take some money in there, of course. More Than Looks is going to take money for Cherie DeVoe. Got a lot of talent.
Race goes through Master of the Seas, though, right?
100%, yeah.
Well, let's look, though, at Carl Spackler. And maybe his best was last time out. This was huge. It was here at Saratoga in the Grade 3 Kelso.
This was a good race right here. I mean, you're talking about 2 riders showing you all their skills and what they do, pushing on their horses, using their body weight, using the crop sparingly, but using it at the right time. These 2 came to the wire together. I love watching good riders being put to the test.
He's beat that horse, Talk of the Nation, twice now by a head and a half length.
Well, they're probably getting familiar with each other at this point. Maybe we had a burgeoning Affirmed and Aladar situation, but Carl Spackler was good, and he got cast into the position of keeping that horse honest. And that's not the easiest position to be put into.
No, and it just seems like a horse that just knows what to do, and Greg, and just gets to the wire when he needs to, just does what he needs to get done. And that's a kind of dangerous kind of horse because he can always reach back and get more.
5 for 8 on the turf, certainly a nose for that wire for trainer Chad Brown, E5 Racing. Meanwhile, Charlie Appleby will have Ottoman Fleet as a winner of back-to-back graded stakes. Arlington, grade 3, and then the grade 2 Wise Dan. He's rebounded off that disappointing defeated odds-on in the Fort Marcy.
Make no mistake about it, there's a new sheriff in town when it comes to grass racing in Saratoga, and he's from overseas. His name is Charlie Appleby, and what he brings here always seems to run really, really well.
Is that grass?
That is grass.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
Tipping
I
over the
don't
top
think you're
of
going to
the
see it
gutter.
this fall. I got the memo. No grass this fall.
Okay.
Yeah, they made that announcement.
What a surprise.
Well, that is coming up next Saturday. Huge race in that Breeders' Cup Mile division. So we're always excited about that. We have a contest coming up, that Fourstar Dave contest. Registration now open for the on-track and online Fourstar Dave Challenge. Register now to win a BC seat and cash prize pool. Registration closes before Saratoga's third race, post time on Saturday, August 10th. Go to NYRA.com/contests to learn more. "17 minutes away from our finale, and we know he made it's like stepbrothers. They're best friends. Mike Maker, Paul LaDuca. Well, Maker jumped in the golf cart with JK. Could he get him to open up like Paulie does? We'll find out.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140, 140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kayla, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Back on our Sunday coverage of the premier meet in the country, historic Saratoga Racecourse. Beautiful shot overhead of these historic grounds where the greats have stamped their legacy. We have so many big ones still to come at the meet. We still have the nightcap to come on this Sunday card as well. And that canoe will get painted in just a few weeks' time in the colors of the winning owner of the Draft Kings Travers. Will it be Silks of a Phillies owner, Torpedo Anna? We will see. Paulie has become great friends with Mike Maker. You've gotten this guy to open up like no one else. He's a man of very few words, but he's someone who lets his results do the talking, as you will see early on in this edition of Car Talk with Jonathan Kinchin.
Mike, do you like it up here in Saratoga?
Yes.
All right. You like racing horses on the turf?
Yes.
Is your favorite part of winning the post-race interview?
No.
Do you know any good jokes?
No.
Text or call? Which one do you prefer?
Text.
Figured that. A lot of people thought this would never happen, Mike.
They were right.
Seriousness now, Mike, I appreciate you doing this. I read you bought your first horse when you were 13 years old.
Well, I had a stockpile of cash. My dad was going to the Timonium sale out of paper route. I worked summers, the weekends at the racetrack, and he went and bought a horse for $2,500 to let me take care of. I bought 25% of it, and he won his first race. So I thought it was easy money.
Tell me a little bit about your dad. Your dad was a trainer as well. What kind of trainer was he?
He's a trainer. Most of his life he spent in Detroit and would go to Florida for the winters. You know, we dealt with a lot of claiming horses, so, you know, even though we were a cheaper track, he had a similar feed program to Wayne Lucas, who I worked for after I left Detroit.
Tell me some of the main things you picked up working for someone like D. Wayne.
Well, it's obvious my dress and my penmanship. No, but in all seriousness, you know, his organizational skills and being able to manage multiple stables, I think was second to none. I think that's the biggest part that helped me today.
You spent a lot of time when you were with D. Wayne around Charismatic. What does spending time around such a good horse kind of teach you?
Teach me that I took it for granted. It was a little harder than Wayne made it look. Every year, you know, we had a bunch of babies come in, and you know, we seemed to get to the Derby and the top 3-year-old races, and you know, it's something you really appreciate looking back after all these years.
Up here at Saratoga, I always fall in love with horses that can give the fans a little bit of something. Casa Creed is one that comes to mind. But Cross Border, he won here 3 years in a row.
The New York bred Cross Border to win Saratoga's Bowling Green Stakes.
Why did Cross Border like Saratoga so much?
And the Cross Border was a funny horse to train. He had a mind of his own, but when he came up here, that all went behind him. He still stall walk once in a while, but not like he did at other places. But he was definitely a horse for course.
Well, you know, I always do a little research before I do these things, and I came across your Wikipedia page, and it says that you've been blessed to have 3 children, but I was a little bit surprised that Caden was listed as your favorite child. I thought that was a pretty bold thing to put in your Wikipedia.
I mean, I was also surprised that I had 3 children because I only actually have 2. But you know, he's very good with electronics and cracking jokes.
Mike, I got to tell you, you know, a lot of people, when I told them I was doing this, they were worried that it was going to be tough. But I've had significantly harder cart talks than this one. It's pretty easy.
That's good. Maybe I'm improving.
Card Talk brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, passion, performance, and Mike Maker. Got a great sense of humor once you let it come out. A terrific trainer, Tom.
Yep.
What does he do best?
Trains.
Nice impersonation. There he is, very stoic. He's got a big chance in this nightcap coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
Very funny. He is. As we'll take a look at Officer Derek, who's taking a lot of early money. And I think a lot of people saying, well, there's not a lot of pace in here. And once upon a time, Officer Derek had plenty of pace. Last time he was checked back pretty significantly early on in that June 29th effort, coming back off a little bit of a layoff and first time out for trainer Horacio De Paz, who's looking for another win on this card. He kind of just followed the winner around there and made a bit of a belated run. My problem with Officer Derek is, are we going to see that speed? Because this is a horse who has really lost a lot of conditioning behind the saddle, and horses need that to propel themselves forward to get out of the gate, and he's just looking kind of on the weaker side back there. Does have the right man on his back, though, in Kendrick Carmouche to try to ensure that he breaks forwardly. Moving on to number 5, Skellig Island, a horse that I like. I think he's had some excuses. He was wide last time. We saw another horse in Jay Hirsch come out of that effort who was also wide and run a very good third in a tougher spot at a big price earlier this week. And Skellig Island looks fantastic. He's tightened up now that he's 4th off the bench. Moving on to number 9, Modica, trainer George Weaver, sitting at 999. So this would give him that milestone 1,000th win, as if Modica was able to get the job done. I know he only broke his maiden for 35,000, and it took him a while to do so, but look back at his first race here at Saratoga. He was 3.5 to 1 against Carson's Run in what was a loaded maiden special weight. This horse needed to be gelded. He was the physical kind of prototype of why you should geld a horse. He was just too heavy. So he looks much more fit, much more defined overall. He's a good-looking sort, and I do like that ultimate equipment change, and I think he could take a step forward, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post-parade coming up for this finale on our Sunday card. Board reflects that this is a very difficult race to try and come up with a winner, and here are your favorites at 7-2. We're going to kick things off with Now and Later, Tyler Gaffleon, Barn of Joe Sharp, and 2 starts back faced What Say Thee. That horse came back to win the next 2 in a row, including a stake with a 96 buyer.
I used to love to eat Now and Laters when I was a kid, but to the horse, a good drop in class here, and drops in class puts you in position to win.
Here's Officer Derek with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, so I think this is the speed of the race, in a race that I think lacks speed, and that's why Officer Derek is being bet down to 7-2.
Romero Mirage for Rudy Rodriguez on King Freud.
Going to drop down to the 30 level. Has not done much. That's why the big price.
Skellig Island has Flavien Pratt.
Another one that's making a drop in class and was really compromised in the last start by a slow pace, being behind early.
A-lister, it's a long shot that's interesting.
Yeah, it took a field gate to wire last time out. Now Ricardo Santana will get aboard. I would think the same tactics would be employed.
St. Joe Louis, trained by Mark Hennig, has Joel Rosario.
Yeah, a horse that's been right there at this level last few starts. 19 tries, only 1 win.
9 seconds in those 19 starts. Here's Mike Maker's Berry Funny, appropriate with what we just saw in Card Talk.
Yeah, 1 for 10 lifetime. And I think on that Wikipedia page, the problem is I might be listed as his 3rd son on accident.
Modica for George Weaver, sitting on 999 wins.
And a horse that's been gelded since the last start and has numbers periodically that put him in the winner's circle.
Nostalgic one for Todd Pletcher, should be coming from very far back.
Just broke his maiden, the son of English Channel, but gets Irad aboard, and right now is your tepid second choice.
And on the outside, Noble Huntsman, Lane Luzzy, nearly 30-1.
Yeah, 1 for 23 lifetime and 1 for 17 over the turf.
So that's the group that will travel 1 mile and 1/16 here on the grass for this non-winners at 2 lifetime condition. There's the Mike Maker runner, Berry Funny. We're going to take a look at last time out at this meet, Tom, back on July 14th. Put in a winning bid, then flattened out to 3rd.
Yeah, I think you called it just right, Greg. So at this level, has a clear run right here to get to the winner's circle. Goes for a ways, but can't complete the task.
No, it's just, he kind of like just waits on everybody else. His lone win is at 2 to 5. And he's 1 for 10 lifetime. He's very competitive in a lot of his races. It's hard for him to punch the clock home, Nick.
Yeah, but how many times have we done a feature or a cart talk and the subject winds up winning? And that was a very funny one. He's very funny.
We'll see if it comes to fruition. Here's a nostalgic one. Is there enough pace in here to set it up for him?
I don't think so. You struggle with this race to find who's going to make the lead, and when you do that, it really hurts to come from behind her. And Nostalgic One, who goes around to win in this spot right here that we're going to watch, he wants that pace up front. He wants those horses to weaken up by using a lot of energy so he can use his good energy at the end of the race.
You know, this race, to me, we talked about, I think somebody had mentioned, like, you know, the runway thing when you go to the airport and the walkway's a little bit faster. That's what it looked like. Everybody else was just going and this horse grinded it out. I'm not sure about this horse. Not right back at that price.
Soft spot to get downwinds. Going to need pace help up front. Maybe a little luck with a trip as well, but getting a lot of money. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, he's one of those horses, Nostalgic One, that we're all against, and we'll probably put him right in the winner's circle. But I too feel as though he is not appealing as a short price. Let's talk about one that comes in out of a public sale and bought for $30,000 at the Fasig-Tipton Kentucky Horses of Racing Age sale. Now and later, number 1 in here, as he'll actually turn back in distance. And I get 1.5 miles is too far. But I actually think 1.16 might be too short. This is such a long, narrow horse, and he's always been one that struggled to carry his weight, not a horse that gives the impression that he's in his feed tub with enthusiasm. Warming up well, great coat to him otherwise, and I always pay attention to Joe and when he gets these horses. And look, he was bought for $30,000, he's right here for $30,000, so it makes sense. It's a very logical spot for this horse. I just don't feel like the distance is ultimately going to prove to his liking. As we'll check in with Barry Funny, who I think is a generous 9-to-1 right now, because this horse that has always looked good, always had a turf hoof, and I've thought always wanted to go long. And I think, as you guys are mentioning and watching that last replay, he was the only horse that was up front that stuck around. He went 5 wide into the first turn. He got rank, and considering he expended that energy in the first quarter of a mile, was still pretty game to stick it out and finish third, only beaten a length and 3/4. So I think he is a very logical contender at a very generous price, given these connections, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. See what happens here in this very competitive finale to close out our Sunday action. So many ways you can go. And Officer Derek, the 3, 10-to-1 morning line, taking significant play here, Tom. And is it because of the fact he can control up front potentially?
It has to be. I think for Officer Derek, who was just totally out of position in his last race, he is the controlling speed of his race. And when he does get that position, his efforts are definitely good enough to win this race.
Just to alert everybody, the 4 and the 12, the 2 biggest long shots, will carry over your pick 6. The lowest you can do, $69,000. The highest you can do is $138,000. Some amazing payoffs. And if you're a pick 5 player, the lowest you can do is to the 1 at $20,000. And if you're alive to one of those big long shots, it's still nice to look at $296,000. To the 12, right? I just like looking at it. I just like to be saying I'm alive.
Being in a position to have that happen, right? Amazing. Yeah. To get the great handicapping if you got there.
Yeah, and it's life-changing. Good luck.
See what happens here in this finale. That man right there could be controlling things up front. Kendrick Carmouche on Officer Derek.
He knows it too, believe me. These guys, they study just like we do. They know what's out there. They know all these horses' resumes. They know their strengths and weaknesses of the horse they're on, Richie.
And it's changed so much, Tom. You have so many tools available to you now to prepare. There's a replay center in the jockey's room. You can watch replays all morning long. You know the habits of the horses, but you also know the habits of the riders. Who's going to guard the rail with their life? Who's going to drift? Yeah. Who wants to be forward? It really is. It's like knowing batters, right?
Well, it's completely changed. It's the same way in baseball. You can watch your at-bat right on an iPad. You used to have to go back. And I even saw Chad Brown looking at replays with his iPad showing his jockey. So, yeah, the technology has just gotten insane. You can go right to the race, right to the last race, show a jockey, hey, this is the way the horse needs to be ridden.
Favorite on the rail now and later. You learn something new on the show every day. One of Tom's favorite candies growing up.
I used to love those. They weren't good for you. I ate a lot of them.
Great for your teeth.
Yeah, right.
Joe
We'll keep
Sharp,
fillings out.
Tyler Gaffleon. Let's go upstairs. Nightcap on this Sunday card. Here's Frank Miramati.
Last couple left to load. A-lister moving forward. Modica comes up. Nostalgic One. And Noble Huntsman. They're in the gate. A little bit of movement from the two inside runners. And they're off. King Freud, St. Joe Louis. Here's Officer Derek sprinting up to take the lead, and Skellig Island moves up. The pace hot and heavy in the opening furlong. Three of them across the course. It's King Freud and Officer Derek ensuring a very fast pace. Skellig Island backs off wisely, and St. Joe Louis is taken in hand, well spotted fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Then comes Berry Funny, now and later. Modica is racing on the outside with about 10 lengths to make up. It's another 2 back to A-lister, followed by Nostalgic One as they make their way onto the backstretch with Noble Huntsman trailing. 23-3 for Officer Derek, leading the way over King Freud, who's worked upon to try and stay close second. It's another 3 back to Skellig Island in third. Joel Rosario has a nice hold of St. Joe Louis in fourth, some 5 lengths off the lead and wanting to get a little bit closer. Berry Funny on the outside is next, followed by Now and Later. Modica is racing in between horses, rounding the far turn. A-lister losing some ground on the inside. Comes Nostalgic One and Noble Huntsman, 48-2. It's Officer Derek, King Freud, St. Joe Louis coming after them, and Modica is in with a chance, fourth, coming 4 deep at the top of the stretch. And it is King Freud, St. Joe Louis on the outside. On the hedge, Officer Derek is brave. Modica in the center of the course trying to get to the top 3. Now and Later in the red is next. They're in the final furlong. St. Joe Louis, Modica. St. Joe Louis a half to Modica, far outside. Here's Nostalgic One coming fastest of all. Will he get there? Here's the line. Photo finish. 3 of them across the course. Modica. Did George Weaver get win number 1,000? It's a 3-way photo. He's in between horses. Nostalgic One was coming flying, and St. Joe Louis, what a finish in the finale.
Photo finish to close this out. Was it number 1,000 for trainer George Weaver? That's the 9. Modica with Manny Franco, but here comes Todd Pletcher's Nostalgic One on the outside.
What a finish this is, and I don't know, Paul, we're going to have to go to your bionic eye to call this photo, but
I think he got it with the 9 in the middle. I don't know, the 10 shows up late here. This is a brutal beat if he had the 7 too as well. 9, oh no, it's a dirty beat on the 10.
10
the
got up in the
10
final
gets
stride.
up for Todd Pletcher, and we were talking, and Maggie even said it. We were going to put this horse in the winner's circle. It's just amazing what Irad Ortiz Jr. can do. It's amazing.
And more speed showed up than we anticipated.
Yeah, Romero Mirage on the 4. That long shot, King Freud at 47-1, put some heat on. Kinder Carmouche early, came down to the 9 and 10. And George Weaver's going to have to wait for number 1,000. Nostalgic One just barely nails it.
Well, George Weaver, an alumni of the Todd Pletcher School of Training, and who came and laid it on him but his old boss, Todd Pletcher. He's going to have to wait for win number 1,000 for another day.
How about the 12? Lane Luzzy gave somebody a nice little run for their $268,000 in the pick 5.
One more look down the stretch.
This got so tight, Tom, and it's like you thought the 1 was going to burst through, and then here comes the 10 just out of the picture.
Looks like the 9's going to win right here. Goodness gracious, that's a good last 8 kick.
Last run, the best.
Horse. Yeah, absolutely, Greg.
So turf racing is so great. At the 8th pole, it looked like any one of 8 or 9 could win, and then you got 3 noses on the wire across the track. That race doesn't get your heart pumping. Maybe you need to go to your cardiologist and get things checked out.
2 for Irad Ortiz Jr. on the Sunday card, slimly hanging on to that lead here. The riding title after Wednesday's card. We're officially at the halfway point. It's going to be a fun ride between those two, Ortiz and Pratt. It looks like all the way to the wire.
And congratulations to somebody that hit that pick six for $138,000. Multiple people, obviously about eight or nine people. So nice hit.
Pretty incredible. We saw some very tight finishes this afternoon. And what about the Queen's MG and that performance we saw in the Adirondack?
Oh, she's legit. I mean, you know, we thought after her last race, we all talked about it. We thought it wasn't a coincidence. Yeah. It wasn't a fluke. It was legit.
Last time we saw a 2-year-old filly sweep the 2-year-old stakes here at the meet, 1987. We'll see if Saffie Joseph decides to go for it. Next, impressive as always, in the Birdstone earlier today, the Queen's MG. Will she line up with a spin away? 2 graded stakes wins at this meet. It's been special. We will see you Wednesday, 1 Eastern. Start time on Saratoga Live. Have a great one.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
For centuries, the bond between horse